Okie dokie. Hello. It's Boys Day. Actually, we're gonna have to log into my main account quick. Why? Because we need to use my Resin, my main account, and then F off for my main account for once. Usually I do most of my streams with my main account, but at least at minimum for the VOD watchers, let's go have our yap real quick. Also, by the way, I don't have the Welkin I had going on Polems only ended, and I don't know whether or not I want to restart it. Like the fact that we got pretty lucky with Flynn's means I think like by the time the next polearm unit comes, I'll probably have plenty of primo gems, right? And rerun Rise, the only thing I think I maybe care about is like a Nefert C1 and a Nefert signature weapon would be cool. But anyway, sorry, that's not what I wanted to improve today. Oh my, I forgot. Ah! Thank you, Risu. I have that on again. Thank you. At least that wasn't going for 20 years. Fixed audio problem. So, Nefert C2. I mean, yeah, Nefert C2 is strong. But we'll see. Anyways, sorry. This is my current Flynn's build, and I know, like, by most people's standards for build quality, this is, an 89 crit rate, 223 crit damage. Is good enough. It is a good enough build to be completely functional until the end of times. Yeah. Yep. I want to emphasize that. But this is my polearm only account where, I mean, even today, as much as I say, like, it would be cool to, I would love to perfect him. There is the possibility to near perfect the boy today, right? It is just a matter of how things roll exactly, right? So, I don't know. The main thing we need, so we need 3 feathers total today, and I have 1 because of the login event thingy from, not that, although I'll take the money, when we can get it. BAP, yeah, from this, got it a couple days ago. I was going to stream this yesterday, but I was busy helping my brother move. Oh, there's double of artifact thing. Nice. So, the hope though, right? Because I need 3 more. If we go to reroll, details, reshape. If we go to reroll this piece, so this is an onset goblet, but it's a 3-liner. This started with minimum crit damage roll, of course. You can tell because it's 10.9. Couldn't be 10.9 unless that was 2 minimum rolls. And then there's a crit rate roll, and this crit rate roll is low because I remember this had 3.9 crit rate. So a decree reroll on this is going to guarantee some significant additional stat value. I do have a very good current offset goblet on him, right? So we have this piece, right? And weighing the like stat balance situation, like if we assume average roll, so average rolls, by the way, what is the average roll value? There's 4 different values of a crit roll, right? And I think this is important to start with because running the numbers for estimating like how valuable it is to like try to reroll an onset goblet like this compared to just keeping your existing cracked off piece is, I think, an important question to answer. So, and ultimately, the value of any individual artifact is going to be relative to the value of your artifacts, or your other artifacts, right? So, and this is something that you can kind of do without having to like throw your you can go throw the numbers in a damage calculator, right? But this is not something that the optimizer will help you with because the optimizer is only going to look at your pieces you actually have. Anyways, I think can you manually configure it in the optimizer? I think you can. I don't know. Either way, this is not. I don't think this kind of thing is something you need to go to the effort of using the optimizer for. So anyways, starting with 3.9, 5.4, right? Crit rolls can have a crit value of 5.4. So crit rate is just 2 times the crit value of crit damage, right? 5.4 plus, or not plus, the 6.2, 7, or 7.8. And then, so if you add all those together, divide by 4, the average crit value you get per roll is 6.6. So, as long as the game doesn't, like, totally bone me and, like, give me minimum, like, rolls out the butt, and the chance of getting minimum rolls out the butt is basically the same as getting maximum rolls. So, if By basically the same, it is the same, by the way. But anyways, the chance of actually no, I don't think it is. No, is it? I don't remember. I don't remember if the chance for high rolls versus low rolls is the same or not. I'd have to double check. But anyways, roll variation sucks, is what I will say, because if roll variation didn't exist, this would be a no-brainer, in my opinion. The only downside is that it isn't a 4-line, but the decree reroll, and by the way, we need 3 feathers to get to the decree reroll. I'm going to talk about where we're going to spend the initial feather in a second. The decree reroll will guarantee 4 stats. You can't guarantee 5 stats, so there's no meaningful value to be gained from using a decree reshape on a 4-line piece. In fact, I think it actually is best to use rerollers on your 4-line pieces before you get to the like guaranteed 3, guaranteed 3, guaranteed 4, and 3-liners that have guaranteed additional stats that you can gain from 3-liners being rerolled like all into crit, I think makes more sense, especially for like an onset goblet like this. So anyways, can't relate. First attack goblet I rolled in this set was 40 CV. Wow, Meese just flexing. Also, Nefert Doomers, I see a lot of negativity on Reddit. I bet they all play Nubilet. Just saying. I don't know. I've seen people say like, "Oh, this is the most boring kit I've ever seen in Genshin." Meanwhile, they probably play Nubilet. So I don't know. I think the way that Nefert scales with EM is interesting. She is emblematic of how broken Llama is. The problems with her kit is problems with Llama being broken as hell character. Other problems with Never's kit is there not being super compelling options for Hydro teammates, and she really likes EM buffing and or crit buffing, and there's not much options for external crit buffs in the game, and that mostly leaves you EM buffs, and there is a good amount of options for EM buffs, but there's not a ton of options for EM buffs that also synergize with her kit. So, anyways. So 6.6 times 4 is 26.4 crit value, right? Average crit value. And then plus the plus the 7.8 crit value from the crit rate I started with, plus the 5.4 crit damage, which means the average expected value, average crit value I should expect if I was able to re-roll this infinitely with the decree re-roll, right? So at four rolls into crit rate, crit damage. And I can't control which rolls, right? I don't know if how much rolls into crit damage, how much rolls into crit rate, right? How much of each stat will determine the relevancy of what off piece to choose. But the average value should be like 39 crit value. And you compare that to my this piece, which is a very, very good off piece, but this is, 9.3 times 2 plus 25.7. Yeah, it also has flat attack, which is a minor advantage. This is a 44 crit value piece. Very good. An extremely good piece. It's possible that this piece could actually get really, really close to competing with this piece, but it'd have to have very high rolls, right? For this piece as a 3-liner to compete with this piece as a 4-liner. But anyways, the average value is close enough that I think it very much makes sense to take the risk, because like chances are, unless we get screwed over with low roll values, we can sacrifice like less than 1 roll value of crit, or maybe one low roll of crit in exchange for gaining meaningful stats elsewhere. And those meaningful stats elsewhere would most likely be because I have a basically perfect timepiece. Again, could be a 4-liner. And I have a basically perfect feather. Like, it could have a little bit higher roll values, but, is either an off-piece circlet or an off-piece flower. As far as off-piece circlets goes, I have a little bit of a weird situation. So to compare the current build again, like ultimately, it really depends on how this rolls, right? We don't know, so I don't know what exact circlets make sense. But I've selected crit rate, crit damage, which is like, oh wait, I guess let's just let it do its auto thing. Oops. I think the auto, because these are the auto stats, and the auto stats are fine for default order. So, like, if I need a ton of crit rate, I would like to get to as close to 100% crit rate as possible. One thing I'm also unsure of is whether or not I, in the long term, care about having ER on my flower or not. I can tell you, having C2R1 Flynns activated now, that with the energy refunding from this and energy refunding from this, and C2 is interesting that it like gets you the energy refunding procs a little bit sooner. And I think there's actually, I think I've noticed some weird instances of hit lag that potentially cause extra energy refunding to be gotten from the weapon, so it's interesting. Anyways, like I've been surprised how I've been occasionally able to use Flynn's big burst, even past C1 and having C2. Like you do end up at times where it kind of can make sense, and it's not that problematic to do so because of the energy refunding if you time your uses right. But anyways, the point is I don't know how much ER I will end up wanting. I plan on messing around with higher energy builds in the future, but it'll probably be like within, you know, a ER timepiece that I randomly get from the domain. So anyways, or I guess I can mess with an ER timepiece if once I craft this onset goblet into something better. Anyways, it seems like, I know to most people it seems like the circlet is the obvious thing to replace, right? Because like, ew, that's garbage. Like, no, it's actually not, because well, he scales with attack, EM, and crit, and he likes attack more than he likes EM, generally speaking. And yeah, so anyways, the question is how much actual crit rate do I need, right? Because I have any number of potential decent pieces. This one I think is actually one of my most interesting ones because it has no bad stats, pretty high roll values, but it's just how much does the actual EM versus attack percent do? So if I don't end up needing extra crit rate, that would be one of the more interesting ones, I think. Yeah, I have a lot of weird random ones. I don't think I have anything that's like the theoretical ideal would be like a 20% attack circlet maybe with 10 crit rate ish. I have close, but I don't even think I have anything with 20% attack actually. So we're kind of in, you know, like this piece is the kind of piece that could reroll to be perfect, right? For him, I would say. Well, not perfect, because EM, ER would be the perfect other stats other than HP. So, yeah, anyways. The point is, I don't know exactly what we're going to go with. This is kind of interesting as well. If we really need no crit rate, there's that's unlikely. It's unlikely that we want no crit rate. That's a weird one. I think I had that already starred for a reroll. In hindsight, so I used one of the flowers I got recently for trying to reroll this feather for Arlecchino, because this is my Arlecchino is like basically perfect. The one improvement I can have on her is getting a flower that has very heavy, like a 4-line flower that has basically all crit damage and attack percent rolls, because I don't need any crit rate rolls on this piece, for example, on my Arlecchino, because it would be overcapping crit rate. But I've tried to reroll this multiple times already, and it hasn't rerolled in a way that's beneficial. So in hindsight, I kind of wish I had kept one extra reroller so that I could, you know, maybe actually consider rerolling something like this, because it could have been useful on Raiden 2 if it rerolled well, but oh well. You think it's worth having 100% crit rate on Flynn's? From a min-max build perspective, I think yes. I want 100% crit rate, or very close to it. I can tell you one of the things that was annoying about trying to do a C0 clear on dire difficulty with Flynn's was like, because it was so on the line for needing to, for him being able to clear at C0 or not, and I think it was possible on my Palermo account, right? It was restricted, right? Obviously, if it was a non-Palermo only account, it wouldn't have been a problem. Was like the 10% chance across like a whole Stygian run, right? The 10% chance for each of his mini bursts, right, is split into 2 hits. It was very likely that it was very hard to have runs where like one of his big mini burst hits didn't fail to crit, and like failing to crit like on also like in the shield break phase was something annoying too. So honestly, from a min-max perspective, yes, but also no. It depends how much you can tolerate optimizing around crit RNG. I find optimizing around crit RNG on units that hit more often, so they have their damage split across more instances of damage rather than Flynn's, where he has his damage split across very specific instances of damage, less annoying. I find Flynn's kind of miserable to optimize around crit RNG, and I'd rather have close to 100% crit rate. So, yeah. Hello from French. Hello. I heard your prime minister turned into not a prime minister in like a 14-hour time period. I don't know that I think that's a good thing probably for you guys. So, congrats. You have a political system that works. If it's a bad thing, then I apologize. Anyways, so yeah. The thing we need to figure out actually is okay. I should go look at flowers. I did look at the flowers a little bit already. Here, we'll let this auto sort to the recommended too. So again, like honestly, how much? Okay, it's auto sorting to crit damage over crit rate, which is fine. I have a smattering of, like, yeah, this is like a cracked as hell piece, right? I have a smatter. I mean, so is this, funnily enough, the one I was mentioning. Maybe. Oh wait, maybe I should reroll this anyways. Maybe I should reroll this anyways, because this might become Flynn's off piece, regardless. Like it's either Flynn's off piece. So this is Alkina's current flower, by the way, for reference. So this is why like this piece can be an improvement, but you can understand how being an improvement over this piece is very not easy. So, anyways, we're all French. Wow, all the French people. So yeah, I don't actually think I have as good options. One annoying thing with the sorting system, right, is it's prioritizing crit damage here over crit rate, so we can do that instead. Yeah, this is the piece I was looking for. I would be very, very down to use this piece. This piece's roll value is incredibly high. Like this is average 3 point. It's over, I think, well, no, it's 14 crit rate is 3.5 times, right? Wait, 7. Yeah. That's high roll. 3.5 rolls average crit rate. You know, having flat attack is not bad, and having crit damage high roll, and then I believe this is 2 max rolls of attack percent plus a high roll. Like, it's almost as high roll value as you can possibly have. If we need a little bit more crit value for some reason, we could sacrifice 10% crit for 1 more crit damage roll and a tiny bit more crit rate, but I don't think that'll make sense. So anyways, I'd be very down to use this. And again, I don't think I need the ER in the flower. But if I do need the ER in the flower, I think that's something that could be fixed over time with getting a circlet that has ER. But yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, what like flower makes sense to use will really depend on the goblet. So I think I have better options for flowers for sure. I mean, if I just want raw crit value, where the heck did it go? If I just want raw crit value over all else, yeah, like it's possible this could be the best option. I don't know. We'll find out. So the question is though, what we have to use 1 feather, right? Because to get to the decree reroll, and I can only get 2 more feathers today. You could say, oh, you should have just waited to do this until you can get 4 feathers. Because yes, I could have done like 2 feathers here, and the next 2 would be the decree reroll, and I could like reroll this twice, or I could reroll a circlet. But I'm sure Saloon is secretly a French guy. Tempted to become, well, I mean, I don't think I can ever become like ancestral French. Well, I might have like some. I'm a white boy. I'm sure there's some Frenchie in my bloodline somewhere, but I hope Frenchie isn't an insult. I just said it because I think it sounds funny. But you know, I still have continued temptations to try to leave the United States, is what I'll say. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. What do we use it on? I think I think we have to use. I want to use it today, right? I want to use it today, I want to get the decree reroll today. So these are the pieces I have starred for reroll targets. I know this is a reroll thing I did in the past, a 4-liner, and it rolled very well for Raiden, but not in a way that's like heckin' incredible. And then this piece could be an Nefert piece, but at this point I know I'm gonna unstar it. As good as this piece could be to reroll, my vibe with a Nefert right now is I want ER over all else. So yeah, it's mostly a stitching problem to be clear, but So this piece was marked because it's an Eons on piece, and like it's a very weird piece, but I don't know. Rerolling this feels weird because it has like there's some character that this is going to be the perfect artifact for. I feel like maybe Flynn's when I try a high energy build. I don't know. Our Irish presidential election, one of the candidates left because of the 3,300 euros because of 3,300 euros from 20 years ago. Insane. Oh, speaking of elections, I don't know why this just popped in my head. You know what popped in my head is because that's the first time mentions from Blue Rainbow. But I should mention it at the start of the stream. I finally set up the subscribers and / YouTube members Discord server. Let me go into Discord real quick and show it how you do this. So, whoops, select the right buttons, please. Okay. Sorry, this is a distraction that's unrelated, but that is not formatted properly. Okay. So this is not the members only Discord server. This is just my normal public Discord server. So my members only Discord server is called Soluna's Moon Creatures right now. And you can see this is the most bare bones ass Discord server, but that's fine. There are 3 people on it right now. That is my preference. So the way you can join this though is you have to go into your profile settings on Discord. So you already have to have a Discord account. And then was aggro in the YouTube chat, or is aggro in the? Did I miss aggro in the in the Twitch chat? Hello aggro if you're here. And then anyways, profile. Where is it? It's connections. There we go. So, oh, it has streamer mode enabled. Okay, well I guess that's fair. And disable streamer mode. Go back to settings. Go back to connections. Is there anything here I don't want to show? Okay, there we go. There we go. This is what I want to show. Okay. So you can see here. Oops. Here, it's not formatted correctly again. There we go. All right. So you can see I connected my YouTube account and my Twitch account, right? So if you connect to your Twitch account and it's just buttons at the top that you can select which service to log into, and if you're already logged in, you might have to like re-authenticate it for it to get it to go properly. Apparently, music stopped in the background, and once you do that, you can see on my Twitch, for example, it has a bunch of the linked Twitch things, and not all of these are member only, but mine should only pop up if you're an actual like subscriber or member, as I currently have configured it. And you can click the join button, so you can see I can click like one of the join ones here, and then you can join it, and it should automatically give you like the role for whatever you have. And also the system then works for being able to it's an automatic system, so like there's no manual role. I can't even manually assign roles, by the way. Well, I could manually assign roles, but I'd have to create a separate role that has the same permissions as the normal ones. So I don't know. I might do manual role assigning if people have issues in the future, I guess. You could DM me through my public Discord server. But yeah. And right now it's very bare bones. I'll probably use that server in the future for like doing, if I have any ideas or if I want to like solicit whatever. Typical things people might use a members only, subscriber only server. So yeah. So what do we reroll? We should, before we go on farm on my main account quick, just artifacts my main account. Do I try this again, or do I try for like something? Actually, another option. So wait. Okay. we should first go spend our resin in this domain. I was gonna say, wait. Also, it's a new week, so you know, we should go to the artifact domain because there's a chance we get a perfect. If we get a perfect like 4-line flower to reroll, like, and it rolls, or we just get a 4-line, right? We get a 4-line flower, and it's just double crit 4-line. Doesn't have. I mean, would like it to have some other stat, but it could make the most sense to reroll a Flynn's flower, right? The goal today is to perfect Flynn's, so let's use all the resin we have for before we can I leave? Before we get lost into trying to get the 2 feathers to reroll this goblet. By the way, I think I forgot to mention. So I have to get one of the feathers I can get from here. I got the one from here, I believe, already because I just really quickly managed to get the stuff from it. So yeah, here and then here, and this one might take a little longer. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly which of like the quest lock chests can have stuff, but anyway, I'll just use the interactive map and see. This area I feel like it'll be pretty quick to get the feather, but we'll see what happens. Who made the server icon? I'd have to go check my files. I think I have it named, but it was someone that made the. They gave me some fan art on the art channel on my original Discord server. I think I DM'd them and asked if I'd use it. If I didn't, I apologize. I thought I did. I forgot though. I apologize. I'm a terrible person. But some wonderful artist. I know they were fairly regular viewer, so. You can break in and steal the island from Hisi Island. Yeah, I'm aware. I don't really think I care. I would care about maybe breaking in for the Lempo Isle one, simply because this one's going to be more annoying to get. Hisi Island is not that hard to break it, or is not that interesting to break into. So I don't know. Oh, you know what? You get artifacts from this too. Should we? Do we have to wait to use the reroller? I guess at all. Then I don't know. Let's see what happens. Because technically it makes sense to wait to use that one, right? I gotta go take a peek what my riding build looks like, by the way. One feather from the constellation event. That's where I got the one I have right now. I have this one, and then I'll get 2 more from exploration. Riding build. How much do I care about improving this? Yeah, the flower is like the main spot that could be improved. Oh. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather use it on a Flynn's flower, even if it's just one of my existing flowers, right? I don't know which one. I only have 3 liners. There's a possibility this could be the best artifact possible. I have this as a 4-liner, but the only way this is best is a 4-liner if I have really heavy crit rate substats and all the other pieces. So that would take like getting it would take a circlet, an OP circlet probably that has a ton of crit rate, right? Like this one or whatever. And then might take like new timepiece and whatever too to make that make sense. I don't know. That's an interesting option though. Maybe we do just consider, even though it seems stupid because of that the chance that this is even relevant is low, but maybe it's high enough that it makes sense to reroll this one, because I'm going to continue farming artifacts in this domain, right? There's not much else to farm for. Strongest teams in Polearm only, not including C6 Arlecchino. I mean, it's Flynn's. It's Flynn's team, no question now. It's this team. I don't know what the DPS clock's at, but high. 50k the level 70 Flynn's with EM attack crit, you should use attack percent. Unless you're using Staff of Sorrow Sands, you should use attack percent main stat. A attack percent main stat on Flynn's for timepiece will do more, should do more. I mean, it depends on your exact team, I guess. Oh, we can use the ×2 now with 40 resin. Crazy. Wow. What a legendary quality of life change. Anyways. When I did a quick numbers run, with Flynn's in his best team. So that's a Nefert Sucrose. I know. Attack percent main stat timepiece with 0 crit was better than a 40 CV EM timepiece, right? But if you're doing a Staff of Scarlet Sands, then EM timepiece and EM goblet even can make sense. Otherwise, use attack. Okay, productive. You're not dead. Alright. By the way, so I said, like, when my first impression when I fought those enemies, and I maintain this perspective, is that the double health bar thing isn't necessarily, like, we're getting no flowers. The double health bar thing isn't, like, necessarily that problematic of a mechanic for non-Nodcry DPSs. But it is functionally just a mechanic that, you know, if you have 2 Nodcries on the team, this thing functionally has way less HP, right? So at a baseline, it's like, that's a concerning shield mechanic. But ultimately, how concerning of a shield mechanic it is really depends on how they balance the characters, the enemies at a baseline in the endgame combat. And in Abyss, this enemy is in the next Abyss cycle, and there's the second chamber of Abyss. We'll have 2 of these things, not in the same wave, because frick you for wanting AoE, I guess. 2 of them sequentially, and there's interest. The reason, like, part of the way the double health bar thing is kind of interesting is because of, like, how the fact that it, like, has different ways it, like, gets reduced is, I think, kind of interesting. Like the constant, like, the slow constant reduction of it is really interesting. Like, the way I think this mechanic is done interestingly on like a how it works level, not on how it interfaces with how people play the game, but on how it works level, is like it's like, oh, you know, you reduce the HP bar and then it recovers it a little bit, and then you reduce it again and it recovers it, reduce it again, recovers it, if you don't have 2 Nodcries. Then depending on the DPS you have, because you have, like, a time window, and, like, in the window when it's, like, stunned, you want to do as much damage. If you do enough damage while it's stunned to get it, like, down to 0 with its second health bar, then you kill it, right? That's an interesting mechanic, but again, it all hinges on, like, what the scaling is at a baseline. And I think if they made the base scaling where like the intention was to get through multiple health bars with how that works and it gets stunned, if the base scaling was low enough, that'd be tolerable and kind of fun to work around. But there's 2 problems. One is that enemies being stunned in Genshin basically doesn't really matter at all, because defensive utility options in Genshin are way too strong. So, like, for this team, an enemy that attacks me is not that different from an enemy that doesn't attack me. So yeah, you're right. You're gonna have to, as I mentioned before, you're gonna have to reconnect your account through Discord. It's work through Discord. Tell you something about your channel thumbnail image? Why? I mean, it's this. This is my channel thumbnail image. I assume that's what you're talking about. But just a photo of a turtle. Anyways, I could, but anyways, point is, these enemies are way too tanky in Abyss. And it's bad. It's, like, real bad, guys. I'm just gonna give a heads up. The shield is gonna be real bad. The shield's gonna be really, really bad. That's not the only problem with the next Abyss cycle, but this enemy's, like, base HP scaling is 2 million HP, and there's 2 of them you have to fight sequentially, and functionally, with the way that this, like, double HP bar mechanic works, you can in Abyss, without having 2 Nodcries on the team, you can multiply this by, like, 2.25. How much it functionally exactly gets multiplied by will depend on the team. But if you're assuming 90 seconds for each side, and you might be able to clear the second side faster or whatever, right? But if you're assuming 90 seconds for each side, well, we got a flower. It was almost a double crit flower. If you're assuming 90 seconds for each side, then the cover image, you mount thumbnail. What do you mean channel thumbnail? What is my channel thumbnail? You mean video thumbnail? I don't know what you mean for thumbnail. You said channel thumbnail. If you mean this video's thumbnail, then you skip past, or you didn't skip past, but you're joining the live stream, so you can rewind. You're on YouTube, you can just rewind. But anyways, C1 Flins are weapon, Mr. Saruna. I mean, C1 Flins is stronger at a baseline, unless you are a really good player who can pull off the hit lag extension stuff that lets you extend his burst duration. Or if you only have like the craftable weapon available for him, then I think there's a compelling reason to choose his weapon over his C1. But it also, as always, depends on the value of the weapon banner for your account compared to like wishing more to get copies of like, I know, dupes or whatever. And progressing towards pity, because like if you wish more for if you go to pity for C1 Flins but you lose your 50/50, you could choose to save that 50/50 for a guarantee in the next banner that you wish on, right? This, you don't get to do that, right? Like, it's never as simple as what is the spreadsheet calculation, right? It never is. Like, you really got to answer on what is the value of the other weapons on the banner, what is the value of 4 stars in this banner, what is the value of being able to carry over your guarantee, where are you going to stop, right? You got to figure out, ask yourself where you're going to stop. So anyways, and if you have another 5-star weapon for Flynn's, his weapon is significantly worse of relative value compared to a C1, unless you are able to pull off the hit leg extension tech. If you are able to pull off the hit leg extension tech, his signature weapon is probably better. Use the last of my fragiles. Wow. Oops. But the hit leg extension tech is very hard to do for most players. So the profile picture thumbnail. Oh, the profile picture. No, I didn't make it. A wonderful artist by the name of Katie Lipscomb made it. And I believe it is like a lion or tiger eye. So yeah. Go check her out. I think literally just go Lipscomb is Lipscomb bit. And Katie is Katy, I believe. And she has a website, katielipscomb.com or something. So yeah. Anyways, okay, we got no artifacts. That's unfortunate. So the game did not choose to make the decision for me. Okay, well, as unexciting as it is, I kind of would have liked to have started the stream with just using that reroll. That was my intent originally, until I realized, wait, the treasure vaults have artifacts too, so I should technically wait, because there's a chance the game like gives me a flower for Flynn's in particular from either of the treasure vaults. That makes it make more sense to do that. Okay, so that's the plan. We got to get them feathers. Also, a side benefit of doing this exploration on this account to get the treasure vaults open is I'll get some long-term encounter point rewards things. Anyways, we're gonna go on my main account and use my resin super quickly there, and we'll be good. Fox Eye is the fox mascot of the channel? No. The fox came way later. I don't know, are there foxes that have that kind of pupil? What are we doing? We're done. Okay. Have a turtle. Do I respect Taylor Swift? Why the hell do you care? Why do you care what I think about Taylor Swift? I don't know, she's a celebrity. She seems like a decent person. And you can't say that of all celebrities. And that's the best thing I can say about her. But like, why are you asking? That's what I want to know. Why do you care? Her new album is ass. I see. Well, I don't care. I didn't listen to her album that came out a couple years ago or whatever that everyone glazed the hell out of. I listened to like one song on it. I'm like the most popular song on it. And I was like, not my vibe. It's fine. Like it wasn't a bad song. It's a song I can vibe to, but it wasn't the song like I wanted to listen to regularly. So, you know. Let's go. Same shit here. We'll get on my main account very shortly. Won't take long. Meant to already have this done at this point, but got too distracted yapping about the plan and poems only because the plan is more complicated than I thought it was.
This route.
She's also an evil private jet using billionaire. Sure. I don't know. People gonna find reasons to hate. I don't know if Taylor Swift using a private jet is causing that many problems on the environment. I saw, I don't remember who it was. I didn't comment on it, because this is a dick thing to do, right? But someone on my Discord posted, like, you might be watching, and I apologize. This is not me insulting you. Look, I think the fit, your drip was good, right? But they had like some kind of, I think it was like a racing, like a NASCAR jacket, whatever. It was like a nice jacket, right? And one of the, but it was like covered in like company logos, just like, you know, you see like a racing car that's covered in company logos, right? And one of the company logos on there I noticed was DuPont. DuPont. And like I don't know, man. People be around casually repping DuPont drip. With the effects that DuPont had on the planet. Like, bruh, I don't give a shit about one billionaire using a private jet. I really don't. As far as I can tell, Taylor Swift earned that privilege. She seems to have put in the work. I don't know, man. At some point, I think if you put enough energy into your work in society, and society rewards you, a human society rewards you so much that you are regaled as much as T Swift is. Look, I think she gets a pass for her goddamn stupid jet. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Don't forget weekly bosses. What's DuPont? A company that had like they made the good God. DuPont did things that were like beneficial to human lives in some ways, mind you. It's not. I don't want to be like DuPont big evil, but they were a little bit at big evil by completely like denying and trying to hide any and all responsibility. And for many years, they were well aware of the negative effect of the things they were doing, and the reason they hid it is because it continued to make them money. And the fact of the matter is they basically made a chemical, or they had a chemical used in producing, I believe, Teflon, if I recall. And Teflon is just the marketing term for the chemical, and it's basically used to make it so you can have indestructible objects. Essentially, like in many ways, it's a marvel of human engineering. Right, don't get me wrong. I think what that material is kind of cool. I have appreciation for the engineering required and like the progression of the human species and our ability to create things that are kind of insane. The like physical properties of that material is cool. But the production of it, with how it wasn't that the production of it couldn't be done right, but the production of it with how DuPont ran it really has like every human on the planet has detectable amounts. Like if you went and tested your blood, every human on the planet has detectable amounts of these chemicals in their blood. And they don't do good things for you. To be clear, that doesn't mean it's gonna kill you just because any of it is in your blood. That's not what I'm saying. But it's not a beneficial thing, and it definitely can be a bad thing. It only can have bad effects for you. And like, it's just an absolutely absurd case of like a company neglecting any and all responsibility to like not being evil because, you know, what the, okay, not being evil because it benefits, you know, the executives, whatever. This wasn't shit like, oh, the money went to the workers. You know, obviously fucking not, right? So yeah, I don't vibe with repping DuPont. That's what I would say. And I don't know. And it's yeah. We get into like false dichotomy, whatever. I'm just saying, if we're gonna focus our energy on problems that people have caused by their actions and what that has had an effect on the environment, and specifically the direct effect on people's health in the real world, that I should have saved that for weekly bosses. Whoops, that was dumb. I think our efforts should be directed at companies and reforming the systems that incentivize companies to act in that way. That's my opinion. I don't give a shit about fucking Taylor Swift's goddamn jet. She seems to be a good enough person. She seems to have put in the work to have earned that right. So more power to her. Fly all you want, lady. I don't give a shit. That's not the right button. Bam. Alright, back to poem account. Someone watched the Veritasium video. I actually knew about DuPont before the Veritasium video. I don't remember where I originally learned it, but the Veritasium video I think is relatively new now. When did that come out? I don't remember. I know what, so to be clear, the Veritasium video had a depth of information, particularly about the chemical, that I think was new information to me when I watched that. And the fact that I remember as much as in my head is probably because of the Veritasium video. Don't get me wrong. But I do know I knew about DuPont beforehand. I just didn't have the same exact depth of information. That's all. So yeah. Talk about Durin links. He's not in beta yet. I don't think there's much more to talk about than what I already mentioned. I mean, he seems to be a pyro off-fielder, yay. He's a pyro off-fielder that either buffs a little bit or does off-field damage, and that's an Archon quest. And how much off-field damage? Who knows? We don't have numbers. How much buffing? We do have numbers on that, supposedly. They could be wrong. They could get changed. The numbers themselves honestly don't really matter for shit without the other numbers. Like, The one thing I need to point out is like the most reliable information we have is that he does 15% res shred on his low damage mode, and that's all the information we have. And then he has like a high damage mode, and the high damage mode like amplifies his personal reaction damage, his vaporize or melt damage from off field. Cool. That's all we have. We don't actually have the multipliers. We don't actually know how his elemental application works. One of the things I think that was described potentially was that he has faster application on his low damage mode and slower application on his high damage mode. But if he has faster application, you like, did everyone for like this is what's kind of pissing me off with some people I've seen discussing Durin, and making assumptions that like he doesn't do any damage just because he might do lower damage. Like, anyways, the leaker, like this is leaker TC bullshit, is the stuff from Durin leaks right now, right? Is they're not getting actual real information that's that helpful. We have some information that's that is helpful. Anyways, like what makes Xiangling potentially, what made Xiangling so strong for a long time is what I'll simplify down to, is the fact that her Pyronado can apply Pyro every time it hits, and every single time this multiplier can get a vaporize, and this multiplier is not insane on its own, but add that together with many hits that get a vaporize, and that's very strong. Or other reactions she can trigger. So that leaker could be saying, oh, the buffing mode does low damage because the multiplier is like 20%. If the multiplier is 20%, that's garbage, and he does like no damage while buffing. But if the multiplier is, it's a 200% multiplier when he's in his, like he could just be Xiangling, but way better still. Like, I don't actually think he needs to be Xiangling, but way better. But we don't know. We don't have actual numbers. It's not really worth stressing on. The only thing that's interesting to talk about, really, that we can talk about concretely, is whether or not, if we literally assume he does 0 damage and just 15% res shred, who does that buff? Who does that buff? And there are some contexts where that is like a buff for like some Shevers teams potentially. Yada yada, like, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. A 15% res shred buff is not that interesting to me. I really would have wanted him to buff in some other way than res shred personally. Like his self buff, by the way, for his when you like go into his supposed damage mode, which again this might be all fake bullshit, but it's probably true. It's probably the baseline of it is probably true with the mode switching. Supposedly he does off it. We should go freaking do exploration. I'm going to do this quest first, by the way, over here, because this is not that long, and gives you, like, 8 chests. His off-field, his off-field higher damage form has, like, a base reaction scaling increase, and, well, we found our worst enemy, by the way. Alright, Candace Infusion, go. Maybe a little bit of shield. What was it saying? Actually, you know, it might be better to do physical damage on Nefert. No, it's about the same. Yeah. Alright. He has like a base reaction scaling increase to vaporize melt, which is interesting. But it's only for him. Like, that would unironically be a 10 times more interesting buff for him to have for other characters than, like, ooh, give 50% res shred. So, anyways. The other component, if you care about it, is Durin has... are you immune to Electro? No, you're not. Okay, good. Why did I do that? Whatever. He doubles both of his forms. He doubles the res shred, or not dead, my own. He doubles his res shred from 15% to 30% for any reaction involved with a pyro reaction. Oh wow, we just immediately got one. I didn't have anyone, right? Yeah, no. How long is bro's voice line when you open a chest? Good lord. Crap. Ride and replace a Nefert for Flynns as a...
Not to be sniffed.
No. I was gonna say yes, but like it won't be on dysfunctional, mind you. Don't let me stop you from doing it. Um, I think there is something you can do with it, with on-fielding, like you can do dual DPSing shenanigans. Like really, don't let me stop you. Just don't expect it to be his best team. So, and the biggest problem with that, it was like, where's the quest trigger? The biggest problem with that, in my mind, is whether or not there is well, I don't know. You can have a lot of energy on Raiden, like with engulfing lightning. Like with my I have a 300 or close to 300 ER Raiden build on engulfing, and just spending like 3 seconds of heal time on Raiden is enough to refund some significant energy. So I don't know. Like depending on your Raiden build investment, my point is there might be ways to use Raiden to fuel extra damage on Flynn's if it's the difference maker and you using his big burst more at C0. But chances are it's not worth it versus like using an electro unit that actually directly buffs in some form. You're doing the quest. I mean, we don't need to pay attention to this. I've done it before on my main account. So yeah, new sword quest weapon good on anyone other than Skirk? Probably Durin. It's probably meant to be a Durin weapon more than anything. To be clear, we don't know that he's sword, but he's been rumored to be sword. So, yeah. Oh, I didn't finish. So, yeah, doubling to 30% res shred or doubling his vaporize melt amplification for his own damage for his different forms. If he is paired with another Hexen Zirkel character, which or simulacrum character, which includes Navia, which is cool. I think that's fun. But other than Navia, you have weird ones like Kirara, Wanderer, you got like Mona, Albedo, notably. So Albedo Durin core is really interesting. I like that as a team core. Like it's the, I don't know. As it currently stands, the fact that it's just uplifting older units and like increasing his synergy with older units and isn't something that's just like, shilling for new units is cool. But it really does feel like something that's primarily meant from a standpoint of this passive to double his res shred and double or double his personal damage is meant to make him a best in slot unit to pair with characters that will come out later. That's my vibe, right? New sword works for Kaching, yeah, that's true. So I don't know. I don't know. Durin's an interesting character. I will give that it makes me want to pull Albedo. It makes me wish I already had Albedo more than that, actually. I don't know if it really makes me want to pull Albedo, to be honest, because I don't know how much. I don't know how many more adventures into Chronicle Banner I want to do. Although, I mean, I do have Kaching C6, and I almost have Diluc C6. So, like, getting Diluc or Kaching copies in trying to go for an Albedo copy wouldn't be the worst in the world, because that, even if it's a Diluc, that means any future Dilucs would be, you know, masterless tunas. So, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, honestly. I don't know. What are the other characters on a Mondstadt Chronicle Banner? Because it's, by the way, version 6.2 is probably going to have a Mondstadt Chronicle Banner. I'd be surprised if it doesn't, is my guess. Did I say Kaching? I meant to say Mona. Sorry. The Mondstadt character, I have C6. I don't know why I keep mixing them up. I also don't have Jean C6, which doesn't do anything at all, but I have Jean C4. But yeah, a Mondstadt Chronicle Banner is probably the best Chronicle Banner to potentially get Stella Fortuna on. If you already have these 3 creatures, C6. So, oh yeah, Klee, Albedo, Eula, yeah. And Venti should be on there, but he's not going to be on there. Because Mihoyo wants to pretend that they haven't power crept the utter hell out of most of their Archons. I think it's so funny that Raiden has been the most resistant to power creep. Like, I I know it sounds wild to say this, but like there's genuine significant concern that Columbina creeps Farina out of a lot of teams. I hope they balance Columbina in a way that doesn't happen. I don't want her to be a main DPS, but I don't want her to completely power creep Farina. I want there to be some kind of checks and balance to make sure that she doesn't power creep her. But I think it's so funny that on some level Raiden has been the most immune to power creep. Not because her kit is good. Her kit was kind of garbage from the outset for like her DPS playstyle, but just because her constant ticking of Electro off field with 0.9 second gap between with 20-year uptime is just so good for triggering reactions off field. Like and they don't want to replace anyone. They just don't want to release any Electro unit that can potentially be better than that. Like I like what? Why is Raiden the most immune to power creep? Just because of her E. Raiden's E. It's like the least intuitive thing in the game. The fact that Raiden's 0 damage from her E is actually like makes Raiden's kit technically has the most staying power in the game for Archons. Drink water, sure. Anyways, yeah, just Albedo Klee end user license agreement on a Mondstadt banner makes it a little bit of a weird banner. I don't know. I definitely don't need a Eula, and I don't think I'd get value from Klee, sorry. So, I don't know. Maybe. Why did I not get a waypoint up here? Whatever. Okay, yoink. I don't know if I actually had to do that yet. Isn't this gonna go? Why does this not move? I thought I was supposed to move. It's because I didn't interact with this yet. I don't remember this being complicated. Oh, that's probably why. Oh yeah, it's put the... Yeah. I forgot. It's push versus pull. Hello? Stairs are here. Okay, now I feel like I'm not doing anything wrong. That is what you're supposed to do, right? Hello? Oh, oops, I skipped the thing up here. Oopsies. Yeah. Okay. By the way, the slope on these stairs. If you encounter these stairs in real life, this is just some sus as hell stairs. Look at the slant they're at. These are some ancient ruin stairs. You get the sword at the end of the quest line you're doing? This one? No, you don't. Isn't it the quest line? Isn't it like this quest line? Pretty sure. I've done this one on my main account. I don't think I do. If I did, I didn't pick it up. Sand drone kit? I don't know. Hopefully not. Hopefully something interesting gameplay-wise with the robot. I'm gonna assume she's gonna be a DPS because it'd be a shame to not be able to play as the robot. Hoyo's track record of maybe making robot characters, though, is something. Okay, I feel like when I walked down here in my main account, there's like an animation that triggered. Oh, yeah, you have to interact with this. That's what, yeah. So we'll see. This quest is connected to the big one. I see. Well, I don't need that sword in my polearm account. That's for sure. It's inside here. Exquisite chest. Okay. Daddy Flins. Yep. Yeah, the plan today, we're just doing exploration. I don't think it'll take too long. Probably. Don't think it'll take too long. But we'll see. After we do this quest, I'll probably just pull up the interactive map to check out precious chests on the map that I haven't gotten. The more complicated area is definitely going to be what is this? Paha? No, Paha Isle is this one. Lampoile. Lampoile may be a little bit complicated to get this stuff.
Categorization process.
5 hours to 100%. I mean, we don't need 100%. That's not the goal. Yeah, we going for re-rollers. Sad I missed Skirk. I think. Who is gonna? Do we think Skirk and Escothia are gonna get a rerun before Veresa? I think that will happen. I think Skirk and Escothia are gonna get a rerun before Veresa, because Veresa's not that popular. Esco 6.2. I mean, until the beta and we have the data mined information, I wouldn't rely on that info too much. Veresa is so cute though, yeah, but they have a new Electro DPS they want to shill for, and they want to have some simmering time. I think. I don't think they're gonna make that much money on Veresa rerun banner. And they want to have some simmering time for making people regretting not pulling Flynns by having cringe shill content like in the next few Abyss cycles and Stygians. There's gonna be people who are like, I can't clear this because I didn't pull Flynns. So, at the very least, hey, at least a main DPS boy is relevant. But if they like rerun Veresa and rerun a Nefa, that might let people realize they don't need Flynns. So, yeah. Anyways, I strongly feel, by the way, seeing what the next two Abyss cycles are like, that the number one most punished players are anyone that skipped a Nefa. Like, it's actually insane. Like, how much a Nefa, just a Nefa alone, plus like I know being a free character, right? Will give you so many more team options for dealing with the cringe mechanics. So many more. Like, it's gonna feel bad for a lot of players. It's gonna feel really bad. Oh, I actually can't believe they're shilling as hard as they are with literally the next Abyss cycle. It's like Hoyo, not that many people have these characters yet. What are you doing? I think I was supposed to throw my thing over here, wasn't I? Candace fun with Flynns. She works as well as a low constellation, I know, as far as damage potential goes. But it's more annoying to build. And the only real honestly, I don't even think there is a real consideration for it. As much as I like it, there's only really downsides to Candace versus a C6. I know. I guess the reason to do Candace C6, you need to have Candace C6. With Flynns is to free your Ino for another team, because Ino is actually a good character and, crazily enough, may be valuable to have for another team, especially with the shill content that wants multiple nod cries in the future. So, you know, if you were someone, let's say you pulled a Nefa, and you pulled Flynns, and you got some Ino copies, right? And then you're pulling Nefert next patch. There's a lot of people that might be that situation. I mean, a lot of people that probably won't even have a Nefa in that situation, mind you. But that's a problem situation too. But anyways, let's say you have a Nefa for Flynns, and you have Candace C6. You don't need to use Ino then to enable Flynns' kit, because you have a Nefa enabling his full kit. Cool. But you want to pull Nefert because you like Nefert for whatever reason. That's fine. You would want to maybe consider using Ino for Nefert to fulfill both Nefert's kit condition, but also like double nod cry team shilling that they're doing in Endgame as well. Where if you don't play with two nod cries, the DPS check literally goes from goes from like 40, 50k DPS to 100,000 DPS. I'm not kidding. I wish I was joking. Do I do unit reviews? Hopefully I will do one soon in TM. But I keep on having other things I wanted to work on, because, forgive me, there's a new Genshin content patch, but I don't know. The real feeling is that I hadn't done many unit reviews or account reviews or whatever through the entire summer. But anyways, yeah, so I don't know. Yes, I have no choice, because I can't, like, thankfully Candace existing means Flynn is actually a functional character. But yeah, the most poignant example I can give you for why Candace is really awkward with Flynn is how she really doesn't work that well against the current chill Flynn's boss, the Fatui dude, right? Where he gets 3 layers of shields. When he gets his 3 layers of shields, Candace's C6 doesn't work. And Candace C6 not working means you end up, because you need to do elemental damage with normal attacks for Candace C6 to trigger off-field Hydro. And that what that ends up meaning is that your lunar charge uptime is really awkward to work around. And I was able to work around it, mind you. And I do think it was possible I could clear dire difficulty with Candace, Candace and Nefa Flins on this account. But it was very hard and really annoying to optimize around. And like there's no upside to Candace, really. I do like I do really wish, like, if Flynn's had the flexibility to use, like, if his like mini burst, like, for his secondary skill usage was kind of like more Navia, right? Where I could just press Navia's E, and then I could swap out a Navia. If I could do Flynn's E and then do his mini burst and then swap out, and I could like maybe utilize Candace's Hydra infusion on Flynn's to be able to keep up a later charge. It would be a better synergy, and then it'd be basically equivalent to a low constellation, I know. So, but yeah, Candace's true upside is she's Candace. That's true. She has Candace's eyes. Oh, sorry. I read Aristotle's message, and I almost had to spit out my tea as I was... They better. Her gameplay is 90% animations. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen people saying they don't like... Yeah, I get where they're coming from. But man, I'm sorry. Too many people are pilled on, like... Nowadays in Genshin, on animations being way overly flashy. Like... There's a little bit too much animations, like, blinding you with some Genshin character kits. And honestly, being that so much of Genshin's combat ends up being fulfill your combo, not actually having to pay attention to the enemy, it doesn't matter that much, right? But some characters, it does matter, and like, I don't know. I get it because it's the same repeated animation, but I don't know. I think they look nice, and... We'll see how she feels to play, ultimately. I don't like Nefert's team options strongly, but I like how significantly she scales with EM, because it makes building her a little bit more interesting. And as we get more options for EM buffers in the future, I think it gives her interesting synergy with EM buffers, that is stronger than normally you would get synergy from EM buffers. And then there should be nuance to canceling her charge. Well, not there should. There might end up being nuance to canceling her charge attack animations to get extra damage out. But we'll see. We will see if that actually matters. I have some theories on how to do things, but I'd have to play with the character to see if it actually is something real. I don't know. It's really funny to me seeing people be like, "Oh, Nefert's got the most boring kit in Genshin," and like, it's fine if it's not for you. But like saying it's the most boring kit in Genshin, I've seen that floating around. Meanwhile, I don't know if we're gonna compare to charge attack DPSs. Last year we had Chaska, Do we think this did the same person say this is the most boring character in Genshin? Maybe the same person said the same thing about Chaska. I don't disagree from that on a level of you press one button and you hold one button, right? Chaska has cool team building. Yeah. I think Nefert's team building is actually more interesting than people are giving it credit for. I think people are underestimating how good she's going to perform without playing her as a hyper carry. Like, I really appreciate that Nefert doesn't force you to do her hyper carry playstyle. But anyways, I could be wrong on that. Maybe she'll feel like shit garbage to play in her non-hyper carry playstyle. Chaska has a giant ass gun. Your argument's invalid. True. But yeah, that's my vibe though. Is like I think there's a very good chance people that are calling Nefert's kit boring probably didn't call Chaska's kit boring. And my problem is they're calling the kit, right? You want to say the animations are boring? Fine. That's literally whatever. But like I'm seeing people say the words kit. Kit, right? Kit is not the animations. The animations can affect the kit, the mechanics of how the things are used and how you play the character. But like Chaska might have more visual appeal to you because you like rainbow numbers popping up on screen and you like lady flying on a gun, and that's fine, right? That's personal preferences for how things look, not the kit. And I think that's the disconnect that I have with these people that are saying those kinds of things. So I don't know. I don't think Nefert is going to be my favorite DPS in the game or anything. But as someone who it's been over time, it's been pretty hard for Hoyoverse to make main DPSs I like. I'm pretty sure Nefert is one of the main DPSs I'm going to like. I think she gives me a similar vibe as Chlorind, where like she's fundamentally pretty simple to play, but it'll feel actively engaging to play. Like Chlorind has a lot of repeated animations. Oh, you're just doing normal attack and pressing E. It's the same animation over and over. Yeah, no shit. I don't know. It's just really funny seeing people pick things they want to criticize when it's just like, I don't know. If you just don't like the animation, just say you don't like the animation. That's my vibe. Because like I don't like the kit. What about the kit? Well, I don't know. You can quick swap never? Yes. Which is a, yeah, I didn't mention that, but that is a pretty big deal to me. What are you doing, bro? Where'd the horse going? By the way, these things are going to be in Abyss soon. It's immune now. Okay, wonderful. That's incredibly annoying. Okay, so this thing can sometimes take Electro. Didn't we just fight an Electro one of these? So this sometimes takes Electro damage, or does it have a state it goes into that where I just need to use? Wait, whoa, it took, yeah, okay. So it has a state it goes into where it becomes immune. Okay, interesting. This is kind of important to pay attention to for the context of Endgame, because I know these things are in Abyss soon. Right now it is immune, right? Okay. Stop getting stuck on this rock. Oh my god. Oh, of course. As soon as I swap it out of Flynn's when I could do damage to it. Okay. When it glows, it takes Electro. I don't know how it's triggered. Well, it had a little meter that built up, and once that meter built up, it went to a special state. It could have really done a better visual indicator on the boss in general for that, but oh well.
Surprisingly useful.
Okay. No ringle dingle or plate, whatever you want to call it. Find the Kuhenkis. Okay. One of them is right here. Wait, there's two purple... Oh, there's literally two purple deer? Oh, that's incredibly annoying. Really? There's literally two different enemies. One is immune to Electro, one isn't. That's so annoying because they're stupid, and in Abyss, all they show is like a little character icon for the freaking thing. You just go and click on it, and you see the name, which is a name you'll just hopefully have to recognize. Like, oh my god. So we're gonna have to recognize either Flubeldorp or Goobeldorp. You're gonna have to look at the text or recognize the minor differences in the image and recognize Flubeldorp versus Googeldorp deer. and Flubbeldorp deer is immune to electro, and Google Dorp deer is not immune to electro. Come on, can they? All they need to do is add like a thing in Abyss where you can click on the enemy icon. You can click on the enemy icon and it shows whether they're immune or not. That's all they have to do. It's really all you have to do, Hoyle.
I insist.
Oculus over here, we may as well get. Okay. Exclamation point for furniture. It's also apparently antelope, not a deer or horse. Yeah. Yes, my Flynns is C2 now. I did activate it in the Flynns video. Where are we going? Where are the particles? Hello? Oh my god, I was gonna use the jump pad there. Oh, they're right here. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is going backwards. Wonderful. That is not the direction I wanted to go. I was hoping it would... What? I was hoping it was gonna go the direction I wanted to go.
Perhaps
Okay, just teleport back up. I dislike the red dots too. I mean, for stuff like furniture, oh yeah. I strongly feel I do not need to be told about furniture in my inventory every single. Honestly, I don't even know why. Like, why can the furniture not just like auto go into my teapot and be usable in my teapot without redeeming the recipe or whatever? Like, what is the point of that? What is the point of the extra step of having to go in there? Like, I guess you could argue it's to make sure that the user knows that they got a new thing that they can do in their teapot, but like, you could just show me that new icon in the teapot itself, not outside of the teapot, because obviously not every player is going to care about the freaking teapot. So it's just nonsense to me, I think, to force a red dot for that. But I don't know. It's so normalized to me. I don't even give a shit. It's just like whatever. It's just gacha games. Well, Hoyo games, at least. I'm sure there's gachas that don't have that problem, but it's Hoyo games at least, and there's stupid BS with notification dots for every little thing. For some reason, that's the default. Can't have anything else other than red dots for every little thing, even if it's something that doesn't pertain to what I care about. It's Animo too, but is that the same species? I mean, at least the different colors of the deer like indicate different things, but if there's different versions of the antelope's deer or whatever that are the same like coloration, like not obvious at a glance, right, that they are a different color, a different version of it. So anyways, it's because it's like it's already annoying enough to have to learn enemies and whatever, right? And most players don't do that already. Can I get one more thing? God damn it. It's really kind of hoping to already be at 2 by now. Oh, of course, I just lost the... Crap. Okay. Oh, really? Oh, well, we got it anyways. Okay. Horse antelope thing, the non-electro ones look pretty different. Do they? I don't know. I don't know what the character, I don't know what the profile icons look like. I haven't looked at those side by side. I can tell you that at a glance, the first time I see them in Abyss, I am not going to be able to tell. I'm going to be like, which one is this? Now that I know there's 2 different ones, I'm going to be like, which one is it? If I encountered it in Abyss the first time, I wouldn't even recognize there were 2 different ones. I'd just been like, oh, it's a purple antelope thing. I don't remember what that does exactly. We'll find out. Favorite polearms only team? That's a good question, actually, at this point. I haven't thought about it in a while. I would say my favorite polearms only team might still be the same one that was my favorite for a while. I'm not thinking about this at all, by the way. I don't remember what I was supposed to do here. Where am I supposed to put them? Supposed to put it over here? Maybe? No? Probably not. I feel like that's not correct. Where am I supposed to reach? That's my confusion. Can I don't remember being confused with this the first time, bro. What the? Can I not move it anymore? Did I just get it stuck? The hell? Yeah, I can't push or pull it because it's in the corner. Was saying, if I the first time I encountered an abyss, if I hadn't been informed that there's two different ones, I would have just been like, I don't know what this does. We'll find out, or I'll look it up, and then I look up the wrong one potentially, and then whatever. That might have reset. No, did not reset. How do I reset? I feel like I have to reset because that is stuck, I think. How reset game? Do I have to relog? I just reload the area. There's a deer to reset the puzzle. Where? Click a nearby deer.
Relax. It takes more than a little rainfall to extinguish my lamp.
Let me click a nearby deer. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, well actually no, we need to know. What the hell do you mean by click a nearby deer? There's no need to reset. Well, I can't move shit right now, so... I can't grab the rock, because I need to get the thing over here. Oh, this. Oh, I forgot you can move the floor. God damn it. That's what I forgot. Yeah, this is what I get for yabbing, by the way. It's fine. Yeah. Alright, that's why there's no need to reset. So, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about with resetting, by the way. Then. I think there's literally no reset here. And because we didn't need it. They presumably made this reset proof. Which is a good thing. The problem was I was distracted with yapping, and I literally ignored the floor mechanic. Because I'm a dumbass. It's fine. I never had a problem with that the first time I did it. Was because I was not live streaming yapping stupidity the whole time. It's fine. It's funny how being a live streamer makes me feel like a 10 times dumber person, but it's almost like my brain can't completely focus on yapping at the same time. What? Can I grab it? Yapping at the same time as, yeah. Anyways. Normal puzzles have a deer to reset. This one doesn't, because it doesn't need to. If the puzzle is made to where you don't actually have a configuration state that a player can get stuck in, it doesn't need to have a reset button. I don't think there was a configuration where that one needed to be reset. Anyways. I know people were probably trying to purposely trick me to go look for a deer statue. I know why. It's fine. Alright. Yay, Primo Gems. How much did that quest give me? Not that. For encounter points. Wow, 10 whole points. That's like 3 dailies. I think that's actually only 2. But, alright. One more chest here, and then we get this Oculus. And then we'll, open...
Not to be sniffed at.
God damn it. Really? Bruh. Okay, on my main account, I got 2 of the seals just from doing that quest. I literally got nothing from doing the quest here. That's kind of lame. Okay. So, off the top of my head... I think there's one here, right, from doing these 3 puzzles. So we can do this one quick. Oh, you can't really? Okay, well, screw me for wanting to get that first. Need to zoom up memories, I suppose. Okie dokie. Let's see, perhaps. Wow. Okay. The non-crime music, yeah. Oh yeah, I can do the one of the reputation column quests now. I haven't done any of those yet. Yes, it's a Lux chest. Okay, so hopefully that has one. I'll do this one first. And then we'll probably look up the interactive map. If I recall, there's one somewhere over here. And there might be one over here in this area I haven't gotten. And I know there's like the fun little whale thing out here. I did that on my main account, which is a cute one. I don't remember. I think there is a. It's either a precious chest or an exquisite chest you get from it, but I don't know if it actually counts for any of the regions. I don't even know if it's possible to get a thing from it. Okay. Camera swing at me. Okay. So it's a little bit more complicated. Push that. Crap. Yeah. I say that, but then I solved it without having to think about it at all. Okay, never mind. It was not complicated. Alright. I did 100% exploration without realizing you get Kuvaki powers from hitting snails. That seems a little annoying. There are some specific points where you're definitely supposed to use the snails to go into a spot. Alright. Most of the quests have run on Knockrat. Yeah, I've liked all of them so far. I have not... this is probably the first region I haven't been particularly annoyed with them randomly forcing me to do quests. Like, okay, I've been annoyed with them like being like, oh, gotta start this quest because you walked nearby, right? Which is like, okay, I didn't need that, right? So would like to have more control over that, but it's all been like very minor, right? It's all been like, you know, 30 seconds of dialogue and then I can F off if I don't want to do the quest right now. And usually the quests don't take long enough that they cause any problems to me. And they had a good balance of like interactivity, like the one we just did, in conjunction with just some dialogue that it didn't just feel like spamming through dialogue, whatever. So I have quite enjoyed the balance of how they have integrated the quests with the exploration in this region. Why can't I interact with literally anything? Oh, because I don't have the thing. That would explain it. Okay, so this, what? Hello? Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. There we go. Okay. Wow. Yeah, no, you definitely don't need the interactive map. I'm just gonna use the interactive map to skip to where, like, particularly for this area. Do, 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 do. Fisherman quest was awful. I don't know if I did that one. Somehow I have avoided like all of the oops, quests that like get you to a local legend. Get one? What? Bruh. One. We got one immediately, and we opened like 6 more. There's like only 10 freaking precious and luxurious chests in this freaking area. Okay, we're gonna go do the whales because I think that's fun. I don't remember where they are. I guess let's go here. We can get its waypoint. Eight? Is there only 8? And I've opened like 6 so far? Is the next 2 chests guaranteed to have my seals? There might be more quest log chests in quests that I just haven't done. I might have just gotten overly lucky in my main account. What am I doing? I don't need these. Actually, think about it. There might be I think there might have been a precious chest. Yep. That wasn't even intentional. I just remembered. 9 totals. It's your first one. There are 8 left. Okay. Oh, you are immune. Are you always immune? No, you have damage now. Okay. You are immune again. That's annoying. Okay, well, this is going to take a second. Clearly, this is why I should level up my Flynn's normal attacks. Honestly, that's as good excuse as any to just crown his normal attacks. It'll happen eventually. After we perfect this build. Well, not after. I mean, well, okay. If I do get his build to a spot where I'm very happy with, I will take a break from farming artifacts to triple crown him. I'm not that far away. It would take like a week-ish.
Goodness, how the world has changed.
What?
Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
What? There's so few precious, like luxurious chests left in this area. What? One down from tier 2? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. What? Actually, what? How?
Close your eyes. Fear the dark. Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you.
Shrine Adepts can give it to? No, they cannot.
Please, I insist.
Hello, friend.
Be silent. Night falls.
This is not a lecture, I mean.
Perhaps these treasures might be
Surely.
of utility to you on your journey.
Finally. Holy. Alright, one more.
Please, I insist.
I feel like it took us way too long to get the second one. What's over here? I remember there being something. Oh, well, an opening. That's not what I remember, but there was nothing I missed there, right? I don't think so. I don't remember the wild hunt thing gives a chest, or a chest we care about at least, but we'll check it. There is the shrine. I'll put a star there, so I remember that in the future. Mm-hmm. Did anyone else get the email, by the way, for the survey that you can take for them to potentially do a voice interview for you for Genshin? I got one of those in the past, like a year ago. They did another one this year, it seems. They never actually scheduled a voice interview for me. But I filled it out again, and they had in there like a lot of stuff of how much of non-cry have you done so far? How would you rate the different regions, like exploration to each other? and whatever. And most of Genshin. Oh, wait, that was okay. Most of Genshin. Oh, we got it. Nice, I think. And we did not get it. What's the red dot? Oh, it's God freaking dang it. I thought the red dot meant that I had gotten the thing. God damn it. What was I saying? Oh, the survey for the interview with Hoya versus staff. Can I not climb this? Okay, there we go. Which and it had like, yeah, rate like exploration whatever experience of different regions, and I gave Sumeru forest area a 0. I really think it's awful. It's not actually a 0, but like, well, it is a 0 on my scale of if Chasm is a 10, and what is in the opposite end of the spectrum. I feel like there's no purpose to having a 0 on the spectrum if there's not something that's a 0, right? And I gave it a 0. So, was this Oculus in here that I missed, or was it outside? It is in here, okay. Kind of was in there, technically was in between. Alright. I don't have key, right? No, do not. Okay. I don't have a key because I actually I haven't done enough of the quest to be able to unlock the sigil turn in. So, yep. How do I get this rock? Like that. There we go. What? What was the point of that? I like Sumeru. I like the vibe of Sumeru. Like on a level of like on a rating system that's like, this is an unpleasant experience. Like, it wasn't like, I feel like I'm being tortured to go through Sumeru. But the point of me rating it a 0 is because it's a 0 relative to anything else. It is the worst I think Genshin has to offer. It doesn't mean it's like actually pain to, mostly. Doesn't mean it's actual pain to go through or anything, right? It's not a 0 on the scale of video games in general, but I'm not rating it on video games, I'm rating it to other things in Genshin. Okay, what the hell is this chest? Why did that just do nothing when I interacted with it? What? Okay, I think I'm just gonna ignore this chest. I see this dude has a rock. Maybe that's... Is that what I need to do? Okay, sorry. What is this? What is this ball? Is this the most complicated freaking exquisite chest in the game? Okay, I put a rock back there. It didn't do anything. Okay, yoink this back. Take this. What? Okay, okay. Bye-bye. Goodbye. I no longer care. Does this give me something? I feel like this is just temporary. Like, this is a boss arena. Probably for next patch. I know Nefert has a new boss next patch, which is annoying, but there's no pre-armor. You can pre-armor other stuff, obviously, but... Yeah, no, okay. There's 2 Oculus right here. Okay, wait, okay. Didn't realize that was gonna trigger something. Hello? Should I follow them? Does this lead to precious chests? Does anyone know? Hello. Maybe. I don't remember doing this on my main account, but maybe. Come back to it in a second. Nefert boss will be there. Yeah, I kind of figured. So they put a placeholder enemy there, which is fine. Wait, actually, I wonder, is that just a placeholder enemy? It has to be, right? If there's going to be a boss there. So that means there's less enemies to spawn daily. You're going to have less opportunity to farm that enemy daily. Next patch. Wow, how dare they? Okay. This is a precious chest? Okay, cool. I need you. What's our goal here? Okay. Yeah, this is a puzzle I have not done. Oh boy, the orientation here is interesting. Okay, yoink. Push that. Okay. So it's just hiding and we just need to reveal it. Okay. Oh boy, that's a ways up. We have a jump pad, that's fine. Camera janking a little bit. I really like these puzzles, by the way. I wouldn't mind if some of them were more complicated. I know I'm saying this one I struggled with the one before, but that, again, I was distracted. But speaking of actually ones that are more complicated, this one might be a little more complicated. Let's see if I do. This does nothing, right? Well, basically nothing. No, this one. There we go. There we go. One more. Not rule of three. Crazy. Wait. It said I could I saw a little interaction prompt. Okay. Little moon transparent symbol. Precious chest. Didn't get it.
Not to be sniffed at.
Okay. Not to be sniffed at. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, we can go do the whales, I suppose. Although it's going to be a little bit annoying to get out there. What is the intended way to get out there without it being annoying? For what it's worth, I'm glad we've been able to get a lot of these chests without having to explore around much. Actually, we can go check. How do we get to the whales? I want to do the whales because they're fun. I don't have a Farina though. So it's easier said. Oh, and I almost might drown right here. No, we're fine. It's easier said than done to get out to where they are, and I don't even remember where it is. Is it that? I think it's that right there. Oh yeah, of course it's that. Oh, okay, so going here is the better bit. Okay, that's fine. I think there's actually a wild hunt thing that can give a precious chest right here, so I may as well. Yeah, it's possible this counts as a chest for getting a thing here. It's possible it counts here. It's possible that there can't be a piece in here at all. It does feel like it's trolling at this point. Yeah, I think there might be a chest here that I haven't gotten. I don't know. We'll check the interactor map if there's nothing down there. Yeah, I feel like I've gotten most of the precious chests. So, changed made to exploration since Sumeru. Did you enjoy the most? I mean, in some ways it's gotten a little bit more boring across the board, but changed since I don't know. I don't know if I can point a specific change other than just they've gotten better at making it more self-contained and like not having to like switch characters all the time as much, which is I think objectively a good thing, personally. Thanks, Flint. Oh, I got a ring. Nice. That's good. That's a good start to this area. But that's the same thing that happened in the other area.
Close your eyes.
So, you know, I don't know if it's just kind of trolling me or not. Okay. Fun little minor cutscenes for having Flynns. Okay. Alright, that is the thing I wanted to do here though, and then yeah, nice. And then we will go to the whales. I can't remember, is there another chest I think there is another chest you can get from this area from doing this thing. This is one of the ones, because there's a precious chest that I got from like doing the bulletin board here, and there's like one person that you meet out here, one here, so I'll put this here. I can't remember where the third one was, but I know that leads you to get a precious chest that I'm guessing it can have. I'm guessing it can have the thing, but we'll try to finish Hisi Isle first. So, where's the last bounty? Someone remind me. Just general area. Was it? Oh, was it over here? I know there was a whole sequence of stuff over here. I think it was. I think it might have been like in here. Or in here, if I'm remembering correctly. Nothing passage, it was? Okay. This is nothing passage, right? Yeah, okay. I don't remember where exactly, but I'll just put it here. Okay. Go to whales. Why is there a child over there? You finish up the crabs world quest? No, I literally have not done any of the. I don't want to interact. I don't know what you're going to trigger, so I'm not going to interact with you. I literally have not done any of the quests for the local legends. I did like I think at least I feel like 10 quests on my main account, but apparently not the ones that lead to local legends. The main one I know I haven't done. I haven't done this quest. I know I haven't done which I think this leads to one of the local legends, but I haven't done the one that is the wild hunt related quest. And I haven't done this. I know for sure. Those are the 3 I know for sure I have not touched. That like I have available. The other ones I might have just missed the interaction for or whatever. Actually no, there's another. Oops. That was a weird black screen. There's another World quest I think that starts like over here that I have not done. Yep. Let's do the little whale thing. You get a Lux and 2 precious chests if you get it done. I don't know that you have to do those to. I was able to get all the things on my main account without doing a single one. So I'm going to guess that you don't get the pieces from those. But if we have to, maybe. Near blue amber link, put the C part. Oh. What of the bounty? It's over here? Interesting. Okay. Dude. It's gonna take a second, but not that long. I should have gone over there. Yeah. I didn't what? How the hell was I not within range? Okay. Below me. Why did it? Oh my gosh, the switching between the different circles is so jank. Like, why does it not just like? Why does it? Gosh, just like jumps forward at arbitrary times. No, I wanted to. Okay. I wish we had more control over where that bounced to, but whatever. It's minor. Like, I can't get that properly when it just controls the angle for me, and the angle is garbage. How did I not? I couldn't move off there. Like, I can't move off here. I want to move off here so I can. What? Okay, that's kind of pissing me off because the inconsistency here is that I have to get far more accurate to hit these compared to every single other instance when you interact with these things. where you don't have to be pinpoint accurate, and like you can get within 20 meters of it and they get sucked into you. I apologize, Korean human. I am busy. I am busy with the whales. And pick the Kubaki. What do you mean? Oh my god. What? I literally like went through one of those and it did not. What the frick? What? How did I miss 2 there? Oh my god. Thankfully you don't need to get all of these, from what I recall. But I might fail this regardless. Oh my god. Because it won't let me switch at times when I want to switch. Cool. Sick. I love it. Jank thing won't let me switch when I want to switch. Great. Use the blue Kubaki. Can I get off, please? Why does it not show that? This is what's pissing me out the most. It's like I can't switch. Free me. I can't switch when I want to switch. Like the freaking range of the sucking ability, whatever, right? Why did it not just give me the magnet one automatically? Like, why did I not just get that? Okay, yeah, that trivializes it. but like, why did I have to grab it? Whatever. Literally every other time I've done one of these, I automatically get that, dude. But I had to do a separate interaction prompt this time. Or no, actually, didn't have to do a separate interaction. I just had to run into it. Okay. Thank you. I know I was still collecting them when I was going through, but it's just... Alright. Please, can I switch? Hello? To be fair, it is more engaging. Like if I could switch, if I could actually switch like to the say this line earlier, then I just switch there. I actually think the not magnet one is more fun from an interactivity level, from trying to be accurate. The problem is that I can't switch when I need to switch, and that makes it not very fun to not use the magnet one. So I think that's not a very well made thing, but oh well. It's fine. I think these things are the worst part of Notcry exploration, quite frankly. They're just meant to be visual pretty things, not actually engaging mechanics. Alright. So nothing from that, and yeah, I wasn't sure if I could actually get anything from that. Let's go check here quick. And after that, I'm out of ideas and we'll have to use the interactive map to double check. Oops. Mm-hmm. Come on. Yeah. I think there's a chest right in here after you get in here, but I don't remember. Mm-hmm. Oh, is this the crab quest? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Maybe did I do part of this quest or something on my main account then? Why did I remember there's a chest down here then? So I haven't done the crab quest. I definitely didn't finish it at least. But, anyways, where can I get the rock? Where's a power thing? Hello? Whatever. Okay. I don't care. Okay, well, before we, I mean, maybe we can do this. This might make sense to do. Unless anyone if anyone in chat is like 100% confident. I've had many people say before that like I got a thing from this, but if anyone in chat is precious or lux chests that I missed that were obvious. Is that one underground? That one is underground. Okay. Okay. Stream back? Oh, what? Stream died. That must have been on YouTube's end because I have no issues on my end. I saw literally no warning. You had 2 seals from this, Sylveon? Wow. Thundering Fury, can you do 3 mini bursts at C0? No. Because Mihoyo... Remember, rule number 1 for Mihoyo. They don't like fun. The base cooldown in Northland Spear Storm is 6 seconds and will not be affected by other effects. So, the only way to get 3 mini bursts at C0 is to do hit light extension, which is very tricky. Crab blocked? Okay. Yeah, it wasn't my internet, because I've got no drop frames from OBS. I've got no issues on my end. So I don't know what happened there. And it didn't happen on Twitch, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think that was a YouTube server end, I think.
The march of the wild hunt will be sure to drag.
Oh, can I get this now? No, god damn it. I do think they could have done a better job with the range of this stuff. It makes it a little clunky to interact with a lot of not-cry things. Alright. Why no common chest? That goes on its side. It's funny. Alright.
Please, I
insist.
insist.
Please, I insist. Hello. Okay, I don't remember doing this at all. Did I do it? Whatever. I think I must have just gone lucky in the mid count. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't remember. I don't remember having to fight it though. Maybe I just didn't finish it. Maybe I just went halfway. Maybe the chest, there's a chest on the interactive map that it might actually be in a different spot. Then, so what, where the frick, there it is, okay. This is the one I was looking at, the map, which I don't know, okay. Yeah, I don't know where to access this from. Doesn't, it actually doesn't say it's underground. What? But that is definitely underground. Oh, this is a little cave that you access right outside here. Okay, okay. Well, we'll see if we need to do it. I don't know, this quest I don't think takes that long, right?
Not to be sniffed at.
Presumably. Why does he need to plunge? What do you mean? Why does he need to plunge? Why does Flynn's need to plunge? Yeah, I get the vibe. This is a short quest. Because Flynn's does not need to plunge.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey.
Oh, Discord bloop. That's me, I think, because we disabled it earlier. My bad. I can turn Discord bloops off. Hold, please. Sorry. Where the frick? I forgot where it is. Stream. Stream, but there it is. Okay. I need to set a keybind for that, honestly. Okay. You have to go and collect these berries if you didn't have any. Were there any down here? Yeah. Kid that you didn't want to interact with earlier also gives a pressure chest? Really? That's annoying. Wait, why is that underground? What the... whatever. Oh, nice. We already got one. Of course, didn't give a thing. Because why would it? Flynns can't plunge. Just don't understand why why does he even need to plunge? He already has 2 mini plunges. I mean, that's not a plunge. That is his mini burst. Just because he goes up in the air a little bit, goes down, doesn't mean it's a plunge attack. A plunge attack is you doing a jump and you doing a plunge, and then the game using the plunge multiplier in his kit. The reason that it would be cool if you would be able to plunge is, one, Dragon Strike tech could be a way to get extra damage out of him to like actually gain value from his normal attack multipliers, because remember, his normal attack damage, his multipliers are poo-poo. They're poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo. They're not like technically nothing, mind you, but like they're poo-poo. And being able to plunge to get additional damage on him would be cool. But yeah, the most notable thing is that Shan Yun would be a good teammate. And like, it would change his gameplay. He'd probably have a nice animation with it. The only reason they have that line in his kit is because they're like, oh, we don't want you to use Shan Yun with this character. It would, I don't even think it would have made Shan Yun better than Sucrose necessarily. Maybe would have made Shan Yun competitive with Sucrose. Maybe. I am definitely not confident it would have been better though. I never ran the numbers on that, but that's kind of funny. Yeah, it's just like it is a Hoyo hates fun thing. I don't really like how rigid they're being with some of their main DPS, and it's funny, like Nefert seems not nearly as rigid. Well, no, she kind of is still, and she really is, because she's so cooldown restricted. Like she might end up having some tech, I think, to be not rigid, but I don't know. Like the reason they're potentially being as rigid as they are with DPS character kits, with not letting you do things like plunging, you know, your cooldown can't be reduced by any other methods other than polar constellation bozo, or do hit like, not the hit like extension doesn't reduce cooldowns, but it does extend your duration for your skill state to be able to potentially do 3 mini bursts. But the reason they're making kits more restrictive is presumably because they're, like, you could argue from a beneficial standpoint, is they're trying to avoid characters being unbalanced. They're trying to avoid characters being used in ways that make them too strong to protect the balance of the game, which bull f***ing shit at this point. That's their logic, in my opinion. I think they just want to restrict character kits, because the more the character kits are restricted, the more likely it is you feel the need to pull a different character to cover some other kind of different utility, right? That's my vibe. Do I need to switch to Yao Yao here? I assume this is where I fight the thing. I'm gonna switch to Yao Yao just in case.
I'll lead the way.
Thanks, Yao Yao. Okay. Am I supposed to get up on these? No, that just deals damage. No, it doesn't deal damage. Doesn't do anything? Okay. Oh, I see. Wow, schmack. So yeah, Flynns is like so close to being someone that could have been my favorite DPS in the game. But instead they made him very, very rigid in what you can utilize him for. Like make him able to be swapped out, make it so he doesn't have any cooldown at all for his mini bursts, and just make it, hey, you have energy, you can do mini bursts, right? I would have liked him to be 5-star Sethos, right? Where you could actually consider. Oh, I was like, what? where you could actually consider just like doing something silly like building a ton of ER. More ER you build, then the more the more you get mini bursts out. But like, does that mean you would build infinite ER? No, that is not what it would mean, because you still want crit and whatever. But it would be fun and like would increase his synergy with like whatever random energy refunding mechanics that exist in the game, both character kit wise and like how enemies have energy refunding mechanics. In AoE situations where enemies drop more particles, it would allow you to have more fun. With mini bursting extra, like, I don't know, and like not being able to be swapped out, whatever. The fact that you're forced to have his infusion, the fact that you're forced to have his infusion on him, but then his infusion isn't, his normal attacks aren't that valuable, and you can't plunge, so you can't make them that valuable. Like why restrict things this much? Like, if the concern is balance, well, congrats, you already broke the game's balance by Moika existing Mahoyo. So, like, why do you care at this point? And you keep on breaking the game's balance by releasing overpowered characters. So I don't know. It's a vibe that like they care about balance in some ways, but then they also don't care about balance in other ways. So it just feels bad to me at the end of the day. I'm glad he isn't a plunge DPS because I suck at plunging. Yeah, okay. But one thing that people haven't realized is how many times characters functionally had don't plunge on this character's kit in their kit anyways. Like, they could have made his kit in a way where plunge wouldn't have been ideal on him, right? On the simplest level, they could have just made his normal attack multipliers good so that it was better to normal attack than do plunging. That's how Arlecchino works. You can plunge on Arlecchino, but Arlecchino has a kit that makes her do way more normal attack multiplier damage than plunge multiplier, so you don't want to plunge on her. You can, but it's just going to be a lot worse, right? And like pretty much every main DPS that released since Shan Yun, funnily enough, like here, we're going to take a brief break and go look at that. Surely we get the thing here.
How the world has changed. Might I ask,
Yeah, okay, good. We'll go get our thing, and then we'll take a brief break, and then we'll go look at. I want to take a look at the the main DPSs that came out since Shan Yun, and show you how they did a good job, I'd say, in designing main DPSs that like could be plunged, but the way they designed the character kit incentivizes you towards not plunging, which I think is just good balance. Like you can plunge, but like it doesn't prevent the option. The difference with Flynn's is like they made his kit in a way where like it potentially would have been viable or optimal to plunge. But I don't know. Like it's so weird. Unless they're intending to make a new best in slot animo unit, I don't get why they would have cared that people plunge on her if Shan Yun was slightly better than Sucrose. Like, wouldn't that have just made them money on a Shan Yun rerun banner? I don't get it. Whatever. Check the artifacts quick. Oops. Okay, that's actually very interesting. Not interesting, but sure. That's a flower. If only the flower was the double crit max roll. But no. That's kind of interesting, actually. I'll lock that. Actually, I'm gonna unlock this. I don't think I need that. All right, cool. Well, so a Nefert on this artifact set is kind of weird in this account because there's not much reason to put a Nefert on this versus a set or versus either tenacity and then have Candace on the other set, because Candace can't use tenacity, right? But one thing I haven't tested yet is using Candace on instructors and a Nefert on this set, so it's definitely worth trying. So I'm not gonna complain about getting this. Okay. That minimum crit roll kind of makes me sad, to be completely honest. Okay, it's fine. It's a good goblet. Yep. I am not unhappy with that roll. All right. Cool. Well, that's nice. A rare good treasure vault artifact. That opens up some potential options for a Nefert for me in the future. I don't actually know what my overall pieces would look like for her. I haven't actually leveled up a I have a crit damage circlet here and a crit rate circlet that I have not leveled. Probably should at this point. And oh yeah, I forgot I had this. This was a really good piece I got last week. So I'm at the point where like just a decent double crit timepiece or flower puts me over the edge of like having a compelling piece on her. Interesting. Okay. Sure, let's level the circlet for funsies. I feel like crit rate circlet is going to be long term. What would make more sense? I'll just speed this. I don't think I need. Well, maybe I should keep this, arguably, but goodbye. Wow. That is... Wow. Alright. Nefert is still a ways off from me wanting to use that set on her. Okay. Wow. Alright, what do we start with over here? This area is so much bigger. I spent so much more time in this area, I can't remember as well what all the things I did was over here. We'll do like the bounty spots I marked, because I think those are relatively quick. But I think first I'm gonna go do this stuff over in this area, because I think that'll be relatively fast. But I know like there's, you know, you get a chest from this, you get a chest from this. I think you get a chest from this little quest over here. That there's literally like 3 quests in this tiny area. There's something here too in the nothing passage on top of the bounty, so a lot of things. And then there's like the wild hunt stations across the areas. Actually, maybe I should just target the wild hunt stations first, but let's oh wait, I said I was gonna go over the main DPS thing. We can do that quick. Yeah, or on C6 is good with them. So it shouldn't take long, but I just want to go over like how that like, since every main DPS they released since Chonyun has something in their kit that they work in a way they don't have. They didn't have to implement something that says this character can't plunge. They just made their kit work in a way where it made sense for you to do their intended kit thing, but you could still plunge, right? Arlecchino, mentioned already. Sethos is a bow character. Chlorinde, you could plunge on her. You know, I'm sure someone's gonna be like, reverse or sorry, forward melt Chlorinde plunge with C2 C lolly is probably better. Maybe with not C2 C lolly, I don't know. It depends. I'm pretty sure it's not though, and Chlorinde is way more than strong enough to still feel plenty compelling in the vast majority of the content in the game. With her intended kit design, and yeah, it just, yeah, they balance her kit in a way that incentivizes you towards that, not doing that. Mulani obviously works in a way where you go into her skill state and then whatever. And like these characters work in a way where it's like, yeah, duh, you can't plunge on them. Of course you can't, because they go into like a special state. Shilonen is not made to be a main DPS, but they did the plunge DPS is one of the main ways to actually get her to do damage. Like Shilonen is like that's what it kind of feels like. It's like what if Shilonen, like, oh, she has her defense multipliers on her normal attacks and they don't do that much damage. Well, he has multipliers on his normal attacks that don't do much damage. But with Shilonen, they said you can plunge. With Flynns, they're like, no, you can't plunge. Don't plunge. No. Like, neither of these characters have particularly great multipliers for their normal attacks, but one of them allows you to plunge. Like, But the difference is she is not intended to be a DPS. He is intended to be a main DPS, obviously. Chaska, obviously, again, it's going to special skill state, flies under gun, you don't plunge. And a bow character. Seat Lolly, if you want to plunge in her, it's one of the main ways to get potentially damage out of her, but not meant to be a DPS. Wika's obviously better to do her burst and then do her normal attack, charge attack, all her whack combos. This is literally a plunge DPS. And then you have Skirk, who can plunge, but then has a team building that works in a way that, again, incentivizes you towards not plunging. Doesn't say you can plunge. You can still plunge if you want to like see the fun plunge animation on her, right? But they didn't feel a need to say no, Skirk can't plunge while in her snake soul state, right? It's just that it's better to do normal attacks, and her like actual kit gameplay. That's the problem. Is like Flynn's, they didn't intend you to get meaningful damage value from his normal attacks, but then they're also at the same time disallowing plunging. And I don't even know, because of how good like Sucrose doing VV and EM buffing and being able to hold Thrilling Tails. Well, Shan Yun can hold Thrilling Tails, I guess. So, but Shan Yun being able to put Shan Yun on Thrilling Tails is way harder than someone like Sucrose and Thrilling Tails, right? So like on a build investment level, like Sucrose versus Shan Yun for Flynn's is just like, even if he could plunge. Again, I'm not really sure that in practice, particularly for most players, that Shan Yun would be better for Flynn's. And you lose buffing for Shan Yun if you put TDDS on her. It still technically might be better, I'm not sure. You get the point, right? Like, I really strongly feel that it didn't really make sense for them to do that. Like, it would have been a way to additionally get damage out of him. That would have been cool, right? But instead they're like, no. We don't intend you to plunge, and you can't plunge. Even though it wouldn't have been broken, for sure. Plunge probably would be better. I think you're operating on a big ass assumption that it'd be better. You gotta remember the way you scale flat damage buffs up is because you're not doing lunar charge talent damage, you're doing electro talent damage, and you would still his mini burst is vastly more worth speccing into, right? It is burst damage, so you don't do electro goblet when you're doing Shan Yun. So you're not going to have... What sources of damage bonus do you have for Flynn's if you're playing him with Shan Yun? Because you'd use normal build, right? EM doesn't benefit his plunge damage. The crit would benefit the plunge, at least. This gives lunar charge damage bonus. And then this does give him a little bit of crit, which is cool, I guess. Right? But he has, like, no sources of damage bonus in his kit. He has just his crit. And then his team would be like Shan Yun, Anefa, Anefa, Shan Yun, and then you could play Farina, I guess. Like maybe it would make Farina Shan Yun better than I know Sucrose. Maybe, but like specifically with Farina. But then why are they scared of, I don't know. Like maybe they were worried about Shan Yun plunge being better than Columbina, but that would be insane. I feel like there's no way that's going to be the case. I don't know. Like, it's not that big a deal to me. I didn't personally need Shan Yun to be a best in slot teammate for Flynn or anything, right? It really doesn't matter that much to me, but it's like, why couldn't they figure out a way to balance it like they balance other characters, where it wasn't that Shan Yun was best in slot, but Shan Yun was a option, right? I think it would have been fun if they balanced it in a way where Shan Yun was an option at the end of the day. Do you have to talk to this kid to start his thing to get the stuff from the chests? So yeah, I don't know. Flynn has a number of stupid minor lines in his kit on top of like normal Genshin restrictions with like not being able to be swapped out, which is like typical and whatever, but still is an effect that makes me, you know, less interested in like pulling him on a minute count, right? Oh, we already have talked to them. Okay. Can't leave the NOC. Okay, yeah. So, okay, Okay, can I knock this down? I want to get this quick while I'm here. Please. There we go. Okay. Am I gonna die?
You at the graveyard.
Okay. I was like, uh-oh, it pulled me into the stupid little scene as soon as I jumped. Rip. Of course, don't have a healer on this team. Wait, I do have a healer because I have Yao Yao. I can first. Boing. He couldn't plunge, that's why, exactly. I mean, no, I think I could have plunged there, but... who am I missing? Oh yeah, duh. Running girl.
Anyone need a coach?
Yoink. Remember one being there and one is over here.
Control breathing.
I don't know why I didn't mini burst, but it's fine. Hello. On my main account, by the way, it took me like 5 minutes to find the third one. And it wasn't the one around the edge, it was the one right here. I was just blind. I literally spent 5 minutes walking around like to there, to there. I was like, where is this? Well, it was in a very obvious spot. Alright.
Goodness, how the world has changed.
So, anyways, like,
When did the custom of
the plunge thing doesn't matter to me nearly as much personally as about, compared to, like, his inflexibility with, like, not being able to be swapped out, or, like, lame thing, like, this cooldown can't be reduced by any means. Like, it was 100% a thing they put in there because they didn't want people to use TF on him. And I don't know if anyone ever ran any numbers on it. It's possible it would have made TF his best set. It's possible. I'm not confident of that. But I don't know. I don't think it would have been a bad thing if TF was his best set. Chances are, because of how good new sets are with all the damage value that like this gives, it probably would have made TF a side grade or like only an upgrade at high investment levels kind of thing. And like doing a third mini burst, like it would, whatever, you get the point. And like notably TF would have worked for his C1 as well, by the way. Like TF would have maybe made, 4 mini bursts possible with C1. So it's just like, man, he lost so much potential fun value. That's all it is. So if you want to know why I'm probably not going to make a shenanigans with Flynn's videos, because he's kind of restrictive. I don't really know that there's anything interesting with shenanigans you can do. And again, I think one of them is just the fact that he's forced to have this Electro Infusion. Like, I strongly feel that this is one of the infusions in the game that he would have been a more fun character if that infusion was overrideable. Right? I wouldn't have had the problems on a simplest level. I wouldn't have had the problems like using Flynn's with the Fatui if his infusion could be overridden by Hydro. And it also would make a non-C6 Candace compelling with him. Not stronger, but compelling. Third mini burst with Triard combos? Yes, you can. I don't know if you can get a fourth mini burst with C1 with the Triard combos, but like, I don't know. I don't know exactly how hard it is. I messaged Zajef, and Zajef says, Zajef's words were, this is me quoting him in my DMs. So I'm leaking DMs. Sorry, Mr. Zajef. Zajef's words were, yes, I saw it when I asked him, did you see the Flynn's 3 mini burst combo at C0? Yes, I saw it, but it's fake as fuck. I think Zajeff calling it fake as fuck is misrepresenting it. I think Zajeff has a tendency to see anything from Bote and say it's fake. Which I get where he's coming from, because Bote is not the average player by any means. Bote is far above a high skill player, even in my opinion. But just because Bote does something doesn't mean only Bote can do it. And it doesn't mean it's so difficult that it's fake. I don't know. So I should maybe ask Zajeff if he wants to expand on that feeling of his at some point, or if he actually practiced it. I don't think he actually practiced it, but someone let me know if Zajeff did practice it, but I don't know. He might not be able to practice. He might already have C1 Flynn's active on his EU account. In Stygian, it doesn't work. Does it not work in Stygian? What the frick? Game! I almost failed that. Does it not work in Stygian? I feel like it should. I got extremely close to getting a third mini burst in Stygian, at least on one of my attempts. Like, I was trying to watch my cooldowns when I was trying to passingly do the combo in Stygian. And if I recall, I got like to like half a second, within half a second of getting the extension. Like, why? If it's not possible in Stygian, why? Is it because, like, it's as far as I understand, it's largely a matter of doing really good dash cancels. So like I've talked to Tars, for example, and so one question like Tars wants me to ask is like, ask Zajeff as an example is, does Zajeff recommend doing like dash cancels on Raiden? Because dash cancels on Raiden are quite hard to do, but are optimal, right? And because that's like the question in Tars's mind is, does Zajeff have a double standard of recommending dash cancels for someone like Raiden, but then refusing to acknowledge using dash cancels to use hit lag to extend the possibility of getting more damage out of Flynns? Zajeff could do it a few times, but not consistent. If Zajeff was able to do it a few times, then I don't think it's fake. Unless it's actually impossible in Stygian. For some reason that I'm not aware of. Like, I never tried it enough because I was focused on trying to make my videos that involved activating Flynn's constellations. But if Zajeff was able to get it a few times, that's enough for it to be, I think, not irrelevant in my mind. So anyways. Oops, what the hell happened? How did I just get the... I just got rid of my... How did that happen? Sorry, I had to re-get my windows back. It's fine that Flint's dialogue was going. There we go, get my PC monitor. I had the weirdest freaking crash, by the way. I was on the other day. Didn't get a thing right. No, okay. Where like my PC crashed, or it didn't really crash. I believe the CPU overheated, so the PC shut down to protect the CPU from committing suicide, which is good. And I thought that like my AIO, my cooler, I thought the pump on the AIO failed. But then like it's just been fine since then, so I have no idea what happened. Why the hell my CPU stopped being cooled down by my cooler? And then overheated. Like, and I've been like staring at my like CPU temps now that I've been like since my computer is now working fine, and seeing like if that problem happens again, watching to see if is the temperature going to slowly creep up, and it's going to commit suicide again. Not literally, but like shut down from trying to protect it from committing suicide, and it's been fine. Like when the temperatures go up on the CPU, they go back down. The cooler works properly. I can even hear the fans ramp up sometimes. Crazy. I don't understand what happened. It's like a concerning problem because it's like definitely a problem. So all the people trying to join today. But yeah. Anywho's. Zajeffin I mean, I told Tars that. Zajeffin recommending Raiden on-field combos instead of Hyperbloom cannot physically be in the same room. Yeah, when Tars asked me that, I was like, well, if you add, I was like, I'm pretty sure if you ask Zajeff anything related to on-field Raiden, he's just gonna say don't play on-field Raiden. Like that is 100% true. Zajeff is meta pilled. Zajeff is why Power Creep exists, because he whinges about the power creep, but then he just engages with it anyways. I'm mostly joking. Mostly. They give Flynns a bunch of extra stuff? What do you mean? What do you mean by extra stuff? Oh, you mean the little things. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yes, I think it's a nice little touch. I've seen some people complaining about it, I think. I think people complaining about it is like, this is why we don't get nice things. Because, like, I don't know. If you really care about those, I'm like, oh, a little bit of minor lore you get from those. Well, I'm sure there's probably already a video of all the special dialogues that exist. I don't particularly see why you need to experience them in-game yourself. I don't think it's a FOMO feature. I think it's a nice touch of, like, an additional thing that happens if you happen to have him. I think it's a cool thing. I don't know. And I think it's better than, like, what they did last year with, like, there was criticism last year with, like, with like the exploration utility for Natlan characters. And oh yeah, this is the one, the other bounty. Good. Okay. I still do want to do nothing passage. There's stuff there, but as soon as I saw this dude, I remembered. But anyways, like the exploration utility in Natlan characters, people criticize that, right? As a FOMO aspect to Natlan characters. Because of how good their exploration was in their region or whatever. And like, yes, but like Mualani's wasn't good enough to matter that much to like compellingly pull for her. Kanicha's I think is just worse than the Yumkasaur. Wait, is that what the thing was called? I don't know. Kanicha's is worse than the Kanich monster. In Natlan. Because the creatures can create platforms, not in every area, but in different areas. I don't know. I found the Yoshis better than using Kanich, generally speaking. And like Chaska versus the Kukasaurs, the flying creatures, sure, but like wasn't so much better that like I felt like it was that problematic. The only area I felt particularly annoyed. The only character I felt annoyed with the difference in the quality of using using them for exploration as a 5-star versus using the Saurian was definitely Veressa, because the Saurian just feels like shit garbage to use in the volcano area, whereas Veressa feels very, very good to use. Didn't Kanich also do the platforms? Did he? Oh, okay. Well, honestly, then what I'm remembering is probably more than anything is just the fact that I didn't have to switch to Kanich because the Yoshis worked so well. Like the Yoshis worked equivalent, or no, it's cool. No, it was the cooldown. It was the cooldown. Yeah, that's what it actually was. Sorry, it wasn't the platforms. It's the fact that they had didn't they have like a 6-second cooldown versus Kanich has like a 9-second, 10-second. But then also having to switch to them. So see Lolly Auron, there was no functional difference between them and the bats, right? So anyways, like it was fine last year, but also I'd say that was still more problematic. They did a good job, but that was more FOMO and more problematic of like a additional thing you get as a when getting the character. This year it's just like minor story things, and I think that's better for like a minor value add to getting a character. It's something you can appreciate without it being a compelling reason to pull for the character, so I don't know.
With the recent crackdown and all, maybe I should lay low for a while.
Hello? What crackdown? See, Lolly and Auron did feel better because there are people so you can sprint. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but it's pretty minor. Okay, are these all people trying to join from my stream? Why is there so many people trying to join today? Is it just a bunch of people are getting Flynns and now they need flowers? I would let them in if it didn't potentially screw up things I need to do, but... Wait, are you immune? You are immune. Okay, I'll leave you alone. There's no chest here. There used to be a chest there, but I'm guessing I got it already. Because it's near this boss. Okay. Let's go do this one first. Comes to exploration, Chaska is the best. I mean, sure. I have never felt the need. I don't value, personally, I don't value Chaska's
Not to be sniffed at.
that highly. I can tell you outside of the region that that incentivized flying around a lot, I have not felt the need to switch to Chaska on my main account. But I have had a reason to switch to Shalonen. I have had rare reasons to switch to Kanich. I have had reasons to switch to Mualani. Mualani, as you could say, is invalidated by Farina, but yeah, which is a good thing. It's a good thing there's alternatives. So, yeah, I don't know. Chaska's vertical movement than horizontal. Because she can, yeah, just Skyrim horse her way up slopes. That's fair. I thought you meant like vertical movement, just going straight up, and I was gonna say, she like can barely go up at all, and that's actually one of my frustrations with trying to use her for exploration. But yeah, trying to just angle into slopes and zooming up them, yes. So, anyways, like, it's versatile. I get why people like it, but I don't. I basically never feel the need or find situations where I'm like, yes, Chaska is what I want here for exploration, right?
Dance.
But if Chaska's a character you like, yeah, if you're maining her and you like playing her combat-wise, then that absolutely makes sense. Like, it makes sense to use her all the time, and she should feel good in that context. So, yeah. She can scale pretty much any near vertical slope. Okay. Yeah, I've not messed with the true extent of what kind of slopes Chaska can go up, but that is definitely a value add. I mean, it's one of the things I mentioned about how Lauma's exploration ability, which is calling it a meaningful exploration. I think it's generous even calling it an exploration ability. It's mostly a fluff visual ability. I would describe it as, because it's just kind of ass. It's too much wind up time to start, and that's just bad. But the fact that did I say Chaska's? Sorry, I meant Lauma. Lauma's like deer ability is just bad and can't even go up slopes. Like, Chaska could definitely go up. Chaska could definitely go up this slope easily. I'm pretty sure Lauma could not go up this slope. That's just bad. Flynn's C2 proc by itself noticeable? Not really. I mean, like, the damage upgrade was noticeable. The conjunction of the Lunar Charge C2 proc plus, and the Lunar Charge C2 proc can potentially trigger some of these effects more quickly. I don't know if there might be some potential abuses. Like, I think it's possible with hit lag, you could actually trigger this energy refunding again in 14 seconds. Like, you get more energy out of this potentially. Maybe that's a min-maxy thing. I don't know. I'm just mentioning that because I think that might be one effect of what I've actually noticed, and because of the fact that it requires lunar charge damage to get the energy refunding, it's possible that the instance of additional lunar charge damage from his C2 makes it so it can trigger that more often, more likely. And maybe that's why I have noticed some more energy on him, but I didn't use C1 alone on its own enough to know for sure that C2 with his signature weapon is having an effect on that interaction, or not. But ultimately, it's just a damage increase. It's just, wow, Electro Red Shred and a little bit of additional talent damage is decent. That's it. Something I gotta mess with, by the way. I gotta see if I can. I probably should practice the hit leg extension stuff with him, because theoretically with 3 mini bursts being doable at C0 with hit leg extension, it's theoretically doable to do 4 with C1 and C2. Same thing,
Goodness.
theoretically,
How the world has changed.
because
Might I ask,
it's the
when
same
did the
time
custom
frame,
of placing treasure
but
chests
it's
in
possible the
Endgame
smaller time frame between skill cooldowns, because he's on 4-second skill cooldown versus 6-second skill cooldown, is not enough time to do normal attack combos that can get hit lag extinction. So I don't actually know if it's possible. There just might not be enough time to get extra hit lag to extend with C1. This is not the thing I have to do, by the way. I think I have to go talk to the people down there. But when in Rome. Alright.
Perhaps these
Yeah, I
treasures
wish there's
might
more
be
animal
able to
polearms.
assist you on your journey.
We'll see if we get any, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Like, if Flynns doesn't gain any teammates in the future, for the goal of trying to clear dire difficulty, right? That there should be future bosses. Like, they're gonna have. They're not gonna shill so most likely. They're most likely not gonna shill so hard that a C2 Flynns with this account can't clear future dire difficulties, right? So it does really become a question, I think, of the number one thing that could happen for Polearm is only to start clearing, like, start having a real chance of clearing a dire difficulty is a cryo main DPS Polearm being released, because we have a Scofier. And if that cryo main DPS isn't like Skirk, where she requires a Hydra unit, like, actually, actually, would that be relevant? I don't know. Point is, you can do it. I can do a Scofier, Shenhe, Mika, a Scofier, Shenhe, Mika, and yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. Wait, did aren't you supposed to attack both of them? Whatever. I selected the wrong option. I don't know who I sided with. Varessa Infinite Run should have been C1. Yeah. Wait, it's Infinite Run C6? I don't remember. Wishing for you that Columbine is a Polearm user. I don't know. So I said, like, as much as, like, the lack of Hydra options limit this account, on some level, I also ripped those people. I know. On some level, I think it's also kind of fun dealing with the limitation of having only Candace as a Hydra. Like, Candace has hard carried this account through many a conditional check for needing Hydro for whatever reason, right? And before we go to Nasha Town to turn that in, let's go this away. And I think it's cool. I think it's cool how good Candace has been on a Polearm only account, right? It's just unfortunate in contexts like the current Stygian, where you have two enemies that basically want Hydro. And it's like, okay, that's not as ideal. And we now have multiple teams that have compelling reasons to use Hydro in them as well. Where, like, I definitely prefer, if I'm playing Rosaria, Shenhe, Escoffier, I prefer Candace substantially over Mika in the last slot. Alright, supposedly this gives a precious chest. 5 rock crabs into the pond within the time limit. Okay. Crap. Are we supposed to use magnets, or is we supposed to hit them? I don't know. I know they're going to stick together if you get the red and blue. Yep, okay. Candace for a normal account? I mean, the problem on a normal account is there's a lot of other Hydra options. And the better they do at releasing compelling Hydra options, the less need you would have for someone like Candace. She's relatively niche at the end of the day, but still fairly compelling. But honestly, I would say You know, I didn't talk about this in the I know video, but the number one thing I know might have done is reduce the relevancy of Candace really significantly. But I know requires 2 not cries, right? With C1, Mualani Candace is a very compelling synergy. With C6, you know, the Arlecchino Candace thing is still compelling. I did this already, right? Yeah, I did that before. That's where I got the first thing. Okay, let's go turn in this. So yeah. Oops, what the god dang it. Any other compelling synergies on like a this is worth considering level? It's probably just that, honestly. Still. Other than that, it's just you can do all kinds of fun things like having a Hydro infusion, Hydro application good, and the way to min-max Candace's utility is to make the most out of her Hydro infusion, but lots of 5-star characters don't let you do that, so it's weird. But having a normal attack buff is enough in her kit, even if it's a minor normal attack buff, is enough in her kit to make her a compelling choice in random situations. I don't actually know if this chest, by the way, can have the thing in it, but hopefully there's a chance. I know I didn't get a ring, or whatever you call it, a plate seal on my main account, but... World quest chain is not over yet? What world quest chain? 20 Prima Gems. 30 Prima Gems. Nothing. Okay, yeah. Well, worth it for the Primos. Alright. Another Hydro Archon with a sword seems dumb. Yeah, I don't think we need her to be a sword, but I don't know. Another polearm Archon in quotes, whatever, would be weird. I don't know. I think the most beneficial weapon type for her to be is probably Catalyst, because Catalysts are broken. Catalysts have the most option for utility. Having a Hydro Catalyst unit that does off-field application, and then you can get additional Hydro application by being on-field. Plus having a Hydro Catalyst 5-star that like presumably might scale with EM would be cool. Not necessarily like EM talent damage. Maybe it'll be EM talent damage. That'd be interesting. But EM just for reaction components things. So yeah, and then lots of versatile weapon options. Obviously, Thrilling Tales. But you got DPS weapon options. You got sack frag stuff potentially. We'll see if that's relevant on her, obviously, but I don't know. Like the fact that I think the fact that Fab isn't for every like catalyst unit, that Fab isn't like a best in slot weapon for mini catalysts, but is a compelling choice, is a sign of like how good the options are for catalyst units. So yeah. Anyways. Let's not forget, any catalyst can be a healer. So yeah. I would say catalyst is the most fun weapon type in the game. For giving options for using characters in different ways. So that's my vote for Columbina for fun value. But I wouldn't mind her on polearms only. I wouldn't be unhappy if we got another Hydro polearm. I just think it's fine if I have to forever live with Candace. It's just gonna be a question of will I ever be able to get a will I get another like main DPS that can have a compelling team by the time they scale the content and start shilling for new things to a level where I can't clear next year's Stygian because they shill for Snezhnaya units, and Flynn's is now useless there because you have to have 3 Snezhnaya units in the team with 3 different bosses at the same time. Didn't pull 9 Snezhnaya units? Get F. Anyways, why did I teleport over here? Why am I over here? I don't know. I'm gonna go look at the interactive map. Oh, we never got that precious chest that was over in Heasy Island. That's funny. That's fine. Let's see. Okay. So this, I think, is part of the quest chain here. This is a cat. That's underground. Okay. Maybe we should go check that quick. I know there's... Yeah, I was going to say, I know there's several challenges that give a whole bunch of chests over here. Okay, there's 2 luxurious chests from challenges over here. Okay. And over here. Yeah. Okay. Let's go get this underground one, because I think that might be an easy one. Silver Surfer. Wait, this is a challenge that gives a pressure chest? Okay. That's the one inside. Okay, let me go check if I got that one. I think going here is probably the best bet. It's better than interactive map and Hoyle Lab. I mean, it loads faster for me. Last I checked, at least. I wouldn't say it's better, but you want to know the real reason I use it? Because it appeared first on Google, and now it's saved in my browser history, so when I type in map in my web browser bar, that one pops up. And I don't have to like Google, it just gets navigated to. Where was the start of the challenge? I feel like the fact that I don't see it means I already did it. Presumably. Start of that challenge is on this house, technically. Okay. I must have already done it. Okie dokie. Goodie. That is fine. Worth double check. Is that this?
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility.
What was the chest spawning sound?
Please, I insist.
What? Okay, I don't know what the chest spawning sound was. Eonson? What? What about Eonson? Columbine is meant to replace Ino and Flynn's team? Yeah. Probably. What? Where the frick is this chest? Oh my god. Yes, I see. I know over here. Yes, I know, I see. Eonson is, yes, a good polar, I'm sure, you know. Oh, all the chests, all the little chests that I don't really need, but I'm here, so may as well grab them. Okay. They'll give me encounter points. What's my encounter points at? And primo gems. 52. Wow. Alright, let's go to the underground spot here. Oh, isn't there this whole like little hamster shooting thing here? Little short quest? I guess we should probably do that. You might have to do that actually to get in the underground area, I'm not sure. I think it might lead you here. Or lead me there. The light keepers to learn more. No. Alright. Ow. Yoink. Okay. Yeah, I talked about Duran earlier. I think he's an interesting unit. We have really low options for off-field power units in the game. We need to know a lot of specifics to actually evaluate him. I think he could be I think he could end up being very interesting from a team building component. If you want the number one thing I don't like about him is that he's burst reliant. That seems to be like basically almost 100% sure at this point. I've given up any hope that he's not burst reliant to be useful. So, yeah. Flynn's build looking so far. Well, hopefully it should change by the end of the stream, but we'll see how long it takes us to get two more thingies. But my current Flynn's build is this. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's a very good chance he is just a better version of Xiangling in most contexts. In either from context where his damage matters, you do his damage mode, or context where you prefer buffing more, you do that. We don't know the nuance of the application difference between the two modes. We don't know the nuance of application he has versus Xiangling. We don't know. It's very possible they could just be fine with giving him the same application, like really fast application like Xiangling. But maybe he does less damage than Xiangling with that. Maybe he does as much damage as Xiangling with that. But then also has a even higher damage mode. I don't know. Is he just Xiangling power creep? Who knows? I like that he has some interesting potential additional synergy with new, or not new, with old characters. But we'll see. True, they mentioned some sort of energy gain through skill. I mean, most characters gain their energy through the skill. And Durin, assuming he has a sword unit, there's a very good chance that the sword that you get from the quest line over here is meant for Durin. Or meant as an option for Durin. Oh, that's going to be better than his signature or anything. So my concern is not energy cost. My concern is I really don't like having a off-field like buffer utility unit be forced to always have to burst every single rotation. I vastly prefer my supports and off-fielders not having a 5-star burst animation.
Not to be sniffed at.
So we shall see. There we go. Mm-hmm. Am I not within range of this? There we go. I think it just didn't spawn yet. Nope. Yeah. Is it just not spawning? Yeah, it is. Okay, there we go. It's just taking 5 years to spawn. Alright. Yep, there we go. Okay. Hopefully he's in burst reliant because of Stygian or 0 energy. I mean, if he generates like, I don't know, 4 particles in skill cast. Hey, welcome to Fab. Yes, Stygian might mean he becomes another Fab unit if you need his energy up right away. But we shall see. My stomach be grumbling. I feel like you actually might be able to hear it. I probably should have eaten more before I started streaming, but oh well. I might have a C6 Ino video coming out tomorrow, by the way. Hopefully. See if I can get it done. Might not be tomorrow, but should be this week, at least. And also, still planning the Dia video. Might do something with the TARS this weekend, too. With the account swapping. How useful is an Nefert shield? It's a shield. It's pretty good. It makes you take less damage. It's good enough that you can rely on it as your main form of staying alive. That's kind of it, in my opinion. It's nothing crazy, but it's good enough to stay alive. Has good uptime, indefinite uptime. Yeah, I saw Tars's Ino video. It was good. Go check it out if you want to see Tars doing if you want to see Tars continue to do Dragon Strike on every single Claymore unit in existence at minimum. Can I... There we go. What? What? What game? Okay. Yes, we did have to do that to get this chest. Okay. Alright, give me the treasure. There's a poll going for your level 100 character. I can check the number of responses, but I'm not going to check who is in the lead. I don't want to look at the stats until I actually do it. But let me look at the total number of responses. Ah, frick, oops. Screwed up my windows. Hold, please. Gotta fix my Windows map. Okay. Where is my browser? There is. Where is it? Too many windows open. There it is. Okay. You are voting. $3,293 responses. There you go. No one has a fair opinion on Io. She's either dog shit or good. I mean, good is the fair opinion, in my opinion. What do you mean fair? She is mid? How is she mid? She shows up in characters best in slot as a best in slot in teams. She does Hydra application off field. It doesn't require normal attacks. She can be a significant component for buffing a lot. Like... Our options for Hydra are so limited. Like, I just... On my main account, I've been using her a lot. She was compelling enough at C0 to use... to be able to free Farina for you being able to use another team. So I can play the same teams I like, but now one performs slightly worse without Farina, but then allows me to use Farina at the same time on the other side. And that's a really significant selling point as well. I don't know. I don't know how much better does the f***ing free character have to be than that? Like, just because you don't have the characters to get used to get value out of her doesn't mean she's a bad character or a mid character. It just means you didn't get a Nefa, or you didn't get the other characters to make use of the new character. That's fine. She can be mid to you or bad to you because she has no use cases for you right now. That's fine. Most characters, I would say, on my accounts are bad characters. On that evaluation level. On the evaluation level of they're not useful to me, that's the vast majority of characters in the game. But if we're trying to like extrapolate out to a more universal level, she is a good character. And I think saying that she's bad or mid is a relatively short-sighted take on the game. And quite frankly, I think the mindset that she would be a bad character is contributing to the problem. Like, I don't think it's worth... I don't think Hoya was solely to blame for the current balance of the game. I think on a significant level, the problems of how they have decided to balance character kits is Mihoyo giving players a lot of what they asked for. We're like, character here isn't stronger than what came before? Dog shit character mentality. People not saying it in quite those words, but they say it by the other ways they say it. And like, I don't know. So, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I know is not literally power creeping Farina out of every team. My god, is that what we wanted a free 4-star character to do? No. I know does not do more Hydra application than Xingqiu in every single context. Thank god. I don't think a character should... I don't think a free 4-star Hydra character should have done more Hydra application than Xingqiu. We want Xingqiu to still stay relevant. But what I know does is less Hydra application in some contexts, but more buffing for some contexts. And holy shit, we have a Hydra unit that doesn't require normal attacks and does like decent AoE Hydro. Is it a little weird? Yeah. But she also fits in lower cooldown, or she fits in shorter rotations, which is a rarity and enjoyable. I don't know. Like I feel strongly enough about I know that I would consider her a very good character by my standards. But my compromise is calling her good. So I don't know. On a combat level, she is by far my favorite thing they have added this patch.
Not to be sniffed at.
As always, it's a team-based game. It's not just her on its own. It's her plus a Nefa. It's very possible in the alternate reality where I didn't have a Nefa on my main account, I would have not made an Ino video at all, and I would be like, Ino is fine. I don't have the characters to take advantage of her. That's what I feel like my opinion would be if I didn't get a Nefa. But I don't know. Maybe I would just join the hate bandwagon because whatever, you get the point. Don't remember what to do for that exactly. I remember there was a challenge here, it said, right? Yeah, there's a challenge here. Supposedly. Maybe the challenge is this? The challenge is this. Okay, okay. Cool. There's a challenge on the other island too. Okay. Okay. Just chasing a mole. Her variety makes her mid-average, which is not a most thing character should be mid. What? What do you mean? You mean her team variety? Okay, but you just compared her to Shenhe. Shenhe's a fucking 5-star character. Like, I don't understand why everyone's ignoring the fact that she's a free character. And she's not clunky as hell to use. Like other free characters that had use. I don't know. Like Kachina did not find best in slot use cases. Lynette did not find best in slot use cases. I think they should have. It would have been good. Like Kachina and Lynette should have been a very compelling alternative. What is? Do you always pop up there? Okay, I thought whatever. Yeah, whatever. Okay. You're annoyed how? Yeah, I actually haven't even messed with that because I don't have her leveled to 90 yet. But I will mess around with her in Elu teams once I have her at 90. Yeah, the fact that like, yeah, she's gonna generate less blooms in a Elu team, but her AOE application might make it better in a more generalized sense. Okay. I don't remember what the frick is going on here exactly. Okay. Remaining robots. Okay. Live in the haunt take air. Would it be relevant? You need to say something outrageous without explaining yourself? Yeah.
They are merely talking shadows, chattering away.
That's why people watch the Ana video, because there's people saying she's bad, taking an extreme stance, and I was just like, nope, this character has role coverage that makes her kind of good. Why? What am I doing here? I don't have much time. Oh, I see. I just need to... Okay. Okay, got that one. I need a plant. I don't have a plant. Where's a plant? Uh-oh. What the frick? Frick. Okay, did I barely get it? I barely. Jesus. Alright. Nice. Yes, like I don't know. I get that the likes of ZJF are operating on a level of she's gonna be replaced by like Columbina on a meta level, but Bruh, is it not a good thing that they made? I don't know. And like, I get it as the nod cry racism and whatever. I get it. But if the nod cry racism didn't exist, then Aino would just be an even better character. No? Right? Like, if they're operating on a level of they hate the nod cry racism, in like, oh, it's only the nod cry racism that makes Aino good. But if the nod cry racism didn't exist, Aino would just apply more Hydra, like she would apply her Hydra that she applies without 2 nod cry units, no? Like why are you assuming that if the nod cry racism didn't exist, she would apply none? Like she would do her 3-second Hydra? Also, even with 3-second Hydra, there's still context where that's not useless, but on a low investment level at minimum, but anyways. I don't know. We deal with reality as Hoyo as the cards have been dealt. They have decided they wanted to do the 2 non-cry unit thing. And man, I'm glad Aino is as good as she is, otherwise the 2 non-cry limit would feel so much more shit. That's probably why she's as good as she is, because they didn't want the 2 non-cry unit restriction to force you to use a character that felt like ass to use. Like, if Aino had like a 20-second cooldown restriction and like felt as garbage as Kachina feels to use, boy, would the 2 non-cry restriction be miserable, right? I don't know. Anyways. Everyone's too pilled and every character has to do omega damage or absolutely stupid amounts of buffs to be considered to be a good character, and wants to ignore... Can you just die, bro? Wants to ignore all the nuance of things, and it's just like, okay, I don't know. It's not a hill I'm gonna strongly die on. I don't feel like going and, you know, arguing with Zejeff about Aino, for example, because I think we just operate on fundamentally different contexts for how we evaluate character utility. And I think the way that he operates actively pushes a mindset that makes the game less fun. So, but if he wants to operate that way, that's fine. If you want to operate that way, that's fine. But that means I think it just requires admitting that Aino is... Sure, Aino might be bad to you. Fine. I'm gonna look at you using Aino anyways and have my own thoughts about it. And that's fine. But I think calling Aino a bad character on a universal level when she has as much use as she does is silly. That's all. If she's gonna keep on cropping up and be like, hey, you can consider using Aino here. It's not exactly a bad character. And we'll see what happens with, like, I'm very curious what ends up happening, like, with Yehoda, for example. Because I want there to be a context where Aino's full kit utility is enabled. So 2 knock cries, right? For her better Hydra application. With 4 stars rather than 5 stars, right? So Yehoda is an interesting one, where she might just end up being like an on-field DPS, and maybe I know it's still relevant for her there, right? But if Yehoda is an anima support and is a non-cry, you can have Yehoda Aino core. That might be an interesting core. It probably won't be a best in slot core for mini characters. Really, bruh? Oh my god. Okay, we got nothing from this whole ass area. Okay. Where's the wild hunt markers? Let me check the wild hunt. Okay. Do. She is not. She is decent. Not good, decent. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Sure. I don't really give a fuck about what the difference between the words decent and good is. I don't care. Sure. I don't care. At the very least, Aino is a good enough character that if you refuse to use Aino because you hate her for some reason, I don't care, right? I understand. I hate the child model characters too. You know, and you're having problems with like, I was told by Mr. Zajeff that C6 Candace is equivalent to my C0 Aino for Flynn's. Yet I'm really struggling to clear the Fatui and Stygian Onslaught. Well, you're doing it to yourself. C6 Candace can work, but she's definitely more clunky and worse and harder to build. And the craftable bow is for her. I imagine Yehoda will have a reason to use the craftable bow, but it depends on if she ends up being a support versus a DPS or whatever. Also, we got nothing from this. I think I already had done this one. Okay, I don't even know if this was a pressure chest, but I'm just going to all the wild hunt spots. Okay, I did that one. Did we get a chest from... Wait, did I? I did this one. Okay. I did the one over here. Did I get a chest from it? I did. I think I did the one over there. Okay. Okay, there is one down here, I believe. Let's go here, I suppose. This way. And there is this whole quest line, and we might have to do like this quest line, this quest line, this quest line, but I'm going to go and get the non-quest line related things first. So we can avoid having to do that. I need to drink a drink of water. Double artifact event. Yep. That was not the purpose of today's stream. I mean, we did the double artifacts, to be clear, but the goal of today's stream was to use a reroller. Decent and 7.3% worse than good. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to actually ultimately, yeah, the question of is character good? Like, what f***ing context? Flynns is a piece of shit garbage character against an enemy that is immune to Electro. He's a garbage ass, that's the exaggeration. But he's kind of a garbage ass character when enemies are completely immune to his damage. Just saying. So, like, what context at the end of the day is ultimately the question that does need to be answered. And I would say trying to then more generically, universally answer a question of is character good is how many contexts can the character pop up in where they are a compelling choice to use in a team over other character options. And I think Aino has a lot of contexts and will continue to have a lot of contexts at varying forms of investment levels. And that's it. So, and that makes her good. And holy shit, fuck me, I guess, for liking balanced characters that don't break the balance of the game. And completely power creep archons. Like, I think the only reason, like, I've seen very little about people, like by people I mean like people that aren't as engaged with the combat, like still engaged with the combat, but like I am surprised there's so little discourse on how Nahida was power crept by Llama, and the main reason it seems like people there's not that much discourse on it is because I think there's an overly high amount of people that one think Nahida's non-hydro, like not being paired to the hydro unit in the first place is irrelevant. Is that relevant in general? It's not irrelevant, but it's not super relevant. Like Dendra was definitely, generally speaking, at its best with hydro, and Nahida in particular was definitely always at her best with hydro. But it's also ignoring that Llama is an extremely good generic character in general. So I don't know, the fact that I haven't seen that many people like complain about how much better Llama is than Nahida just tells me people have their perceptions skewed by things, or they just didn't pull, like not enough people pulled Llama to feel that, right? Like, I want to emphasize the only reason I think, other than really minor situational context, other than really niche context now, the only reason I think Nahida has use on my main account is because of having C2 Nahida. If I didn't have C2 Nahida, I think Nahida would be near useless. And yeah, like, oh, Nahida's best in slot for Nefert, kind of. Except maybe not, because she's not that much better than the alternatives. We'll see. And I think there's a very good chance Nahida ends up getting pushed out of Nefer's best team in the future too, but we shall see. It's a weird case there with Nefer, and like it's a good thing that Nahida is showing up in Nefer's best team is my point. Best team with asterisk, because I know people have complaints with like damage or defensive utility or whatever for Nefer. Okay, so that was the thing I apparently already done. There is one more wild hunt thing. Okay, over here. That's on the kind of awkward spot. Okay. I guess we'll go get this. Nahida hasn't been that relevant for a long time. Yeah, which... I mean, she has been. Okay, saying she hasn't been relevant for a long time is silly when, like, Hyperbloom is still, like, one of the archetypes that could get you through a side of the Abyss relatively consistently. Right? Like, I didn't use that, but I can tell you, Tars told me is, like, yeah, one of the... Oh, frick. God damn it. I have to go all the way over here to get this. Oh my gosh. Okay. You know what? This. Whatever, we'll do this. This might be a challenge that gives. There's some challenges that give precious chests, so you know. Oh, this one might be one of them. Considering the harder enemy. Also, is this immune to Electro? Nope. Anywho's, I don't know. New player, Nahida was the most relevant character I had for like 6 months. Yeah, not too surprising. I didn't get a thing right. Damn. Ugh. Ain't getting lucky. I like how Flynn has one really short line for his chest opening and then one really long line. Yeah. So I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways. I feel like, yeah, just... I feel like the people that hold Llama and have Nahida maybe just don't realize really how much better Llama is in the vast majority of the context. And like how compelling Llama is even if you like, if you don't have Nahida, right? Is there really reason to pull a C0 Nahida and a C0 Llama? And like, not really. Not really is the answer. Okay, anything up here other than... No, okay. There is a precious chest down here, apparently. Is that quest-based one? It is a quest-based one. Okay. It's from the... Yeah, it's following the orbs in... Okay, okay. So yeah, there's a chest here, but I think it's part of the Nothing Passage, like, orb quest. Okay. So we will go... get the wild hunt thing up north here. We'll probably end up coming back here. Okay. Gonna buff Hybrid Bloom in teams with less power creep way. Yep. Yup. They could have. There was definite methods to buffing the team archetypes. I gotta sneeze. Matters to mute. There was definitely ways to buff the team archetypes without doing it as they did it. Okay, I see. There's gonna be 3 things to find there for those common chests. Well, I don't need those right now. Okay. Okay, there's a wild hunt thing down here. There's a precious chest there directly. Okay, right there. So this might be 2 precious chests. We'll see exactly. There's also a challenge here. A little nook and cranny. Wait, that where is this one? Oh, this one's underground. Okay. One of the precious chests on the map here. This one is apparently a quest.
Quick as a flash.
But anyways, aw. Of course, it was an easy one. Okay. 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 Come on, can I get one more so the end can be inside at least? What was I was gonna say? I don't know. I'm you know, I was considering for a bit on my main account skipping all main DPSs that they released this year, which I still think would be kind of interesting. I do think it'd be an interesting experiment. But I can probably pull main DP. Well, I don't know. Not really. It would be an interesting experiment to maybe skip all main DPSs and just... Hey, thank you. Thank you. The end is now in sight. Alright. To skip all main DPSs and just see how that goes. I think it would go fine. Is my vibe. But Nefert looks interesting enough in gameplay-wise to me. And I like the fact that she's, like, particularly from a min-max build perspective, I like how heavily she scales on EM. But I think she'd be a fun character for me to min-max over time. Okay, do you want to do the Nothing Passage now? No, let's pass on the Nothing Passage for now. I actually don't think there's that many. We're power crept not heated because Llama's a beautiful woman. Yep. I don't know what chest this actually is. Okay, we can do that one maybe, but so this one is quest based. Actually, wait, let's go check this. I don't know what kind of chest this is, but go maybe do this chest quick. And then okay, this one we did. This one I don't think I've gotten, but I'm not sure. I might have gotten it. Okay, and then there's definitely the ones up here that I have not gotten. Which I think are basically all tied to, or this one I know for sure is tied to the quest over there. I think a lot of the pressure chests we have left are just quest tied.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are
So I'm just gonna go check a couple spots quick,
chattering away
and then
endlessly.
we'll do that. We'll see. All right, let me eat my granola bar. I'm getting a little hungry. Never gonna be a bitch to build. I mean, EM has a higher drop rate than crit. Oh, you mean the main stat? Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I think if you don't currently have a good off-piece goblet, it's like I have a basically perfect off-piece goblet to use on Nefert. So I don't really think I need to do it. I still might consider it. I still might consider trying to craft an onset goblet for her. But I think crafting an onset goblet with elixirs is one of the best cases for elixirs possible. Where like EM double crit goblets are so rare, and particularly onset ones, it's almost a no-brainer unless you already have a really good off piece, right? Which I do. I did, so I didn't think it made sense to do immediately, but I might still in the future. Okay, the thing down here is actually a little bit annoying to get to. I guess we'll teleport here. Yelan worth pulling for a new account? Let me ruminate on while I eat my granola bar. The simple answer, in my opinion, when it comes to any older character, quite frankly, right now, is if your goal is to progress towards endgame, it is only worth considering the newer characters. Like your fastest path to success for endgame, if you are a newer player, is to pull the newer characters and not pull the older ones, right? That is currently how the game is balanced. I thought there was something to do here quick. Where do I, oh, this just keeps flying away. I see. Okay. But at the end of the day, many people are able to get plenty of enjoyment out of Genshin. Including me. I get plenty of enjoyment that isn't combat related. Without, you know, being like, what is that? Let's say that is an exquisite chest. Okay. That's a long way down for a chest. Plenty of people are able to get plenty of enjoyment out of Genshin without, you know, just pulling characters for combat, right? And Yelan is a Hydra unit, and she has a lot of utility by being a Hydra unit. But honestly, I am stuck. But honestly, like, I kind of feel that we now have good enough 4-star options in the form of, like, Ino for Nodcry units, at least. With Nodcry, not for Nodcry alone. And St. Job existing, that there's less and less... There we go. There's less and less reasons to... What? Is that bugged? Wasn't the helicopter supposed to be there and I was supposed to be able to yoink that down? I think it was bugged because I didn't grab the Kuhenki that was up top. Whatever. There's less and less reasons to have a particular need to pull Yelan, I would say. And damage bonus isn't very good with Nodcry. We'll see if damage bonus, how relevant it is truly. As time goes on, but They are purposely going in a direction of trying to make damage bonus a little bit less relevant. And I think that's actually a good thing for diversifying reasons for caring about different forms of buffs in the game. But it does kind of further the thing of it's not super worth it to potentially pull older units. Like Farina is probably still worth pulling for. But I also... Like, Farina's probably rerunning in the first half of the next patch. And there's going to be a question for a lot of people of, like... Do I pull Farina, or do I just... What? Oh, we're not done. Or do I just wait for Columbina? Is she going to be the better one to pull? Okay, good. This was a precious chest. I thought it was.
Goodness, how the world has changed.
And the answer to that is I don't know. Because I don't know what Columbina's kit is. It's very... I mean, chances are, if you're pulling main DPS Nograi units, you probably should save for Columbina instead, right? But on a more generic utility level, I have no idea, right? So yeah. They give you a lawn signature for free when you're starting. That's true. That is true. Okay. So yeah, there's a precious chest that's underground here, but I don't know where the quest start is for it. I'm gonna move my mic away. I don't feel like muting. Okay, granola bar done. Take a drink of water. I don't see a quest popping up on my screen, so I don't know. Okay, we'll have to come back to it. The quest, the chest that is underground here. Get this quick though. Well, I say quick, it's immune. It's not immune. Let's go. Now our true enemies. Really? No, good. What? There was 2 alive? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Yeah, what is with all the people trying to join today? Yehoda is going to be really weird. I wonder, I really do wonder if they're just going to make another generic 4-star DPS. Because she doesn't give, I don't know, she, like, I feel like it would be a flavor fill to make her a DPS. Bro, you're yapping so long. I feel like it'd be a flavor fill to make her a DPS. No? Anyone else feel that way? So, but then, like, the Animo slot and, like, bow is not a very compelling weapon type for an Animo unit, right? The Animo, like, 4-star competition is real hard, with Sucrose being, like, kind of the best Animo unit in the game. And, like, if they make a Sucrose that is just better for not, if Yehoda is better Sucrose but for not cry units, that's just, like, kind of lame to just make better Sucrose for not cry units. I don't know. So, like, I had my like crackpot theory of, like, hey, it'd be funny if because this could diversify Nefert's teams a lot and be fun on a more generic level too, if Yehoda's kit was centralized around being able to swirl Dendro. That'd be sick. But we'll see. I think I teleported to the wrong spot. Yep. Best 4-star in slot? I mean, it depends on her kit. If Yehoda is animal, if she's animal sucrose and or animal bow sucrose, that was whatever. Anyways, that was a purposeful joke, and then I realized the joke doesn't even work because why would you call her animo sucrose? That's dumb and whatever. If she's a DPS, like yeah, probably. Oh, this is immune, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, good. I didn't. Trick me. I would really like to heal Nefert at some point. Yoink. Nope. Darn it.
How the world has
Oh well.
changed. Might I ask, when did the custom
If she is just like non-cry sucrose,
come into fashion?
bow sucrose, and she buffs Team EM by a percentage of her EM, then maybe, but is that necessary? I don't know. Okay. Whoops. I ult-tabbed out and I walked up the edge. Just teleport back up, I suppose. Okay. Repeated mentions or smoke bombs. I think that'll be your theme. Yeah. Yeah. They'll give another character a taunt that doesn't work very well against most enemy AI. Doesn't not work. It works, but you know. So yeah, I don't think her being a DPS makes sense, but I don't know. The craftable bow, from what I recall, it's energy recharge. It's fav stats at a baseline, and then gives a bunch of EM, basically. I think that's all it does. So, like, if she needs to burst, all right. If she needs to burst, wait, that's not a bow unit. Compared to, you know, fav, it's like, okay, well, how valuable is extra particles versus extra EM? Well, if her kit actually needs extra EM for doing something for the team, then good. If it's just extra EM for her personal damage, it's probably worse than fav for her. Sac is, of course, how useful is an extra skill, and stringless is if she has skill and burst damage that's good enough, then maybe stringless is better, right? Probably these are not relevant unless she's a DPS, but yeah. There's weirdo things like that, but those are gotcha weird weapons. Anyways. Okay. Let's see. I think the only thing really left is the stuff that's part of quests. So, actually, there's one to double check here. This one I don't think is part of a quest. I'm gonna leave this quest to last because it takes a while. I feel like it only gives one precious chest at the end.
Relax. It takes
But
more than a
anyways,
little
there
bit of
is
ball to
a
distinguish my
trial all the way up here. Wait, I don't see it. Did I do it already? Might have done it already, I guess. Okay. But yeah, I think Yehoda's kit is going to be one of the more interesting ones, realistically. I did do it already. Okie dokie. Okay. What next then? Okay, that's part of the quest. That's part of the quest. Sorry, I'm looking at the interactive map. Okay. Do you guys want me to do... This quest is kind of pretty. I like this quest. Should I do this one first? Or actually, I think I should do this one first. This one's really quick, isn't it? If I recall. I think that one first probably makes sense. Yeah, I think that's all we have left to do is we have like quests over here, which will give some chests. There might be some of these challenges that I can do that aren't quest restricted. Actually, wait. I'm gonna do. Okay, my order is I'm gonna do the Nothing Passage quest. So that's relatively simple. Then I'm gonna do this one because I like this one, if I recall, and then I'll do this one because I like this one. And I don't remember the total number of like chests between all of those, but that's my order. I am gonna go grab a apple, I think, because I am hungry. Why am I so hungry? I don't know. Probably because I woke up late. I went to sleep on time when I was like tired, and then I was like, okay, I'm finally gonna be able to fix my sleep schedule last night. Ow. And that's how I feel, because like I went to sleep at like a good time, like midnight to 1 a.m. ish. I think it was closer to midnight. I was mostly exhausted from helping my brother move, which was a good thing. So it made my brain easy. It made it really easy to just go conk to sleep, right? And then my brain's like, hey, how about we wake up at 6 a.m. And I'm just like, bruh. How I was exhausted, and like my expectation was to sleep for like 8 to 10 hours. And I'm just like, brain. And then at 6 a.m. I then sat in bed for like, you know, another whatever, because I still felt relatively tired, and I'm just like, try to go back to sleep. I tried. And I kind of did, because I did fall asleep, but not for like several hours, I can tell you. And then I woke up at like 1 p.m. And I was like, and still felt kind of tired. So anyways, and I didn't eat in between that time, so that's probably why I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go grab an apple. That's my justification for grabbing an apple, okay? Deal with it. I know you're really upset. I know you can't hear me. I'm gonna I hear a helicopter. There's a helicopter outside. You're wondering what apple I'm going to be eating? It is a Honeycrisp, because they were on sale for $1.49 a pound, which isn't insanely cheap, but it's definitely not overpriced. And hopefully this is a good Honeycrisp apple. They were marked down, I think, because they had like unappealing like minor blemishes on them that make dumb people not want to buy them. Like minor blemishes on apples just don't matter. So, anyways, yep. This is a good Honeycrisp. It's a really good one. Ooh, it's a really good one. Oh, hello, Rainbow Rave. Sorry, you joined in at... I don't usually eat much on my streams, but I'm really hungry. And usually people are fine with me eating an apple because they like the sounds of it, supposedly. I am gonna. If you notice me being a little bit quieter, it's because I'm leaning a little bit away from the microphone because I don't want to have it be too loud. But anyways, let's start doing the quests. We're not that far away. Any one of these quests should give us the one thing that we can finally do our thing. Finally do our thing. I think what does it matter what direction I come from? I don't know. Let's go here. But no, I feel like I'm bad. I'm a bad goat. I'm a bad goat. I feel like I should be able to goat better. Because it's like, I feel like I have the voice to do that somehow, but I'm not. I don't have the. I don't know. I can't do it right now. I feel like maybe I just have too deep of a voice. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Distracted. Do I have the quest already? Just hold my hand because I don't feel like thinking. Nope, that is not it. I don't think I do have it. Okay. This might not be one that triggers like a proper quest. Does it start from the other direction? Shoot. Fox says bah, yeah. Finally got Flynn's and he instantly dwarfed your Muika. Did he? That's interesting. I'm gonna guess you have not the ideal teammates for Muika, or not the best Muika build, or you aren't playing Muika with the combo that gets extra melts on her. I ain't saying anything crazy like the full melt combo. Yeah, anyway, so I think this quest unlocks this chest. It might give us some other chests too. But to be honest, I thought the quest was started from over here. Maybe it started from this direction, I don't remember. Now join your world, please. Did the goblet improve? We don't know yet because we gotta get one more reroll feather. Well, you might be like, that's 2, that's enough to reroll it. Yes, it is enough to reroll it, but we don't have the decree reroll yet, so it would be a very big mistake to use the reroll feathers right now in the goblet. Because I have no other sources for another feather. Why do you need to join my world, though? I can hear your appeal. Oh, there we go. Okay. Have 100 crit, 200 crit damage, 2400 attack, and your highest hit was 350k. Did you level your Muika's burst? Are you playing with Sealali? Do you have an EM timepiece? Because that sounds like too much attack. Unless, I mean, it's not necessarily too much attack if you have a really invested build with Muika's Sig. But if that's 2400 at baseline, you probably have too much attack.
Please, I insist.
With most Muika builds. New combo that gets 165k DPS. I mean, there's a new combo that can theoretically do even more, but the 165k combo is actually like doable with practice, kind of thing. From my understanding, but honestly, I don't know. I am really not the person to ask at the end of the day because I just don't care. I would say I would care and it'd be cool. If Muika wasn't such a busted character at a baseline.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey.
He'd be like, oh, sick.
Please, I insist.
But it's not honestly. It's oh yeah. Yeah, Muika needed to do more damage. Well,
Close your eyes.
I don't know. If you like playing Muika, it's not a bad thing. I think it's cool that she can
Goodness.
stay engaging to play over time. We did not get it, darn.
Might I ask, when did
But,
the custom of placing
yeah.
treasure chests
Anyways.
in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
Jeff, the nerd guy, relies on using Sealali's burst Night Soul Skulls to get more melts. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, the combo that is probably like kind of oops. What am I doing? Oh, I see. Being stupid. The combo that is kind of fake, I think, not technically because there are people that can do it, is the one that basically looks like a macro where you're using like, like it just looks like Moeka janks out and does a shit ton of damage, like with her motorcycle staying in place kind of thing. That combo is kind of weird, and that one is technically better, I believe, than the 165k combo. And the 165k DPS is like with Eon's on, by the way. But anyways, I was looking for food to heal Nefert because I feel like one minor thing and she'll just collapse. My robot needs some healing. All right. I don't know if I get any more chests from this, but I don't think this quest will take long, so we may as well finish. Oh wait, no, we definitely. Oh wait, oh. That chest we got there was the one there. Okay, yeah. So no, we still will get a chest. We'll get a chest from the other orb over here. Yeah, okay. At least there might be more. Hello? Huh? I see. Needed to stand back, I suppose. Alright. So a skill issue? Yeah, it might be. Moeka is like a much more balanced character if if you don't know how to play her. And that's a good thing. That's realistically part of her intended balance. And that's fine. I think she should have been balanced more in a way to actually incentivize people to learn how to play her properly, personally. Because I think too many players are like happy enough with just her getting a big instance of damage and then holding charge attack without having to think about it. That and they have that incentivization because like too much of the damage perceptually is from her burst. Her burst like activation. But anyways, I will continue my protest of not activating Moeka Q outside of niche supportive context where I feel it's necessary. I'm pretty committed at this point. I find it unlikely I will be convinced, even if there's a dire difficulty. Like if there's a dire difficulty, it's like, well, if I activate, or not if I activated, if I chose to like actually get decent at playing my Moeka, especially being like, you know, I have like C2C lolly and everything, right? If I chose to get decent at playing my Moeka, I could probably clear this dire difficulty if I DPS Moeka versus using my other DPSs. Then I'd be like, no, just no. If I can clear with DPS Moeka, but I can't clear with like Arlecchino, then that's a failure. I'll take the L on that failure. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. Good job, chat, for helping them learn.
Please, I insist.
What just happened? That was weird. I like these puzzles quite a lot. Yeah. Not really that puzzly. I mean, they're very simple, but they're interactive in a fun way. So they're very good. Yeah.
Annihilation mode.
Close your eyes. Observe.
Oh, does lunar damage stun these guys' shield? Is that the intended mechanic there? Okay. But that mechanic is much more fine as far as like a shilling mechanic, in my opinion, because we didn't get because as far as shilling mechanics goes, you can get around that thing. It's annoying, but you can get around it. I'm quite certain. The goat has been infused with blue balls. I could not make the joke.
Goodness.
I'm sure I'm not the first streamer to make that joke.
Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny
Bro.
come into fashion?
Your yapping with chests is insane. Slow-mo, it feels like right now here, even it's not slow-mo. Oh. Oops. I think there's one more chest here. From this, maybe, maybe not. I don't know, there's no reason not to finish it. Has a long, weird, like, going into weird alternate reality sequence here. Jump into the wormhole. Well, we didn't really jump in, we have no choice. Just Traveler casually doing a quest and causing a nuke. Yeah, this is Hollow Zero. This is the trigger for everything that happens in Zenless. Yep. Anyways, perfect time to eat an apple. Just vibe to the purple colors. Speaking of Zenless, I'm really hoping my PC can run the RTX implementation well, because I've seen some screenshots of RTX in Zenless, and it seems like it might fix some of the color balance that I don't like. It's the main visual complaint I have about Zenless is it's like it looks a little bit like washed out in a way, and it's like part of the aesthetic style. I know like what's going on. Traveler's legs are wigging out here. But I do hope I can get RTX running well enough that it looks good in Zenless. Apple with peanut butter and honey? No. I've had peanut butter and apples before. It's good, don't get me wrong. I just like apples at a baseline. A lot of things with Lovecraft inspired in Genshin, yeah. Oh, the quest title is literally the same as one of his stories. What was the quest title? Colors Out of Space. Ah, interesting. Never read it. I don't know if I've read actually any of Lovecraft's stuff. There was not another chest here. Okay, that's fine. Okie dokie. Well, one quest done. Didn't get it. Oh well. Moving on. Let's go do this one.
You look worried. Relax. It takes more than a little rainfall to extinguish my lamp.
I don't think I actually have to interact with you. Did I already start the quest at some point? Nope. I think you probably started over here, if I recall. Proof of cognoscenti. There it is. Wow. Whisper beneath the waves, I see. Friend that eats banana sandwich like it's disgusting, and apple with peanut butter also doesn't sound appealing. I mean, peanut butter goes with everything. I mean, okay. Any two good foods tend to go actually surprisingly well together. But I don't know. I tend to be someone that doesn't like combining foods in general, though. So I agree with you. I agree.
Not to be sniffed at.
I'd rather eat. Well, I was gonna say I'd rather eat bread and banana on its own, but you know, eating just. I know most people like you just eating bread. Yeah, probably not just eating bread, but actually, there's a funny thing of like industrialized society, I suppose. Like, why exactly? Like, eating, there's nothing really wrong with just eating bread without doing anything to it. Yeah, bread tastes pretty damn good on its own, honestly. Genuinely good bread. Like, but I think we have, I at least, have some amount of a conception in my brain that's like, nah, it's weird to do that. Like, you gotta at least toast it or whatever, and put unhealthy products like butter on it, rather than just eating the goddamn bread. So I don't know. Anyways, like, throughout much of human history, most humans would have been really glad to eat bread without any fanchiness. Go over here. Yeah. Boink.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey. Please, I insist.
Should go back to Nefa. Nefa's voice lines for chest opening are better.
Accelerating.
Accelerating. Need a thing.
Accelerating.
Accelerating. Did I lose my rock? Where'd my rock go? What is this? Oh, it's a wrong quest. What is this quest I have? What is the quest I currently have? What is it called? Why is it not on the bottom here? There we go. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, I see. I see. God damn it! Is it just timed, or is that actually triggered by something? It's timed. Okay. No cliche that Americans eat peanut butter with everything? Yeah, not really. No. They do. I don't anymore. You want to know anymore? I didn't actually eat peanut butter that. I don't think there's ever been a point in my life where I ate peanut butter with everything. But I don't really buy peanut butter at all anymore. You want to know why? It's expensive as fuck. like I look at a jar of peanut butter. I'm just like, that is so much money for basically just adding more sugar into the food I eat. Like, that's all it is. It's just like, it's just overpriced sugar product. And like, I know there's variants of peanut butter that are less sugar heavy, to be clear, but you know, I'm heavily certain that a big part of the reason my brain liked peanut butter is sugar in the peanut butter. Now to satisfy sugar addiction, I try to keep it more to just, not just, more to natural sugar. Like, it's part of why I like good apples so much. Apples are some good, very tasty natural sugar products. Okay, I forgot what I have to do here. I just went back to the start though. I recall that. Am I inside the wall? What has happened? Did I just get in the wall somehow? I can't tell if I'm inside the wall or not. No, I'm not. Okay, wait. No, I'm not. Okay, that was weird. Alright. Okay, I think you go here. What? I had to interact with these somehow.
Accelerating.
Maybe I had to do this. No? I forgot. I did this quest on my main account and I forgot. Is it because I haven't interacted with something else? Maybe. How do I interact with him? Is it because I don't have the quest selected? Is there something I need to interact with to trigger it? I don't remember. So many PB&Js growing up. I don't really buy actual Joseph peanut butter anymore. Yeah, I had a lot too in my childhood. What's that? Oh, that's one of the things I need. Oh, it's just interact. It's just an interaction? Oh, okay. That's all it was. I just didn't have an interact prompt. Oh, god damn it. I don't have an interact. No. What? Okay. Am I still missing something? What the frick? Okay.
Estimating value of acquired items.
I do not want to get on the railway. Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. That's, oh, yeah. Okay. Never mind. I remember. Okay. Yeah, now do they just stay there? Okay. Well, I remember though. It's the plants that have little glowy bits here that you gotta interact with. Yeah, okay.
Accelerating.
Okay. There's some down there, I know. Okie dokie. I like your YouTube videos. Thanks. Appreciate you watching them. Okay. Wow. That was a lot of effort for one of those things. Go down here now. Okay, that one's going where? That direction. Okie dokie. I didn't need to go here. Whoops. Portugal, UK have the oldest alliance in Europe. Beginning was used to. I have no idea what you're talking about. Crap. Yeah. I think food culture in the US is generally speaking a bit unhealthy, to say the least. Is this an immune boy? Yup, okay. Well. Well, we in it for the long haul. Surely this being immune means it rewards our efforts. Oh wait, no, it's not immune anymore. Effort. It rewards our efforts. It's immune now. Okay. For a slog of getting through this boy with a thingy. Alright. There's a Joe. I see. Do I have enough to get his talent to level 8? No. Sad. I do need to remember to do weekly bosses for him this week. Or not bosses, plural, just one. Charge protection. Wham, 6,000. Why'd I do that? Alright. Oh, we did get it. Let's freaking go. We were rewarded. We were rewarded. Alright. We gotta finish this though while we're here. Let's freaking go. We're done. We can finally do the reroll. Let's go. Took about 4 hours. Not bad. Kind of about what I expected. Alright, it's taking its time to fly up here. Can we vote Aloy for level 100? I don't have her. So, no. Would Aloy have been on the list if I did have her? She would have been a consideration. Yes. A strong consideration. Even. Ramp. What? Did that actually do anything? I don't know. There we go. Alright. But yeah. I enjoyed this quest, because that was pretty. The Aurora one was a little bit better, but it also took a lot longer. That's why I chose to do this one first. The Blue Amber Lake one is probably my favorite little side exploration-y quest that we've done. That I have done in the region. Go back up here. People still trying to join. Okay, if you people are from the stream, I will let you join after I do the rerolls. See what you want.
Not to be sniffed at.
Alright. You didn't level 100 Dia? I did level 100 Dia. I'd level 100 Dia for my own hard-earned resources. By hard-earned, I mean the very questionable. I randomly got 2 Kachings last year. That was C7 and C8 Kaching, which gave me 2 Masterless Fortuna to start in 6.0. And then made the very questionable decision of choosing to pull an extra copy of Dia because I didn't want to have to wait for like the dupe selector thing, and I wanted to use the dupe selector thing to get a Nilou and Yai first rather than having to choose Dia C6 from it. I think I didn't want to wait. But managed to get an extra copy of Dia and to level 100 Dia, and I thought it was thematic to do that too, which it was. And even though it was stupid. And then the level 100 thing though for the voting going on is for the stupid video that I made where I wished specifically on Yelan's banner to see how many how not that how dumb it was, but like how many wishes it would take to be able to level 100 a character if you were in a relatively ideal situation like I was, for conceivably being able to choose to spend wishes on a banner to get Masterless Fortuna as your main goal. And like the most compelling situation that might be for a normal player, like not someone like me who has C6 Galon, is like a Mondstadt Chronicle banner, right? If you have C6 Jean, C6 Mona, C6 Diluc, wishing on a Mondstadt Chronicle banner could have a pretty good chance of giving you Stella Fortunas. And maybe you want to do that because you just care. You don't care about the new characters coming in. You just care about whatever. I should have emphasized that more in the video, that was the point, but it wouldn't have changed how the video performed. It would have just changed what I yapped about. Because ultimately people didn't click on the video in the first place. So, what does C1 Nilou do? It basically gives some more Hydra application, longer uptime. So it's nice also from a level of so it's like a minor quality of life thing, as far as increasing her damage potential goes, or increasing her team's damage potential. Also for Vape Nilou, it's a minor damage upgrade. But it's kind of nice because you can tell she has one awkward gameplay thing at C0 where it can kind of be weird to get used to it, to like get an intuitive feel for when to do her abilities, right? Here we go. Get an intuitive feel for when to refresh Nilou's skill, because you got to keep up the passive, right? And for a C1 Nilou, which is when the ring is gone, you can know you have to switch to her. So there's more of an obvious visual tell. Whereas with C0 Nilou, the ring doesn't last that long, so it's not as obvious a visual tell. Alright. Oh, we can turn in the Oculus too. Alright. Should we do the reroll here? No, we should do the reroll at the lighthouse. Okay. Turn this. Did I was a key? I didn't even check. EM Sans crit damage that rolled death percent, co-PM piece for Sandrone on the new set? I mean, there's a good chance Sandrone ends up releasing when... I did get a key. Okay, cool. There's a good chance that Sandrone ends up releasing with a new artifact set, so I don't know. Maybe. Probably not, though. If it's an EM double crit piece, I don't know. You keep it for maybe a potential reroll. Alright. Took 4 hours. Let's go to the lighthouse. And let's reroll this. Wait. I didn't check the artifacts. Wow. 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 Well, EM ER4 line. Wow. Wow. Ooh. Wow. I mean, maybe Columbina piece, I don't know. Wow. Holy shit. Okay, that's... it was almost a perfect piece. What the frick? It actually... Okay. It's a... Holy shit, it's a good thing we did wait. So the reason we waited to use one of my... So, in case anyone is not aware... Well, I just noticed I have 118 YouTube viewers. What happened to all my YouTube viewers? What's it saying? So we want to reroll this onset goblet, right? But I need I want to get to the decree reroll, so I have to use one more reroll. So I was gonna reroll a flower, most likely, and I was considering rerolling one of my existing 3-line pieces. And this is another 3-line piece, so not the most valuable to reroll. I'd rather reroll 4-line pieces, and we'll see how this rolls. We maybe could reroll that, but starting with max rolls and ER and like not attack percent would have been great, but you know, this is not a terrible reroll target, right? The only thing that's weird is I might not end up, even if I reroll this, I might not end up using it on Flynn's. But the better flower I have for onset, the more likely it is I do an off-piece circlet. You might say, why would I not do an off-piece circlet default anyways? Because this onset circlet is actually not that bad. It just depends kind of how... It's just going to depend on how the stat balance rolls with this onset goblet. The onset goblet's going to give us a lot more flexibility in doing different off-pieces. And I have a lot of really good options for cracked off-piece flowers. So I don't know. We might use the reroller here, or we might use it at a different piece. Use the one reroller before we do the goblet. Yeah, we can feed that circlet. I mean, maybe I could keep that circlet for a reroll, but it started with mid-roll, so eh. Bam. It's an upgrade to my current one, technically, I think. Maybe. Yes, it is. Okay, I mean, that's cool. It's an upgrade to my current one. It's a really similar piece. Just with more crit and one less ER roll. Okay. So there's that. I can get rid of that, I guess. No, not that. I can get rid of his current one. I don't think I reroll. Do I bother rerolling it? I don't think I bother rerolling this. So like, this is good enough to be fine with not rerolling. Like if it was a 4-line, I would reroll it. Or it had attack percent. Well, no, if it had attack percent, I'd be very happy with having attack percent roll there. So I don't know. We could consider using that. I probably will get a 4-line piece in the future potentially. So that means what do I need to use one single reroll before I can do the decree. So it's either reroll the Raiden piece or reroll this piece. And the interesting reason to reroll this is this could either become... So I'd be selecting attack percent crit damage because this is a piece that could actually be an improvement on my Arlecchino if it rolls... And it has to roll entirely. It has to roll entirely into attack percent and crit damage to be an upgrade from my Arlecchino. But it's still... If it doesn't and it rolls, you know, a bunch into crit rate and rolls like better crit value, this could be the best off piece for my Flynns technically. Could be. But I also have plenty of other flowers for off pieces. Or I could reroll this for a small chance at a better Raiden piece. So, did the Yehoda thumbnail improve the performance of the level 100 video? I think a little bit. I don't know. The thumbnail I don't think had that much of an effect. I do think the change to the title to just something that the generic level 100 ruined me. It was a little better, but not crazily so. So I don't know, chat. What's your vote? Or I could reroll this piece for Xiangling. What's Xiangling's build look like? That's perfect. That's basically perfect. That's basically perfect. That could be improved, but that's like a strong box improvement level. Okay. I mean, I definitely would like more crit than attack percent in this piece. Maybe I just reroll this Shungling piece. It seems kind of weird, but the Arlecchino piece is weird in that, like, I don't know. Raiden needs a better piece more than Arlecchino. The build improvement I could get here is really minor. So I don't know. I think right now I'm between the I've already tried re-rolling the Arlecchino piece multiple times, by the way. And it hasn't rolled better, and it's just kind of been like, ugh, I'm kind of sick of carrying. And also one minor, this is like if it rolled entirely into crit damage and attack percent, to be clear, for my Arlecchino, it would be an improvement. It would be an improvement. This is my current piece, right? So you can see it's a 3-liner, but that the other piece is a 4-line version of this, essentially. But that piece starts, it had like 9.3 crit rate, but those are low crit rate rolls. It started with 3.5 crit rate. You might be like, okay, 0.4% crit rate, whoop-de-doo. But the reason I don't like 0.4% less crit rate is look at my crit rate. I have 90%, which with C6 Arlecchino giving 10% crit rate, that I have exactly 100%. It's so clean. It's so clean looking that I kind of love my current Arlecchino build. And I've already tried to re-roll it multiple times. Whereas, like, I don't know. I don't think the Shungling piece is that meaningful. It's not going to change the experience of using Shungling. If anything, the only thing that would change her is getting, like, if this piece had ER, maybe, right? But, so you know what? Let's do the Raiden piece. I'm down with the potential Raiden improvement. That. I don't really want to sacrifice some crit. That's incredibly mid. Hey, at higher roll values and flat attack. It's fine. We get the mid reroll out of the way, so we get higher roll values in the onset goblet, right? So like this is higher crit value, by the way, because it like double high rolled, had max roll crit rate. And like the ER rolls were slightly lower, but not in a way that mattered. So this is literally just an evaluation of crit rate versus crit damage. Technically, the new piece is better on crit value. The problem is my Raiden already has 80% crit rate, and I'm kind of happy with her at that balance. And making her have the main thing that I would have liked to have on my Raiden is get her to be like my perfect Raiden build. Perfect Raiden build is 80% crit rate with 150 crit damage right now. So like it would have been this, but like the flat attack roll from this goes into crit damage, and then one of these ER rolls goes to crit damage. Would have been my perfect version of this. And I don't know if I really care. Like it's not. It's I want to emphasize. I think it probably is better on a spreadsheet level to do this, but my monkey brain likes the stat balance more with this piece. Like visually looking at it on her stat screen, because this is just gonna put her at like 135 crit damage. So I'm gonna keep the original one. It's ultimately so close that it doesn't really matter, but oh well. Okay. Is the CV better? Yes. The CV is better, and like it would lower her crit damage a tiny bit, but like that tiny bit of loss in crit damage, like that was 14.8 versus 19.4. Like we were losing a min roll of crit damage and gaining a max roll of crit rate. It was definitely better, and losing a minor bit of ER and gaining a tiny bit of attack too. I just don't want to lower her crit damage more. I like this balance better personally right now. And my only real avenues for improvement are ridiculous circlets, such as this one, right? And then, so what I would like If I want my perfect Raiden build, it's basically use this as an off-piece circlet, but this is Arlecchino circlet, so she doesn't get to use it. And then this piece, but have one more crit damage roll. That's why that was a reroll consideration, but instead the game's just like, no. The game said no, and it's like, okay. It doesn't really fundamentally make a difference in my overall use of Arlecchino, so, oh well. Alright. What I care much more about, though, is Flynn's Goblet. We'll see how it go. I have Flynn's in my main? Nope. I yapped a bunch about how, like, I think Flynn's was really close to my, like, potentially could have been my, like, so much of his, some of his baseline and his kit idea, he could have been one of the most fun units to me on my main account. He could have been my favorite main DPS unit they released. One of my favorites at minimum. And instead he's pretty, like, completely skippable, and it's because he's pretty restrictive. He's very rigid in how you play him. And he doesn't have that much nuance. He doesn't have that many fun team ideas to me. I don't even think I'm gonna make a video. Like the fact that it's generally speaking pretty easy for me to think of like silly ideas for using a character in an unconventional way, but I can't find anything. I haven't thought of anything that's worth making a video on, personally. So I'm not going to, probably. So no, I'm not getting him. And I wouldn't hate having him on my main account, to be clear. I don't dislike him. I think his gameplay is more fun than I even expected. But I have plenty of other characters that can cover roles that he would potentially fill. And notably, I don't want to spend the resources, because it costs a lot of resources to level characters, and it would continue worsening my resource problem if I keep on pulling and leveling up new characters. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, I looked at my. Oh, you mean on upgraded flowers feathers for like off pieces on Raiden, or you mean on Flynns? But I did look at the stuff for Flynns earlier. On Raiden, I haven't looked in a while, but I don't think I've gotten anything. If I get really good off piece, if I get really good like 4-line double crit pieces in general, I would consider looking at them. All right. Anyways, let's go. All right, crit rate, crit damage. This is a decree roll, so it's guaranteed the 4 rolls in the crit. So basically, what we would ideally want to say here is high roll values. I don't have a particular preference for how much crit rate, crit damage, because how much crit rate, crit damage is just going to influence what other pieces I choose, right? So either or is fine. Balance is probably ideal. Balance is statistically more likely. But ultimately, I definitely prefer high roll values over all else. If I recall correctly, this started with 3.9 crit rate, by the way, so it had max crit rate roll and a 5.4 crit damage roll. So, you know, max roll crit rate, min roll crit damage, very average stats to start, but using a decree roll on a 3-line onset goblet like this is kind of ideal. So, let's go. Them some low as fuck rolls. I fucking hate roll variation. This is shit ass game. Okay. Well, immediately, obviously it's an improvement. Immediately, fuck man. This just went straight into side grade territory rather than perfect the build territory. Fucking, I hate roll variation so much. Those are shitty fucking rolls. Was that triple minimum roll? Because it started with 3.9 crit rate. So 12.4 minus... Was this quad min roll? I'm just going to fucking end the stream if this is quad min roll. I'll go optimize this. I'm ending the stream if this is quad min roll. Minus 3.9 divided by 3. It was not quad min roll. It was 2.7, 2.7, 3.1. And then a 5.4 crit damage. This was triple fucking minimum roll with 1 low roll on top. Fuck. This fucking fuck. Fuckity fuck. Shit. Fuck. Ass. Fuck. I'm spamming the... I'm not even lining up the bleep button with my swears at this point. I fucking hate this shitty ass game's stupid roll variation. Like, having experienced a Gacha game that does not have stupid bullshit. Like... roll variation makes the farming experience so, and this is the #1 thing that makes the rerollers such a... I hate them. I vastly would have preferred that we get elixirs, honestly, from the exploration rewards. Like, I really dislike that they're like, oh, change elixirs to feathers. Because feathers, I think, are just more garbage. I think they're way more garbage than whatever. So, the problem with this now is, like, that was basically worst fucking case scenario. I'm not kidding. That's literally, like, worst case scenario for trying to get value out of this goblet. Because... also, to contrast, actually, sorry. Let's say they were all max rolls. 3.9 crit rate times 4. This could have been 15.6 crit rate, and then 7.8 plus 5.4 crit damage. It could have been 15.6 crit rate and 13.2 crit damage, right? Like freaking roll variation completely is actually the only problem I have with the artifact system, because the game needs to be grindy because of that's just how the game works. It's a monetization system. I get it. I get why there is, you know, the grindiness. I get the substat. I mean, I have minor qualms with like the rarity of EM main stats is probably stupid, yada yada, right? But like elixirs really help mitigate the things like the combinations of like rarity of getting EM main stat with whatever and rarity of getting onset goblets. Elixirs have already fixed that. Elixirs fixed like a large part of the problem of the artifact system, in my opinion, and let you get functional builds on characters much easier. I think elixirs were an incredibly good thing for this game. It doesn't necessarily mean it's worth it to dump all your XP every patch into making an elixir, mind you. It can be, just really depends. But like rerollers highlight the worst aspect of this game's artifact system, and that's it's not even getting the crit rolls in the first place or getting the general rolls you want in the first place. It's the fucking roll variation where you can get the god tier piece. You can have a fucking decree reroll that you get once every goddamn 6 months, and it just rolls like shit anyways. And now this is inside grade territory. We'll see if I can get an actual build improvement. We're gonna try. We're gonna go tweak my build around and see if I can get an actual build improvement immediately. Why do you have... Oh, because I forgot I switched the new thing. I was like, where'd the extra crit rate come from? Yeah, duh. Because I have the new feather. New flower, sorry. So, I will tell you, having... Actually, God, fucking whatever. But having a little bit more crit rate does push me towards, I think, an off-piece flower, I think, at least for now. Like, I think, would have preferred more heavy crit damage rolls and higher rolls. And then doing something like this piece. Like, this is such a ridiculously cracked overall piece for stat value, but this should be overcapped in crit rate. Yeah. Wait, wow. Okay. Never mind. Not overcapped in crit rate. Maybe perfect crit rate. Maybe all my complaints are gone. No, kind of not. I mean, I know that seems like a lot less crit damage, but like what's notable here is with this onset goblet, what I did is I kept the same overall crit. I lost 20 crit damage, but I gained 10 crit rate, which is 20 crit value. Like my crit value is the same here, but I have like 150 more attack. This is actually like kind of perfect. Not perfect. Like the perfect would probably be like, I don't know. I would have preferred more crit damage, right? Because in the future, I could use this as the perfect piece long term, right? Keep this piece long term. Keep this piece long term. If this had higher crit damage rolls, what that does is it gives me flexibility for getting more sets in the circlet, right? Because right now, how do I get a better circlet than this piece, right? With how much crit rate I currently have. Well, the only way is to have more crit damage elsewhere. So, which is fine though, because it does mean I need to look at, say, I think the default will do crit damage. Well, here, I'll just put this one on for now. You know what's funny? Rerolling this and it could have rolled better for Flynns, but anyways. Right, so something like this could be long-term best piece. Or something like my Cyno's piece, because, well, my Cyno build is ridiculously... My Cyno build is ridiculously cracked, and he still got beaten by a Meltascopy that wasn't even optimized. That made me so sad that how much better Escophier was. Like, whatever. Put this on. Bam. Right? And you can easily see, right, how this would very likely be my best piece now. So my path forward now for improving his build. So I definitely would not say I have a perfect build right now. We can go do a couple runs in Stygian, and maybe we'll go do testing in Abyss to end off the stream. Oops, I just double clicked to stop recording and start recording. I might make a short out of that. But either this build or... wait, actually, how did this compare to my previous build? This is basically the same as my previous build, wasn't it? 2744 attack, 301 EM, 62 224. What was the previous one? It's this. No, not that. This. Whoops, goddammit. And then that. Okay. And there's potential value for freeing up this goblet for a Nefert, by the way. I do have to look at that. But okay, so this is the same crit value basically. But I gained 40 EM and I gained like an attack roll. So the build was better, right? So still, even as min roll as this piece was, this was still an improvement, which is why I wasn't really worried about the risk, because I did run a couple numbers to check to see how bad it would be if things went badly, and it did go kind of shit, but it's still an improvement, right? Even in like the worst case right now, it's still an improvement, and this is without factoring in the fact that I can get a better circlet still, right? I can use this off piece on him, and I can get a circlet in the future that has crit rate substat, right? So the ideal would be this circlet, but you know, with probably this flat, like the 7% crit rate, 20% attack is probably ideal, right? Because then I'd be at about 100% crit rate, 220 crit damage, and the ER is probably fine, right? An upgrade is an upgrade. So we're going to compare to this one first, because this build is very similar crit value, but very minorly better in having a little bit more EM and a little bit more attack. And then we're going to compare to see if we notice the difference with doing that 100% crit rate build, because I think that's interesting. Running the that like 14 crit rate flower with way more attack percent, because that put me up to like almost 2900 attack percent, right? With how many attack percent rolls that piece had. We're still over 200% crit damage, so Monkey Brain is happy. Going under 200% crit damage, and Monkey Brain would be unhappy. But we weren't, so we're good. You know what? Real quick, let's go fight this thing. Thundering Fury work for Flynn's if God rolls? I mean, it works for Flynn's in general because it can reduce his rotation times. So you're kind of required to play I know, but you can theoretically go from like 16-second rotations to 14-second rotations with Thundering Fury. And that makes Thundering Fury actually technically his second best artifacts than his signature artifacts, but the signature artifacts do enough for him that you probably shouldn't use them. But if you have really good TF pieces, it's something that's worth considering. Yeah, bye, Ubrid.
Installation chamber deployed.
By the way, I think that reroll... You know, something I should check. I think that reroll might have been... Let's check quick. What if this didn't have a decree reroll and just like had three? What if it had 3 max rolls and then like a flat HP roll instead, right? But it was a decree roll, so that wasn't possible. But what if it had 3 max rolls and a decree roll and then a flat HP roll? What would it be? We'll say. So we'll do 2 crit rate rolls to make it so 3.9 times 3, and then 7.8 plus 5.4. Yeah, so this rolled so shit it basically lost a roll. By the way, this rolled so terribly it basically lost a roll. Because it could have 1 less crit roll entirely, but have higher roll values. It could have had 11 point. So with 3 max rolls in the crit rate, it would have been 11.7 crit rate. So 0.7% crit rate less, and then a max crit damage roll would have been 13.2 crit damage. So it literally with 3 max rolls would have been higher than what this rolled. I fucking hate the roll variation system. It's so ass. It just makes like doing stuff like we did this stream feel almost so pointless to even give a shit about in the first place. Like in hindsight, I apparently should have just re-rolled this goblet without giving a shit about the decree. But the reason I didn't do that beforehand, because I didn't think it wasn't that statistically likely that it went that shitty. Right? It was relatively unlikely. But now apparently this goblet is still going to be worth re-rolling in the future. Although I don't know if I'm going to bother. I might just wait until I get maybe a 4-line goblet eventually. I don't know. Anyways, I'll probably risk, by the way, I can't do it this patch, I don't think, because I believe, yeah, I crafted this. But I'll probably try risking crafting a circlet next patch if I don't end up getting a piece by then, because I have 3 elixirs, so I can just do that right away next patch. But we'll see. Just because this flower that I have is definitely best. It is definitely best, unless I need the ER. This flower is definitely best with a better circlet. So. Okay. Slacking my chair a little bit to seat better. Alright, that. Try it for 4-liner with EM crit rate, crit damage ER. Yeah, that'd be ideal. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna reroll it again, but I do think it was worth it to reroll now. I don't think it was worth the save. No, of course. Right. Yeah. Oh, I don't have a shield. I'm gonna heal. I don't want him to die. Yeah, about the Genshin cookbook, by the way. I posted this in my Discord. I might do a cooking video, we'll see, but it's going to take like a bunch of planning and effort to do. And I am not good at cooking, and I don't have the tools to cook properly.
Try to remember the steps this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you go. One thing I don't mind these like revive mechanics, by the way, but I do mind these revive mechanics when you make the lady that is like when they start reviving, the queen revives the king, right? She just gains a shit ton of resistance. You can't easily kill her while she's reviving the dude. That's lame as hell. You should be able to just have normal resistance and just whack on her while she's trying to revive. But anyways, does it take 4 feathers to reroll goblet? No, it takes 2. Thank you for the dream solvent. Although fuck you for not giving it, bro. I've farmed this for like 4 weeks in a row and haven't gotten Flynns' material. I'm not kidding. This is the one dream solve I've gotten from the boss though in the last 4 weeks. So cool, I guess. But I don't really want to waste them at this point for like not. I do want to level up Flynns' talents, but I already have a crown burst. And that's the main thing that actually matters. So the other talents are just stupid. Like, why not? I have the resources type talents. Anyways, I might maybe I'll do at least like a. Well, actually, no. I think that might be. I might get in trouble from the. Maybe it'll be a Twitch only stream, a Twitch only stream that has no VOD. If I go through the cookbook on stream, I'd have to set up some lights and whatever properly to make it look nice. But I could just go through the cookbook on stream with people because there's funny things to just like read through it and react to it. I glance through it and I'm just like, okay. Some of the dishes in there are like, oh, good lordy. But then actually trying to cook some of the things, I definitely have the ability to cook some of the things. I definitely don't have the ability to cook some of the other things. But anywho's, okay, let's go to Stygian, do a little bit of testing here. Since I have C2 activated, killing the enemy is a kind of a given, by the way. So this is mostly going to be a matter of. There's going to be variance in here from my attempts regardless, like from gameplay, and therefore it might be a little bit hard to even tell any noticeable effect. I don't have Eons on a Escoffier weapon right now, so our time is probably not going to be better than the 99-second that I got before because I was with a Escoffier weapon, but that's fine. I don't think I will struggle to kill it, but we'll see. Yes, we are using C2 Flynns. How? What the? There we go. That's what I was surprised, because usually I get her energy back on Fab without a freaking problem. Alright.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Fear the dark.
Grant us your blessing. You. Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
The night cometh.
Control breathing.
Be silent. Night falls. Observe. Fear the dark.
I'm trying to play decently. To be clear.
Close your eyes.
Oops, I didn't have the energy for that. Darn. Okay.
Constellation chamber
That's fine.
deployed. Hear my prayer. Ultimatum protocol.
Observe.
I did think it made sense to use that burst in that way because we were waiting for Eon's on cooldown, but apparently I didn't quite have the energy for that, so that's actually a circumstance where like a little bit of extra energy stats could be relevant, but well, I don't think it's necessarily worth it to a degree of like you spec into though, not in this team.
Observe. Close your eyes. Observe. Night falls.
Ultimatum protocol. Cleanup sequence. You. Hear my prayer. Quick as a flash. Let's
Close your eyes. Night falls. The law
Just stand it out.
observe.
I think we did beat the time, which is funny. Okay. So for what it's worth, I think that was maybe a little bit better played, but the funny thing is there that 99-second clear was gotten with Yonson. So maybe I don't know. It could be that the little bit of extra attack percent and EM made that meaningful of a difference here, right? But I was using Eons on a Fab Lance there versus a Scofier weapon, and in my initial test with trying to compare Fab Lance to a Scofier weapon on Eons on, I was getting like 10-second worse times. So the fact that I just beat it there is kind of impressive, and this surprised me a little bit. And part of it might be the extra damage stats, but I think part of it was also just play a little bit better. So just for sake of averaging out some experience here, let's really, it's incredibly annoying. Why can't you do a video out of it? What do you mean, why can't I do a video out of it? Why can't I do a video out of the cooking video? Or do you mean the reacting to things video? Okay, we're gonna do this a little differently, I know. Not gonna say it's better, but I think it might be. Oh, I didn't get my energy. Okay. Whoops. Okay, I don't know if that was worth it. Yeah, it probably wasn't worth it. Okay, I think that was definitely a more inefficient way to get to the shield. Oh well. I'm waiting to a little bit. What? I didn't double E. Whoopsies. Energy refund, please. Energy refund. Okay, there we go. We're not gonna be able to do a 30, are we? We're not even gonna do a second E. Okay, I'm gonna redo that. That was cooked. That was stupid. Okay. Beat all 3 dyers in one set on Polearms only. That is the goal eventually. But the bosses are so chill, it's kind of up in the air of whether or not we get it. Most likely we needed another compelling main DPS released. Yeah, I can make a video out of the cooking video. The problem is not making a video out of the cooking video in general. Also, I just realized I need to do what I did before, where I do hold E Candace. I can't do a going through the whole book video, like, because are you actually fucking with me? How the fuck? Jesus Christ! Yeltsin, just trigger your goddamn Fav. Also, I keep missing on her freaking skill activation. Just, I hate this enemy so much with its stupid push away at the start. I can make a cooking video, but I can't do a go through the whole ass book video on YouTube. I will get copyright claimed. And it'll probably not a copyright claim. I'll probably get a copyright strike, which is very bad. No, I didn't do the whole E again. Like you don't just go and like buy a book and then post the whole ass book on YouTube. That's what that functionally would be. Like, people would be able to get the full ass contents of that book if I put it on YouTube, if I just stream reacting to the book. If I do a cooking video where, like, hey, here's the book I bought. Oh my god, brain. I'm too busy yapping. You made me yap. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up. Point is, I can't do a stream where I just react to shit in the book. That's you don't do that with books. You shouldn't. You're lucky you can do it with any kind of media on YouTube.
Close your eyes.
Okay. I wonder if we just do this again. This makes sense. No, that does not make sense. Okay. Need all your characters C6 or C2? Not really. It's not the problem here. So not this Stygian. Pretend that the crab is not cringe as fuck. And pretend the crab is just, oops, god damn it. Pretend that the crab is just the DPS check, right? And not the cringe ass mechanics. Maybe it's a little bit higher of a DPS check, to be clear, because it's a little bit of a weirdly low DPS check technically. If you remove all its mechanics and it's just a damage dummy, it's only like, I think, 9 million HP, which is only like a 75k DPS check. So pretend it's like a 100k DPS check. Okay. Just ignoring cringe mechanic requirements. So this is definitely a 100k DPS team, and then Arlecchino is definitely 100k DPS. What is the third 100k DPS team? I think I potentially have one in the form of like Arlecchino with having Arlecchino C6 and Emily together. Like Arlecchino C6, Emily Zhongli is probably a 100k DPS team. And then I think maybe Raiden Chevrus is 100k. Maybe with mind you, is a C5 Raiden. So, but then that uses Eons on though. It definitely needs Eons on. Raiden having an even rat's ass chance in hell of reaching 100k is definitely with Eons on. So not transformative enough. I mean, if I'm literally flipping through the book, if I'm literally doing a stream where I'm flipping through the book and just being like, haha, that's really funny, look at that dish. Like, I think it's fun to showcase that, but it's not permanent on YouTube content. People could literally just rip the entirety of the recipes and whatever. And like, I don't wanna take money from like the people that worked on the book. I don't know how much money is going to Hoyoverse, but I imagine a lot of the money is going to the publisher, and hopefully some of the money is going to the people that made the book, but I don't know. Book publishing agreements, maybe none of the money is going to the people that actually worked in the book, and maybe I would have no qualms with it. But I also don't want to fucking fight with the publisher and get a copyright strike. So anyways, then the question is like, okay, so is Shao with Flynn's still, you know, is Flynn's without Eons on, because Eons on is a lot better, still able to clear Dire? And I think potentially yes. I think this kind of combination, for what I currently have on the account, I guess this last slot would probably be Scopia. I think this current combination is probably the strongest balance we have, right? Ignoring boss mechanics. A real cooking stream is more fun. I mean, I think a real cooking video / stream, it'd probably be a cooking video, not a cooking stream, because cooking stream sounds like an absolute fucking nightmare to set up. And I don't think I want to do that. But cooking video is a little bit different. It gives me more flexibility for setting up things, and I can spend multiple days doing things and whatever. So, but as far as stream content for the cookbook, it would maybe be a Twitch only stream, maybe, that I just go through the cookbook for funsies. Yes, you do indeed have to be careful with especially books on YouTube. So anyways, but yeah, the problem with this is just this is like, okay, maybe the DPS is there, maybe, right, for that baseline, but we need the DPS and fulfilling the cringe boss conditions, which tend to functionally increase the DPS threshold required past even what it is if you just divide out their HP divided by 120 seconds, right? So the ultimate end result is it is super up in the air. And to have a real compelling chance, I do feel like I'd need another main DPS that's good, that isn't reliant on Candace. At least. I missed with her skill again. This enemy pisses me off so much. Need 3 cryo polearms? No, I don't think I need 3 hydro polearms. 1 more would be pretty good though. Oh damn, I thought that was gonna get to the shield. Oh, I didn't have my cooldown back. What? I did double E. Frick this game, man. I swear to you I did double E. Maybe I didn't, I don't know. I'm sure someone, you probably hear my keyboard clocking, maybe I didn't. It felt like I did, but I probably just like pressed it too soon or something. Okay, and then I just brained off. God damn it, that was such a good shield clear. God damn it. See, I didn't even need the 5 there. That's why, like... It's the worst, but it's fine. Okay. What for you? Do this. Let's do that. What? Did I? Oh, Candace ran out. Doing weird extended rotations with Flynn is kind of awkward with Candace because of that. Okay. Yeah, no, I actually think Polearms only needs another main DPS, that is, for clearing Dire. I think Polearms alone needs another main DPS that has a compelling team option that is not going to use the same teammates that my other compelling team options use. And the main opportunity for that would be a cryo Polearm. Really? Oh my god. Didn't get to that second shield was kind of rough. We are gonna die from the shield breaking now here. I probably didn't need to wait for Eon's on, but yeah. So this is what I was talking about before with more what my expectation was with Fav. Was a 110 second-ish clear, but so that 97.7 clear was very good. Okay. So let's see if I notice anything just on like a general feel level at minimum using the other piece of this piece. Bap. All right. So significantly more attack, less EM, and less crit damage. But we also have 100% crit rate versus like 90 whatever, 92, 93. We'll see. Again, the other one would definitely be better with a better circle in the future. Obviously. Why did I do that? That was dumb. Fighting this. Don't know why I waited so long to do that. Very bad start, but whatever. Really? How did I get? What the hell did I just get hit by there? Oh my god, game. Oh yeah, so Hydro. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's true. A Hydro Polearm DPS unit is acceptable too, because the same thing can fit in the Scotia team format. it would just be, I'm pretty sure, Escovia AC1 is only cryo crit damage, right? So, Escovia AC1 would be less valuable. And so would Shenhe, so no. Actually, I don't know. A Hydro DPS polearm would fit into Escovia team, but I don't know if I'd have a team if that makes sense. I don't have no Karina. No idea. Be yapping. Maybe this might not be worth it, but I think it was. Crap. Bam. That was pretty good. I can't say I can very easily tell. I don't know. Let's see if we get that more. If we can get 100-second clears more consistently with this 100% crit rate build, I think that it is mattering. And I'll probably stick with the 100% crit rate build for now. I also will probably do some calcs later, but I don't. Okay. I don't feel like the need to do. Well, I don't know. Do you guys want to see numbers? I don't know why I did that, but I guess whatever. Maybe let's see that matters. Because that did let me get a tiny bit of extra hydro to extend the lunar charge potentially. Nope, but not long enough for that to matter. Okay. Hey King, love your vids. Thanks, Satana. Satana? I don't know, do you guys want to see me go into a damage calculator quick? Just to... not a team DPS calculation, but just... derp. Not a team DPS calculation, just a simple check average damage calculation. Why'd I... swap. Brain. Hyperbloom driver with EM rod? No. You are not understanding how shit Hyperbloom is on this account. Like, to be clear, Hyperbloom was very usable to clear mini and Abyss Cycle in the past. Hyperbloom was very usable to clear many Abyss Cycles in the past. It is shit garbage. It is shit garbage Hyperbloom, though. It's misery RNG. It only really it starts to actually work properly as far as a Hyperbloom team goes in AoE situations, aka not dire, and like it's bad. It's really bad. Like Hyperbloom Raiden was maybe doable. Maybe biggest ass maybe on the planet, maybe doable. What the frick? I didn't hold E on Candace. Maybe doable to clear the crab at fearless difficulty. And that's supposed to be a bloom incentivizing boss. So, like, it just, as far as clearing dire goes, no. Hyperbloom is garbage and useless for this account. Which is a good thing, because hey, it gives me, frees up Candace for somewhere else. Did I not do the... I didn't do the holdy, did I? Brain, do the fucking holdy. You need to do the holdy in Candace, because if I don't do the holdy, I don't have enough looter charge time to do anything for real. I don't need to do holdy then, I gotta do tappy. Holdy is just for energy, but I guess I probably don't need the energy. Okay, there we go. See? And like, so you see, that's how much damage I get when I don't have Winter Charge up, right? Not technically not worth a do, might be worth a do. But, you know, anyways. And Nefert is C0. God damn it. Do. Even for our Hydro DPS being the driver? No. The limitation is the gender application. And the way that Yaya works, unfortunately, it just doesn't work well. We would, for Hyper Bloom Riding to work, we need a llama, and we'd need a we'd need a llama or a Nahida, and we would need what the okay. And we would need a better hydro option that could be on field or off field hydro.
Quick as a flash.
Bad with the hands on, but whatever.
Close your eyes.
Yeah, that was very good. We will do this to them this time. Nice, okay.
Ultimatum protocol.
Oop, didn't mean to do that. Guys, what the hell happened there? I swear to everything I was pressing. I must have pressed E by accident. God damn it, I had such a good shield clear. Okay, well if I can... God, I hate this enemy. But that was my issue, but I dislike this enemy mechanic a lot. Not very satisfying in my opinion, generally speaking. Okay. Can we replicate it? Let's see. Nope, we cannot. God damn it. Close. Let me switch, please. And that was okay. I don't think I had I mean, you tell me, you guys can rewind, but I don't think that... God damn it, I didn't double E. I don't think that was the issue there. Alright, we're just gonna do 1E, whatever. How did that not get through? Oh my god. Okay, well that was very close to a... That's unfortunate, but it was very close to a 10-second. Okay. I don't know, I'm gonna have to fight in practice to see really more which build I prefer right now. I definitely am going to aim for 100% crit rate, I think, in general in the long term. So again, the path forward is getting a better circlet. I didn't. Oh my god. Brain. Brain. Violence is the answer. 2 cost and we could clear this boss? No. Did it do stagger attack? It probably did stagger attack. Was it overload? It was probably overload. I don't know. For my own experimenting, stagger attack is not... Why'd I do that? Stagger attack is not doable enough. I don't know. Like I used one of the ideal teams trying to do stagger attack testing on it on my main account, and couldn't get it to happen with a consistency that I thought made sense. So I was like, okay, cool. It's good that it exists, but it's not an actual meaningful of a strategy. It is a very, very hard thing to pull off. Did I get the particles? I did. Okay. Okay.
Close your eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Meh. Meh. I switch.
Close your eyes.
Do it? What the frick? Okay. it's too difficult to do. I think it's harder than doing. I think well, I'm saying it's harder than that. I don't know. It's as hard or harder than doing 3 mini bursts on Flynn at C0. That's my guess. Maybe it is easier. I don't know. I am nowhere near the highest skill player in the game. I have very good knowledge on things, but executing really frame perfect things is quite hard for me. Okay. Yeah, you're doing your shield. I wonder if Big Burst made sense there. Maybe did. I don't know. Nice. That was another 100-second clear. All right. Let's see if we can do one more 100-second clear without feeling like it's anything crazy. If I do another 100-second clear and I go back to the lower crit rate build, and I get a significantly worse clear after getting pretty consistent with 100-second clears, then I think it's pretty safe to say the higher crit rate build is better.
Close your eyes. Observe. Night falls. Close your eyes. To dust. Observe. Night.
Almost ideal, but not quite. That was actually kind of being a little bit bad with Eon Sun buff uptime there difference. I could have gotten to that shield ideally or not. Freak was on mobile too. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Mobile players are... I feel like mobile players are almost by necessity sometimes the best players. Bye, J-Strike. That was the fastest clear thing I've done. Yep. I think with the... I bet if I did a Scofier weapon, I could probably... I think with a Scofier weapon, I could probably get it killed before it gets its second shield. So let's go back though to the build that is closer to the ratio that I had originally. But just with a little bit more damage stats. And see how that compares one more time. Just to see if it, starts to be like, nope, I cannot get the, that fast of a clear again. Tablet player, nice. Crap. Okay, I'm gonna switch again, it doesn't really matter, it wastes a little bit of time. Not ideal. Yeah, definitely not ideal. Okay. We could have missed a crit there. That might have been why that happened, actually. I don't know. Oh, crap. That's annoying. Ah! That was my bad. That was completely my bad. Can I get another E out still? Nope. Okay. I'm getting immediately more damage on him. Like, we went from like 470,000, I believe, with max buff to almost 500k. So it's really just a matter of crit inconsistency. Yeah, 495k. I think the max we were seeing with the 100% crit rate build was 470k, right? God damn, I swear I pressed W that time. It didn't actually matter. Okay. We still got another minute clear. It's pretty damn similar. It's pretty damn similar at the end of the day. But I will say if at the end of the day it's pretty damn similar, I'd rather have the 100% crit rate build. Right? If it ultimately feels really similar in practice, I'll take the 100% consistency build. Yeah, his double skill takes a lot of getting used to. I don't know if we missed a crit there, what exactly happened, but it was not ideal for shield breaking.
Annihilation mode. Defensive mode. Yeah. Greatness is left. Control breathing.
Close your eyes. Fear the dark. Observe.
A little bit sad we don't quite reach 500k.
Preparing for dust up. Cleanup seeker. Stronger.
Night falls. Close your eyes. Fear the dark. Night falls.
Annihilation mode. Insulation.
Really part of
Quick as a flash.
try this. Might not make sense, but might also make sense, I'm not sure. Oh, it did make sense. Okay. We matched our time. Yeah, it's the same ass shit. It's the same. This is the same build. With a different stat spread. Crazy. So yeah, that means that the future of his build is just get this but has crit rate. Yep, that's the conclusion. And if it has EM as a bonus or ER stats as a bonus, that'd be cool too. Yep. Yup. That's it. Just try to look through anything that we might have that I might have missed that had like a... Because I would love the version of this that had, you know, higher attack percent rolls, like 10% attack. I don't think I have that. I mean, this one's not that far from that. This one could be that. Okay. Yeah. Have I gotten any level 0 pieces I haven't leveled up in a while? That's a 3-liner, 3-liner, 3-liner. Yeah, they're all 3-liners. Yeah, 3-liners. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I am happy where he's at for now. I think for the time being, I need to actually, well, I did take Sino's really good flower. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I took Sino's really good flower, so we can give him, I guess, this, and he'll be fine. That looks so much more cope. Fixed. Kind of. That's kind of 2k. It doesn't matter. It's Sino. It doesn't matter. No matter what we do, he's gonna be kind of cooked regardless, so it's fine. Actually, I mean, technically, you know, the best thing to do for him. Oh yeah, I can can just use that, actually. Could I have that? Well, whatever. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna leave him that clever now. It's fine. It's fine. Freaking Meltascopy, I beat him without even trying. So, oh well, who cares? Yep, there we go. I just want to leave this available for him at least. And then, for now though, I think I'm just gonna use the 100% crit rate piece. Because it looks too nice. It looks too nice to me. It's a nice balance. I like it. But, things will change once we get a better circlet. And then from there, it would just be having to get basically perfect pieces, like getting a 4-line version of this, getting this, but, you know, higher roll values, not even necessarily more crit, just higher roll values. Getting a, you know, a 4-line version of this with EM, ER, or whatever. Yeah. So, anyways. Do one more attempt quick, and then we'll go to Abyss, maybe steamroll Abyss. I'll run some numbers just to double check some stuff, but I think the numbers are going to tell me that on average the crit rate piece is a little bit better, but not necessarily in a way that matters.
Close your eyes. Fear the dark. Observe night.
Preparing for dump shot.
Should have done Candace before I did that.
Grant us your blessing.
Prevents it from regenerating.
Close your eyes. Fear the dark. The
Hi,
lost
whoops.
beckon.
That was, yep, I realized that as soon as I pressed it. It's fine. Might be able to get another E out. Nope. Okay.
Annihilation mode. Your worth. Quick as a flash.
Silent to dust. Close your eyes. Night falls.
I suppose most people are going to say this build is better
Silent to dust.
because it gets 469,000 damage.
Preparing for dump shot. Cleanup sequence. We shall. Let's
Close your eyes. To dust. Observe. To dust. Close your eyes. Fear the dark.
ultimatum protocol. Great. Grant us your blessing. Control breathing.
Please. There we go. Oh wait, oops. I meant to actually do big burst there. I just did not. I didn't mean to do big burst there.
Close your eyes.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting mistakes there, but we're getting pretty consistent 100-second clears now, which is cool. Alright, let's go steamroll Abyss for the funnies. That'll be that for the stream, I suppose. We definitely got an improvement for him. Little salty about the roll. Cause like if almost entirely min rolls was an improvement, right? Imagine how much better not entirely min rolls would be. It feels so bad for a decree reroll to go that shitty. I hate roll variation so much. Whatever. We'll brain off on the second side with Arlecchino, I suppose. Bap. Flynn's with 89% crit rate. Feels like he always misses crits. Yeah. That's why, well, okay, now the crit rate is very overcapped. That's why we want 100% crit rate eventually. And why I'm sticking to 100% crit rate for now. But eventually I will have the higher crit damage with higher crit rate too. There's no Flynn's leaderboards, right? I don't think there's any Flynn's leaderboard. I could be wrong though. As far as I'm aware, Akasha hasn't updated yet, but I haven't really checked. Wow, it didn't die with one hit.
Illusion shattered. You asked for it. Final war. This is where
one rotate. I think I needed to use Resin versus one rotate actually. I mean, we can kind of one rotate. Yeah, we can. Okay. Could have saved like 3 seconds, I think, by Resin bursting. Because I have C4 Resin, by the way. That's the only reason why it's not. What the frick? Double crit. It's not for any other reason other than that. Crap. Alright, gonna get one hit out. Ooh, might be a bit greedy. Run away. Did help its health. Yeah, okay. Brap. Honestly, wait. You know what? That took so long to do. I think we can kill it before it does that. And I think part of that is doing this. Okay.
Close your eyes.
Do we have the energy generation to keep up though? No, I don't think we do. Okay. Arlecchino is my dream. I mean, you don't need C6. I want to, like, most of what my Arlecchino can do is done at C3. It is fun being able to do things like I just did with the Tulpa with C6, mind you. But like, I do really like that Arlecchino C6 is a gameplay changing constellation. It is enjoyable for that. But at the same time, you end up killing things so fast that it almost doesn't end up mattering. I would not have Lunar Charge up? Oh, can I kill it? How long does it take? Is it going to do it? Yeah, it's going to do it now. Hello, corpse. Choose your face, so worth it for you. Well, best of luck. Are you planning on trying for how much do you have for? So you're just rerunning next patch supposedly. Well, not supposedly. It's like 99%. Okay. I'm gonna give up on doing this. It's fine. It's fine that I can't one shot or one rotate. Not one shot. We'll do this. Wow. Yes, we are at least very fortunate that yes, we have a Nefert for Flynn. He would be a little bit less pleasing to play without a Nefert.
There is no escape. Justice will prevail. Now you shall perish.
Wow. Riding C4 as a buffer for Arlecchino Gober. She's the best alternative Eon's on. No, we almost got it up before the lizard got on the ground. Flynn C0 R1? No. He is C2 R1 now.
What a waste of time. We shall cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol. On my
Should really be using Candace after Neva. That didn't make sense, did it? Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I don't have Candace up, but oh, I thought it was still gonna kill regardless. Oh, we can do that better. We can do that better. We gotta get a 40-second kill at least.
What a waste of time. Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up. Quick as a flash. We shall prevail.
Observe. Night falls. Close your eyes. Be silent. Close your eyes.
Annihilation.
Oh,
Defensive mode
you
engaged.
already did. Nice.
You
observe. Night falls. Be silent.
And bam. There you go. There you go. Easy sub 40.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal. Use this. Nice and spicy.
I wonder if I can get under a minute clear total if I optimize this down. I think it's really awkward because one dude here runs away. It'd be really hard. I think it's doable, but a pain in the ass. Ow.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish. You asked for it.
Sorry.
Witness my rise. Transfixed.
Wah. Terribly slow clear. Terribly slow. Alright, there we go. Just for a fun flex. We ended up pulling C2 R1 Flynns on polearms only. How much of a damage upgrade is a C3? I'm dying, sorry. Because well, I didn't expect to have the possibility of it. Oh, and we probably should say it for like getting C1 R1 and Nefa. Should I pull up the Zajef guide? I wasn't actually thinking about this seriously. It's probably a bad thought to have, but we already got so lucky. And it's not like, nope, I just typed in Zajef's channel rather than Zajef Flins. Zajef Flins guide. Crap. Alrighty, scroll. I don't know why I didn't use the shortcut. I'm stupid, it's fine. Don't worry. This is not going to be quite accurate, to be clear, because of whatever. C3 is 10%. Okay. Okay. Nefa C1, Nefa R1 is about 10%, and so is Nefa C1. So, okay. And actually, with me playing with Eons on, theoretically it's actually a little bit more biased towards Flynns in my case right now. I mean, like, there's nothing we need to save for than a Nefa rerun. It's probably not happening for a bit, right? Like, what's the risk? There's like nothing risking right now. Hello. There's like nothing we're risking. This wasn't money spent. This is just what we got through like through the logins and whatever. And hey, now we got C6. I know. Crazy. Okay. What did we have? 1,000 primo gems? That is enough to we need to do 4. And we get a guarantee, we get a guarantee. No? That's my thinking. Although I don't know if we go to pity all the way. At this point, this is like a stop to save pity or not. There's no 4 stars we need to pull for either, unless they release new pull on 4 stars. Wow, what a pull. Yeah, forget. I think this is gonna get us right up to pity. Or maybe this is into pity, I don't know. I didn't keep that close a track. Okay. Hello, I know. Wait, we didn't have CISOs, I know. Oh, because, yeah, okay. Well, I think we might be at pity, so forget, use the last 2. Nope. Alright, well. Apparently he said no. Wait, you know what? Fine, we'll end up with one more. We'll end up with one more. Why? Because just go get the shrine. Why are you pulling? Because Flynn's C3 is equivalent to a Nefa R1 and C1. So, there's not really much functional difference.
Goodness, how the world has changed. Might I ask?
And I like his gameplay. I don't know if we're in video or not. We might be. Well, if we are, the game hates me. Okay, well, we'll have to look at it later.
Custom of placing treasure chests in
I guess we don't get to see today. Alas. How many pulls did I spend there? I don't know. I had 4,000.
come into fashion.
I had 10 pull. Does anyone know how many pulls I spent there? Columbina quest? I'll do that on my main account. Whenever I feel like. Like 50. Did we only spend 55? Oh, okay. Felt like a little bit more than that. I don't know. That's fine. All right. I thought we did like 40 from the pulls I had, like without doing Star Glitter, and then we did like an extra 30 through Star Glitter. That's why I thought we might be at pity, but maybe we were just right under the edge of pity, I suppose. Wow. It only took an extra 50 pulls to get C6. I know. Oh boy, I never got the standard wish from her. All right, we'll end the stream with the standard wish. How exciting! Oh yeah, by the way, my plan is to level. I already got the moss materials for it. My plan is to level Auroron for Imaginarium Theater, which I guess may as well do that a little bit right now. Which I just did because I chose based on how easy the materials were to get. So I can try to do a theater attempt on polearms only at any point here. Just need to get a little bit of the one material. Just a couple of those. Don't want to do that right now. I have been streaming long enough. But it's on the docket. It's on the docket. 40 with the 5-star glitter, 23 with it. Okay, so we did like, okay. We did do 60 something. So we are probably a 10 pull away. I see. I mean, if I do theater and then the next login wishes, which I think are tomorrow. The last login wishes are tomorrow. And Skyward Spine. Or Rosaria. Sick. Yet another fab that is not the fab that matters. Wham. Good 4-star to get in general. Not on a polearm account. Alright. That's fine. I don't know. I think I'm willing to risk. I like him enough. I think I'm willing to risk going for C3. Past C3, probably not worth. Probably not, because this is this feels like ye olde C6. The C4 and C5 are C6, all combined into one. Like, it's not an insignificant damage increase, I believe. Oh, I didn't even show that properly before because it was not zoomed properly. But like, yeah, wow, C6 is a 35% damage increase, but you divide that out by the fact that it costs 3 more constellations to get that 35% damage increase, because C4 is relatively tiny. It's like a 10 to 15%. It's a little bit more than a 10% damage increase per constellation on average, but you have to get 3 more constellations for it to be relevant. So C6 Flynns would be I'll thinky about it when he reruns kind of thing, particularly if I already have C3 Flynns, right? So I'm not against the idea. Not against it. But I also like a Nefa though, so I kind of feel like a Nefa C1 R1 should and is the better priority over C6 Flynns. But yeah. Anyways. Is it just the dog for Flynns? That's just the Jeff's guide for Flynns. I was just checking that as a reference. So I was like, wait, how significantly valuable is the scalings on the burst? Probably good enough that it could be considered worth risking for, right? But not gonna spend money for, but worth risking for, kind of thing. And if we get a guarantee, the only way getting a guarantee would bite us in the ass, right? Is if we lost a 50-50, and then there's a polearm 4-star that releases before a polearm 5-star comes back around, either a Nefa on rerun or whatever, right? But there's no current 4-star we need to pull for. So it would only be if it's like an Eon's on situation again, where they release a new polearm 4-star, which is kind of what happened last year, where it kind of was like a oops. Should have considered that possibility last year with my decisions, but yeah. Anyways. So one like that for Sino. Not from Zajev. You could check KQM's Sino stuff. Yeah. Still a Lanyon main? I will answer that question for you. Oops, wrong button. I will answer that question for you by not saying another word this entire stream. I will eat my apple though. Sorry. After I eat the apple, I will not say another word. Okay, I guess I'll break my silence. Why the hell do you think you did something wrong? I just thought it was a funny way to end the stream because I was going to end the stream. Like, why? How did that give you that impression? I'm sorry. I'm confused. I just thought it'd be funny to answer your question by saying nothing and showing. Why? How did you interpret it that way? You can share your DPS Lanya, but you should probably share it in my Discord or something. You can at me. I forgot to check Lanya's build, by the way. That actually might be a problem. I know you can't hear me. did she die? Actually, how did she die? I call bullshit. That's actually not possible. That Lonya dies. I haven't had that happen in a long time. Why? Spring. Okay. Who knew that I can't actually shut up? You meant to showcase Inner Abyss. Yeah! What the hell else do you think? What else do you think I was doing? Why do you think I went to Abyss and selected Lanyan? What? You were still confused? You were still confused? You were still confused? I'm so confused at how you got so confused. Let me bundle. Let me out. Really? Great. Well, that I couldn't get Fabs off because of that. Wait, which one was it?
Calculation. Error. Preparing for dust-up. Stop right there! Defensive mode needed. Ultimatum protocol. Drop your weapon! You're dead meat!
Oh, that was terrible. No, I refuse. Okay. I should have not chosen Dia for this side, by the way. But I wanted to play Dia.
Preparing for dust-up.
Can you not be a butthole?
Get it off!
Where? Oh my god, stop! Teleporting right. I was out of the range!
Ultimatum protocol. Stop right there! Preparing for dust-up. Final form! Gloves off!
Okay, there we go. Better. Should you put your UID here if you want? But I was meant to be done with this stream by now. I've streamed actually way too long, to be honest. I had shit I needed to do. Wow, that was a skill issue. What? Okay, that was bullshit actually though. That should have been a pyro fusion. I actually called bullshit there, game. We had pyro applied to her. That should not have been a hydro fusion.
Ears of the storm. Hills be gone. Simplify. Closing in. We'll see about that. Strike a pose. Let the world come on. Everybody stand back. Have fun with this gift.
Are you serious? I swear to you, I pressed dodge. Oh my god. What are the rules in chat? Don't be an asshole. You don't need any goddamn rules other than that. If you think you do, you might be an asshole. Also, can you stop teleporting right outside of range? I mean, hey, thanks for teleporting back in, I guess, but...
Accelerating.
Oh, you're...
Should've
waited. put that down.
Preparing for dust-up.
I really wanted to go first. Can I not get a single fad trigger for my life? Oh my god, are you serious? Why? That was not worth waiting for. I also, oh my god, I just no, I refuse. That is too terrible of a clear. I simultaneously kind of like aspects of how the cactus works, and also hate it at the same time. Oh, I did not position myself properly, but it's fine, it will die. Alright. There we go. Very good.
Annihilation mode. Final warning. Preparing for dust-up. You're dead meat.
I just missed 2 crits. Oh my god. I have near 100% crit in my DM and missed 2 crits. This thing would have been dead if I didn't miss those 2 crits. Because that was like a 100k bait that I missed. Ah, it's fine. Yeah, did you at me in the Discord server? Or did you just throw it in there? If you didn't at me, that's fine, but let me know what channel you threw it in and I can check it out. Okay, good. Oh, oh god. Yeah, be smart. Salt was not that hard. I have fought this thing 100 times with Lanyan. I really wish I put the Anima Focus build on her, by the way, but she's on her BB Hydra build, which is not a very good build for this circumstance. The biggest risk is definitely dying with bars on where it is with Lanyan, though. No, I got Hydro.
We'll see about that. Everybody stand back. Have fun with this gift.
You crit? Oh my gosh. Oh, you frickin' butthole. Are you serious? Stop it. Frickin' butthole. Trying his best to avoid the kill. That also would not have been a problem if I had Lanyan on her Animo damage build, but oh well. I've made this much harder for myself than I need to be. Like, Lanyan's doing like a good 20% less damage. And that mattered a lot against the Tulpa. Well, it mattered less against the next chambers though. Yeah, I might have stayed too close to it for too long. Oops. We're fine. Okay, go. Let's see. Do this.
Preparing for dust-up. Final warning. You're dead meat.
This is not obvious. This has pyro resistance. Thea is not the ideal choice against it.
Annihilation mode.
It might actually be better to on-field than Nefa. Because I have Ino C6 now, it might be better to on-field than Nefa. Okay. The situation's a little bit goofed up. Yeah, maybe should have dispersed on Dia, that would have been faster, but oh well. So well, if you keep these troops. Actually, getting Hydra there is kind of good. I think we have VV on Lanyan. Crap. Okay, decent.
Dare to mess with me? Everybody stand back! Too late for regrets! Truth repeats its course.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Journey ends here.
Cheers with me!
Your sacrifice is ready.
Not gonna have her burst up. Shoot.
The show's only just begun.
Yeah.
Years of the storm.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, stop it. Freaking butthole is staggering me.
Swift is the scroll. Too late for regrets.
Still did my first try. It's fine. But bad. That was a bad clear.
What a waste of time.
Did I not trigger Fab? What the freaking Jesus Christ?
Preparing for dust
Right.
up. Buckle up. Final warning. You asked for it. Hands right and seal.
Okay. And this is mostly just going to be a matter of trying to keep them in the same range of each other. Can you frick off? Okay. Oh, I didn't realize you summoned it. I should not have eat there. Whatever. That's fine. Losing a little bit of damage on Dia here. Wait, did I not have a burst going? Oh, I do. It's just ending. And it was kind of out of range. Well, that was bad.
You asked for it. Stop right. Swing down.
Yeah.
Ultimatum protocol. Look alive.
We're still alive? Yeah, blame Squirrel. They asked if I was a Lanyan main. They dared to even ask a sacrilegious question. And so, it needed an answer. It should be dead by now if I hadn't bungled my previous stuff up. Bro, stop bouncing! Oh, you're doing your
Accelerating.
I hate this boss. This boss is so cringe. Every single boss that they've made this badge, other than the freaking moth, is cringe. The moth is actually pretty good and crazy. It's the one boss. I wonder if it's a coincidence. The one good boss seems to be the boss that wasn't made to shill anything. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Wah? What do you mean wah? You're the one that asked. I wasn't planning to do this. I try to deflect responsibility. You are the reason I am live as long as I am. The little squirrel came into my chat and dared to ask an offensive question. Like, do I still main Lanyan? An absurd idea. Wasn't ideal. But oh well. It's better than last time. What? How did you interrupt mine? Oh my god. Am I still a Dia main? No, obviously not.
You asked for it.
Okay. Thanks. Die, please. Don't do it.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Thought it was a yes/no question. No, it is not a yes/no question. You asked a sacrilegious question. Of course, it's not yes/no. I forgot these things have this. Oh, I forgot about the shielding problem.
We'll see about that.
Ah, crap! I forgot about these. Maybe we can. I gotta. Okay, yeah, do that. All right, good. Bap. All right, bap. All right, good. Okay, the one's still alive. We're stunning it. All right. Bap. Bap. Keep him down. Kill it. Kill it. Alright. A little bit of wasted damage there, but oh well. Okay, funnel. No, anyway, we're fine. I was gonna funnel from Frina to Lanyan there, but it's fine. Okay. Someone wanna come here? Yeah, nice. Okay, good. I'd really like to get the 2 over here, but why are you so separated? Okay, a little close. We got it. There you go. I was with the worst Lanyan build. So, yeah. There you go. Your Farina C2? Yes. That matters less than the Lanyan build mattered, though. I'm very confident of that. Not saying it didn't matter. It's nice. It helps. It would have taken me longer to clear without Farina C2. It was not necessary to clear. Anyways. Did I not claim my dailies? Oh, nope. It's a good thing I logged into my main account again today, because I did not realize I didn't claim my dailies. There you go. And I wish I had C2 Frina. Why? What context do you need it for? If you can't answer that question, in my opinion, you don't need C2 Frina. You're probably overrating C2 Frina.
Thank you for
If you don't understand exactly what it actually does for you. Because it has highly variable utility in different team contexts. In that team, it is a very nice to have, but definitely not a need to have. And C1 Farina makes a lot bigger difference than C2 Farina. C2 Farina for Lanyan, it doesn't make that big a difference. It's a little bit more personal damage for Farina most of the time, and a little bit faster for anti-carry gain to make it a little bit easier to optimize the rotation. But the most important thing is to just have a healing focused build on Bennett. So, like my Bennett build, I think I don't have a healing bonus circlet on him right now. What I really should, technically. But I don't really need to because I have C2 Farina, kind of thing. But like, make sure you do a ER timepiece, whatever, HP goblet. Oh, I do have a healing bonus circlet. I lied. Never mind. It is his healing build. I thought I had a HP goblet. I thought I had an HP circlet because it had slightly more ER, but I guess I switched him back to healing bonus. Make him heal a shit ton, and you just make sure you swap smartly. The main thing to do for optimizing gameplay with a non-C2 Farina, honestly I don't even think it's very necessary with a C1 Farina, but with the C0 Farina, is to swap back to Farina a little bit to get a little bit of healing on her, like 1 Bennett tick. So you get a little bit of wasted time there. That's the main thing C2 Farina does for you. Other than that, it's a little bit more damage on Farina. But it's not like relative to, at least for my experience, because of how invested I am. The less invested you are in your builds in Farazan and Lanyan, the less damage they're doing, the more the relative damage contribution from Farina matters. But the more damage your Lanyan and Farazan deal, the less that Farina's damage matters at all, and a damage increase for Farina isn't really that relevant. So, yep. It's a very nice to have, definitely not a need. C1 Farina, though, is much more impactful, because it's damage bonus for everyone. Universally good. But yeah. Anyways. C6 Lanya for the funny 3 flips. Yeah. I'm hopefully gonna get that soon. Next time she reruns. Hopefully. Hopefully it won't take 3,000 pulse. Anyways, thanks for giving me an excuse to do a Lanya on Clear Squirrel. I don't remember what. Okay, I'll oh, you sneaked your build into theater, UID, and characters. I mean, don't put it there. Put it where it makes sense. Just like throw it in the builds channel or just whatever. It's fine. The theater UID thing is for theater. I don't even know how I see text in that channel. Okay, whatever. Anyways. Thanks for blaming me. You're welcome. You're welcome. C2 never incoming? I mean, maybe. Maybe.
Whoever pays the most.
Alright. Good night. Goodbye. Maybe I know video tomorrow. Maybe not. We shall see. I'm gonna take a break and then I'm gonna maybe work on recording that. So yeah. Have a wonderful day. And because of that, I'm also not going to take the time to raid, just so I don't get distracted. Because oftentimes if I raid someone, I get distracted hanging out in their channel for a few minutes. And it's probably best if I don't. So, that's all. Also, there's literally no one I follow live. Apparently all the people I follow take Mondays off. That's fine. Alright. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.